Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngatahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Welcome into Trust Stadium here in Waitakere for the Ford Futsal SuperLeague National Series 1. An exciting 3 days of competition to look forward to. First up, it is the might of Auckland City taking on Capital out of Wellington. Futsal, well, it's one of the fastest growing sports, not just here in New Zealand, but also globally. Jack Stenning from Football New Zealand joins us. Jack, a lot of work being put into this. I mentioned how big and how popular this sport is, and I guess that is demonstrated by the sheer volumes of teams we're going to see over the next 3 days.
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is some of the best, if not the best, futsal talent across the country all coming together this weekend. It's been a long road coming. They've obviously done their regional phases, and now this is the National Series 1, so the first time that they're all going to be coming in together on the same weekend. And look, 3 days of action-packed futsal. Great weather for futsal, as always. Yeah, absolutely can't wait for it.
Now, Jack, I guess the one notable omission of the defending champions, East Coast Bay, is not here, with a large number of their players now spread across other teams. And maybe the team that's benefited the most is Auckland City.
Yeah, well, Auckland City, you know, they're always a strong contender in this season with a lot of those players from East Coast Bay, the champions last year. They do look very, very dangerous, but you know, I think the great thing about the Super League, the Ford Futsal Super League, is that every single team has strong players. Papakyra City is another one that's benefited off the back of that, and they look very strong. But all across the competition, there's genuine contenders, and you know, every single match should be a real action-packed one. So looking forward to it.
Okay, just quickly for those maybe watching futsal for the first time, it's basically 5-a-side, 4 players on the court, and the goalkeeper. Just talk to us in terms of the duration of the halves and how the clock stops and starts.
Yeah, so the halves in futsal are 20 minutes. You know, football, if you're a football fan, you'll know 45 minutes and the clock just rolls all the way through. But futsal has a stop clock. So whenever the ball's out of play for fouls, etc., the clock gets stopped. So there's a guaranteed 20 minutes of action every single half. And yeah, I think you know, a few other noticeable differences. Obviously, futsal has a real concentrated sort of a lot more about the technical side and the rotational movement, rolling substitutions as well. It really makes for an action-packed and exciting format and a really cool sport. So yeah, no, it should be a good weekend.
It is fast, it creates innovation, it's about good footwork. And I tell you what, it's not going to get any better than this first game. Up next, it is the might of Auckland City taking on Capital out of Wellington. And both teams having gone through their warm-up protocols. Nerves, well, they'll be starting to settle down. What a big opening clash here on day one of this men's Ford Futsal Super League. Tournament 1 here from Trust Arena. Side that's got a number of new players in it from the team that took the court last year, who ended up losing the National Premier League final to East Coast Bays. As we look at the Capital lineup, and it is a very good starting lineup. Sean Beresford is their goalkeeper, outstanding athleticism. Matthew Peden, captain Thomas Pedersen, Luke Saka, Molovic in the number 9, and then a bench, well, it's as good as any bench in the league, with the likes of Barner, Bergen and Steele. Coach today is Grant Baker, assistant coach. Michael Plym is their assistant coach. Now just waiting for the Capital City side to come onto the main court here. And they are in their traditional colours of yellow and black as they go through their pre-game rituals and routines. Referees today are Chris Sinclair, Dominic Barry, Richard Jones. And there is that Auckland City lineup. Antimanoff in goal. The brilliant Sean Morgan in the number 2. Ashby Peckham, their captain, brings so much experience. Josh Margetts and, well, keep an eye out on Powdell as well in the number 14. All class, all quality. A team that brings a lot of cohesion. And then you go to the bench with the likes of Thomas Pickett, the likes of Twig, Art Twig, the Twig brothers, Adam Paulson. So 20-minute halves, 5-a-side for those that are new to the sport of futsal. And that is the schedule for the rest of the day. Following this, it'll be Papakyra City up against Southern United on the women's side. Papakyra, defending champions. And then the might of Waikato Bay of Plenty Power up against Capital, another women's match. And then 2 very good games to finish day 1. Canterbury take on Bay of Plenty, and then Waikato Bay of Plenty Power take on the Canterbury Pride. So a full day of festivities, a full day of action-packed futsal. So rolling substitutes, 9 players in total can be used.
touchline boundary, so every time the ball does go up, the clock does stop. So no time wasting. But it is its own sport. But in a footballing context, it is a game, futsal, that encourages footwork, innovation. I think it's why that the South American nations are so strong at it. It's just the natural part. This game just flows with their natural psyche in the way they want to play the game. So it'll be Malavok, number 9 for Capital, who will get play underway. Another experienced campaigner. And so we are underway on day 1 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Opportunity early on too for both coaches, Grant Baker and Nicholas Downs, to get a little bit of a feel both defensively and offensively for how their opponents are going to play this game, how they're going to set up, what sort of structure they're going to bring. And now looking for that long ball. First opportunity comes, and a big shot comes just wide. Good start here from Capital. Patient build up from the back. Antimonov in goal for City. And they get play underway with Josh Marquettes, number 12. And automatically this press type defence being shown by Capital. And Morgan just looking to try and slow things back in the number 2 shirt. This is Morgan. A lovely little switch, but again well read by the Capital side. Looking to play quickly. This is better Morgan, the little flick black chance here for Auckland City. Great piece of keeping. We talked about Beresford, the goalkeeper. Not a big man, but incredibly athletic. And the pressure continues to be applied by Capital in the early parts of this first up game. And that is a little bit more sort of man-on-man type defence. And Haldol, number 14 for Auckland City, not afraid to get up in the face of his opponent. Play a little bit of man-on-man defence. And now they look to go quickly, look to try and switch it. Lovely skills, lovely little through ball. Just couldn't quite bring it down. Nice combination being shown by Pedersen and Malievok. And they look again. Morgan gets in the way for Auckland City. Expect the unexpected. Do not blink if you're watching this. Oh, lovely little turn. Better scrambling defence from City, from Auckland City. Better, but again, just that pressure being put on by the Capital defence. Getting up flat. More of a man-on-man type defence rather than sort of a zonal defence. Just looking to try and push Auckland City back into their own half. And with that pressure, a nice piece of skills being shown by Antimonov. And get play back underway. They'll come back through Ashby Peckham, their experienced captain. Well, Morgan has the ball taken off him. It's a big man, Morgan. And they decide they get back some real urgency. Morgan, he's just one of those players that's got time. And now looking to just try and switch, but picked off in the middle. Good read by Capital. Really good pressure on both sides defensively. Another really good example of it this time, Matthew Peden. So showing real urgency at the moment. Capital, chance here now for Margets. Looking for a little set piece. Now they look to try and push. Morgan trying to find some space. Looks for the little 1-2. Doesn't come off. Now it is Capital who come away with it. But brilliant, urgent piece of defence being shown by Ashby Peckham. Now, another kick in. They take a shot. Well blocked. That man, Sean Morgan. Oh, now Morgan, chance here, he's got a player. It doesn't quite find the pass. The accuracy not quite there. The intent was there. Josh Margets was the intended target. So as we said, it really is just an opportunity for Nicholas Downs, for Auckland City, the coach, to get a bit of a read on this Capital side, and equally Grant Baker. What we've seen at the moment is a very high press defence from Capital. Now chance here for City. Again, it's just that passing at the moment that just letting them down, but that's more because of the pressure that Capital continue to apply. So Beresford living a little bit dangerously. Now looking to try and switch play. Good defence here from City though. Really starting to apply the pressure. Turning things around. Really good play from Art Twig for Auckland City. So already we've seen Auckland starting to roll their substitutes. And now they'll come away with it. Capital chance here. But Auckland City shut it down. So Thomas Picken now on court for Auckland City. Twig. It's a big man, Twig. Retains possession though. Physical. Neither side really been given any room to play. Such has been the desperation, athleticism, and it's a little bit of a long shot, and that's what we talk about. Don't blink, folks, because Art Twig almost turns nothing into something from a long ball. Scoring opportunity. Good looking combination here. Now chance, they do just needed to just maybe thread the needle a little earlier. But once again, good intent being shown by Capital. Oh, good into play, patient build-up from Capital. Looks for the long ball out to the left, looking to try and switch play. Auckland City read it well, though. Again, good physical defence this time from Twig. Three Twig brothers in this Auckland City lineup. Opportunity for City. Happy to come back now, deep in their own half. Really high press defence here from Capital. but City will retain possession. Yeah, Lucas Silva in the number 11 for Capital. He's made quite an impact since he's come on too. Very, very good with ball at foot. A player that just seems to have time. Lovely opportunity here for Twig. Goes back, finds his brother. So the Twig combination working well. Opportunity down this right side, but again well read. Yeah, interesting that Jareu Twig acting more in that fixo role, or almost acting as that player at the back, that sweeper type role. Just not finding the room at the moment. This is a better build-up from City. Happy to be patient, happy to use court, and then just that final little touch, just letting City down. So Crit Twig and the number 8. So City, Auckland City trying to see if they can shift the momentum somehow. Opportunity comes, great shot off the left foot. Good effort from Twig, just showing his power. We did sense though that Beresford was across on that side. Probably did have it covered in goal as we just go back here and have a look at the forward futsal replay. Lovely opportunity, just has one look, just absolutely drills that. You just sort of feel that maybe Auckland City have just settled the first 3 or 4 minutes, certainly going the way of Capital. Good defence, a little push in the back, and what do the referees say? So you've got direct and indirect free kicks in futsal, so same as football. All direct free kicks result in an accumulated foul, and that's something they do need to keep an eye on. They're allowed 5 fouls per half, and then every foul after that will go to a penalty. So Capital at the moment are on 2 fouls. So we'll be mindful of that as the clock still has 12.5 minutes going. Now chance here, yet again, for one of the 3 Twig brothers. So Denny Twig is in the number 8. Sam Twig, number 13, and Art Twig in the number 15. A little bit of a show and go with the left foot, and almost creates again, nothing from something. Tyler Eriksson showing his lovely little skills. Have a look at this. And then look, he looks like he's going to pass, and then from nowhere, the power from that left foot. Remarkable. Just that subtle little touch, that change from the right foot to the left foot, and just pulls the trigger. And so Auckland have also picked up that foul. And referees say that's okay, play on. So Capital looking now just to play very much in that diamond formation, having that fixo role at the back, the pivot up front, and then the 2 left and right wingers or midfielders. So maintaining their shape. And good pressure being applied by Luke Saker for Capital. So Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, he was the Rosine Golden Boot in last year's Ford Futsal Premier League, and he has the ability to score from anywhere, left and right foot. But what Exposito brings is actually just physicality. He is just a big man, Espinosa. Oh, a little bit of one-on-one here, looking to try and go on his own now. Finds his man down that right side. The cross comes in. No real weight on it, though. But good enterprise being shown by Jonathan Steele for Capital. Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, part of East Coast Bays last year, now with Auckland City. Just those little touches at the moment, just maybe letting Capital down, certainly have created some space. And maybe the player's just a little bit ahead of themselves, just on that final touch, but that's what pressure does. So Adam Paulson and the number 16 on for Auckland City. And oh, that is the athleticism that we do see, and that is the man I just mentioned, Paulson. But great vision from Eduardo Exposito Espinosa with that long ball. Understanding Paulson's athletic ability, his ability for that bicycle kick. Wouldn't that have been spectacular? What a way to kick off day one of this tournament. So at the moment it's still 0-0. Not a lot in it. Who blinks first? Looking to go. Good, this is good. Needing maybe just a little bit more weight on the pass to just keep that momentum going forward. Looking for that quick little 1-2. Auckland City come away with it through the big man, Espinosa. Chance here. Good defence though. You can just see the way Capital have set, so they put the pressure on and force the shot from distance. Well and truly wide by Adam Paulson. Bara Mahmadi here in the number 11. Animated player. Oh, threads the needle nicely. Opportunity here. They switch play. Brilliant. Needed to maybe just hit it first time. Just a little bit slow on the shot, but wonderful vision. Great enterprise. And now they look to try and go long, and chance here for Auckland. Oh, superb goalkeeping. That is very good from Beresford. But Auckland City, not afraid to go long, not afraid to use the long ball. We've seen it 2 or 3 times, and it almost came off, and it would have been Dominic Hawkins. Now it's Auckland who are really applying the pressure here on Capital. Got to be composed. Now looking to try and clear it. Lovely little back flip, what the referees say. So foul will be called on Auckland City. In fact, they've gone the way of kind of against Wellington here. Let's just have a wee look. No, said that that was fair enough. So both sides just trying to break down their opponent's defence. Auckland, as we mentioned, not afraid to go with that long ball. Capital relying a little bit more on that interplay and at times a little bit more one-on-one. And now, that's what we talk about, the long ball. So free kick is called. Not going to be tolerating too much, the referees here. some of the best futsal referees in the world, with the likes of Chris Sinclair, Dominic Barry. A chance here now for City. Nice job being done. Antimonov comes off his line, just shuts that angle down. And now it's Capital's turn to try and clear the ball. Opportunity for maybe a little bit of set piece here for Auckland City. And now continuing to roll the subs. So it'll be Matthew Peden, part of that original starting lineup, back on court for Capital. So who is prepared to be patient? Oh, great skills, just couldn't quite control that final little touch. Ball runs long. Mike Antimonov, the goalkeeper for Auckland City, will get play back underway. Now, the big man, Sean Morgan, they just look a better side when he's on court. He's just got such physicality, but he combines that with a really lovely little bit of finesse, a complete player. And so Ashby Peckham back on as well, so two of their starting five. Josh Margetts as well, so they've pretty much gone through their lineup. They believe this is their best chance. Chance comes, cross, well blocked, well defended by Stephen Ashby Beckham. And it will be Matthew Peden. A lot of goals scored from set piece. A lot of work done in this area. This is where we do start to see a little bit of the trickery. And yet, lovely little touch, turns on that right foot. The angle was never on. They'll get another opportunity at it. They look to try and switch it here from the corner. Oh, and over the top though, just got under it. A little bit of desperation stuff from Jonathan Steele. But he certainly has the ability to score from anywhere. A quality player. Now his opposite number. Alok Podol. Look to try and go down the left side. I'm not sure that Stephen Ashby Peckham was going to win that one. Tried to sell it on the referees. Referees had none of it. So looking again for that long ball, picked off again defensively. Morgan in control here. Sean Morgan. To just try and build it back up from the back. So patient build up from Auckland City. But again, that press defence from Capital paying dividends. Man open in the middle, the shot comes. Good defence from Auckland City. It's an absolute scrap out there so far through the first 13 and a half minutes. No team has managed to break the defence of their opponent down just yet. Morgan comes up the left side. You can just see how physical it is, just how fast it is. Heart rates are up and timeout called. Both teams have one timeout per half. So both coaches animated. Grant Baker along with Michael Plum for Capital. A lot of the players doing the talking for Auckland City. Josh Marquette's very experienced. Morgan. Always good to see the players being empowered to make those decisions. They're out there on the court. So, let's see if we can get some sort of understanding of maybe what came out of those coaching huddles and what the coaches and what the players themselves wanted to perhaps do differently. Capital now, chance here, look for the little through ball. Chance comes, the first goal, and there it is, just like that, through Luke Saker, off the back of the timeout, and it is Capital who lead Auckland City by 1-0. Beautifully worked move. That is very, very good futsal. Great team cohesion. Lovely little pass. You see Saker coming through. Just comes off Mike Antomanov. Leaves the goal open. And after 14.5 minutes, it is Capital who lead by 1-0. We've just been told too, that was his 100th goal. So what a milestone for him, for Saka. 100th goal in futsal. Superb. What a player. And so Sean Beresford looking to go long again. They go through Saka. And now the long ball, they look to twitch on that foot. Oh, superb from Antonov this time, gets across to it. But there has been a momentum shift and it's going very much the way of Capital. So opportunity here for Thomas Peterson. Little set play here. They've worked on this one. The big shot does come. And you thought it was the big shot, but he's actually threading the needle, looking to try and feed the pass, looking to try and find Thomas Peterson. Really nicely worked move from Capital. Creating the illusion. And now Sean Morgan. Morgan, good skills. Good defense. That man again, Luke Saka. Right, now chance comes. So Auckland City, lovely bit of show and go there from Ashby Peckham, but just couldn't quite find his support. And now they'll come back up through Margetts. Now they look to try and switch it. Good piece of goalkeeping from Beresford. So almost just a little bit of desperation here from City. Auckland City looking to maybe play more the long ball because they just can't get through. Now the chance comes. Real good chance. Oh! Asking for the foul, asking for the penalty. Referees wave it away. Frustration on the face of Alec Podell. So it will be a free kick, so outside of the area, so the foul call, but not inside the area. So what can Auckland do here? You've got to have courage in that line. Shot comes, good keeping from Beresford, but City still retaining possession. Happy to continue to go down this right side. Really good defence being shown by Janesh Bana in the number 6 shirt for Capital. Take the corner. Oh, lovely little hook shot. Can he have turn? Does he get the chance? Gets the shot. Great futsal. Heart-stopping stuff. I tried to be a little bit too clever. Just still manages to come away with it though. Another chance here for Capital. Auckland just scrambling now. But just look how quickly Capital are getting back. They've got these waves coming forward, and then they just have this remarkable athleticism to then get themselves back and just create this yellow wall defensively, which says that they've got depth on the bench, happy to make the changes, happy to give the players the recovery. So just the 1 goal in it. Capital leading by 1 goal to nothing. To play here. So good press defence from City, getting nice and high, trying to push Capital back and forcing Capital to go long. So just over 3 minutes remaining in this first half. It's been a fast first half too. We haven't seen a lot of ball go out. It's been a lot of ball in court. So Lucas Silva finds Eriksson. Tyler Eriksson and the number 4 for Capital. And so Denny Twig brings it forward. One of 3 Twig brothers. Number 13 there is Sam Twig. And this is the third of the Twig brothers, Art Twig, number 15. So all 3 Twig brothers on court at the moment for Auckland City. And they influence the outcome of this game. Oh, good skills again. Comes down that right side. Great defence, though. Brilliant. Superb defence being shown by Jenny Twig. Absolute textbook tackle. So just over 2 minutes remaining in this first half of the Ford Futsal Super League. Day 1 of 3. So Auckland City got to be a little bit careful. 4 fouls. If they give up 5, then we start to go penalties outside of the area. And now the shot comes across, but well read by Antimonov. You'll see that white dot just outside of the black basketball perimeter at both ends of the court. Once teams concede 5 fouls, they will then go to that point on the court. And basically a penalty shot each time a foul is committed. Oh, good skills, brilliant. Turns nicely. Picken takes it up, looks to try and thread the needle. The intended target was Art Twig, just couldn't quite find it. But that is good enterprise from Auckland City. Oh, chips across, the volley comes, superb. Wow, that would make the highlight reels. That would have gone around the world if he had scored that. And Beresford, very animated in goal, but almost one of the great goals in futsal. That was brilliant from Denny Twig. And so City happy to play the aerial game at times. Now picked off, they've got to get back though.
They've got just the one man back. The chance comes. Couldn't quite capitalise on it. But that's what this Capital side will do to you. And Jonathan Steele almost making it 2-0 for Capital. So just under 50 seconds remaining. Hope you are enjoying coverage of day one of the men's Ford Futsal Super League here from Trust Arena. It is Capital who lead by 1-0. So the experienced Thomas Pickin will take control of this set piece. What can they conjure up here, Auckland City? Happy to be patient. Capital though with this high press defence. The shot comes. Oh, wonderful athleticism again from Sean Beresford in goal. We'll just see if we can have replay of that. Yeah, remarkable that three Twig brothers all on court at the time. Denny Twig in the 8, Sam Twig in the 13, Art Twig in the number 15 shirt for Auckland City. That's Capital. Again, they use the long ball. Haven't seen a lot of that from Capital today. Well, that's an unforced error. You don't expect that from the quality of Sean Beresford. And so as the clock counts down, last scoring opportunity of this half you feel for Auckland City. And they turn, shot, but scrambling defence again by Janish Barner, who's been everywhere today defensively for Capital. Try and come back. Looking to thread the needle. Can he turn? Can he get the shot in? Got support there. Look at the skills. Great footwork. Brilliant. Final touch. Just goes a little bit awry. And almost Capital breaking out. And that will bring the first half to an end. And it is Capital who lead Auckland City by 1-0 in an enthralling first 20 minutes. In a game where you'd have to probably say that score reflects the way this game has been played, that Capital probably deserve to have their noses in front as they'll go into the huddle and come back out for the second half.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love.
We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The venue is Trust Arena in Waitakere. In Auckland City, it is day one of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague. What an intriguing game. What a great game first up between the two powerhouses that is Capital of Wellington and Auckland City. At the end of the first half, it is Capital who lead by 1-0, and it was a stunning team goal. Luke Saka scoring his 100th goal in the Premier League in the sport of futsal. A great achievement, thoroughly deserved. Auckland, well, just at the moment don't seem to quite have that cohesion. Looking at times to play more of the long ball. Capital on the other hand playing with a little bit more patience, a little bit steadier in their build-up. Very good one-on-one. So 20-minute halves. Every time the ball does go out, if you're new to the sport of futsal, the clock does stop. Each team is allowed 5 fouls in a half, at which point, if they commit a 6th foul, their opponents will go to a 10-metre penalty shot every time a foul is committed. And that is that little white dot you can see right now behind the number 2 player for Capital, Matthew Peden. That little white dot there on the court. And so it'll be Auckland City who get things back underway through Baram Amadi. So play back underway. Auckland City now looking to try and go down this left-hand side. But once again, really good defence being shown by Capital, this time through Matthew Peden. So no throw-ins in futsal, they have a kick-in. They do have the corners. A lot of goals scored from set piece. It's an area where a lot of teams put a lot of emphasis on this. And they look to go long here. Now the shot, trying to thread the needle. Opportunity comes, turns. Desperation being shown by Capital. There is the big man, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa in the number 17. East Coast Bays last year. He won the Resene Golden Boot. And he is lethal. So that is a better start for Auckland City, their third corner. So clearly their coach, Nicholas Downs, has asked for change, has asked for a different approach from the City side. So Luke Saker, the goal scorer, in the number 8 shirt for Capital, if you've just joined us, scoring his 100th goal in the Premier League, Futsal Premier League. And just a little bit of a unforced error from Capital. They'll look to play it quickly, City. So Capital very much playing a zone-type defence. Then they move into a press defence when they get a little bit higher up. Oh, good skills, great skills, brilliant footwork. Chance here for City. Look to cut back inside. Now look to try and just slow it down. And finally, Capital clear it. And now they'll look to just try and maintain their shape at the back. Through Thomas Peterson, their captain, in the number 3 shirt. And it will be Capital who come away with it. A little bit later on today, some very good games. We're going to have an icon of New Zealand broadcasting calling them, Brendan Telfer. Lovely to have Brendan Telfer, a man who's been, I think, at every Olympic game since about 1976. And now they look to try and turn, brought down. Not intentional though. So don't underestimate, like you see in football. Futsal's no different. There are theatrics that go on. It is all about trying to create the illusion, trying to con the referees at time. But with 4 referees in attendance, they don't get away with too much. So Thomas Peterson, their captain, acting very much in that fixo role at the moment. Now chance, they come away with it. The shot, oh, and just couldn't quite find his intended target. But that is the sport of futsal. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen, because Thomas Peterson, their captain, almost got himself on the end of that. So special thanks to Razine. They'll have the Razine Golden Boot. So far it is Benjamin Stanley from Southern United with 9 goals. Adam Hewson sits on 8 goals also from Southern United. And Baram Amadi, who's in this game, sits currently on that at 7 goals. Now, City, that's a little bit of a wayward pass. That'll be disappointing for the coaches. They don't need to be playing those long balls from the back. To get a greater read on this Capital defence. It's about decisions under pressure. It's heard all the time in all sport, no different here in futsal. This time, however, Capital look to try and go long, a little bit ambitious on the pass. Dominic Hawkins for Auckland, finding Baram Amadi. We know just how lethal Amadi can be. So interesting defensive formation being shown here by Capital. Now they come across, look to try and shut it down. So immediately Auckland City look to switch play. A patient build up, another long ball through, picked off, too easy for Capital. Chance here at the other end, shot comes, good piece of goalkeeping this time from Antonomov. Oh, and just like that from nowhere, against the momentum, against the run of play. Wow, that is a very good goal from Dominic Hawkins. Lovely little final touch. Wow, that's good futsal. Go back and have a look at the Ford futsal replay here. Just on that half volley with the left foot. You've got to feel for Sean Beresford. Did everything right. Now tied up at 1-1. How does this change the context of this match, this game? And now the physicality from Auckland City comes in. This time Amadi with the shot. At the other end, Amantinov, the goalkeeper for Auckland, just barking out the orders. He's seeing things differently. He's conducting the orchestra from the back. Noticeably different in the second half, that Auckland City are doing a much better job defensively in terms of shutting down the mid-court, where Capital opened them up at times. It's just a game of ping pong at the moment. And another shot, this time the left-footed volley. Seen a lot of that from City. They do believe that possibly is a strength of theirs. They'll play to the individual skills at times. You want to play this, I guess, collective game plan, but sometimes you've also got to make sure you build your game plan around what different individuals can bring. Big man, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, on the number 17 shirt for Auckland. There he is on the ball now. Lovely piece of skills, and the shot comes wide this time. So real momentum shift in the second half, very much in favour of Auckland City. Adam Paulson in the number 16 shirt. So one thing Auckland have done well is they've used their substitutes, they've used their bench well. Try and feed it. Espinosa couldn't quite thread the needle that time. Scrambling defence. This time Mickey Malavak. Jamish Barner. Very, very good athlete, Barner, in the number 6 shirt for Capital. So set piece opportunity for Auckland City. How do they work this one? Be a patient build up. Oh, good chance. Can't quite get it. The big shot does come now. Great piece of goalkeeping from Sean Beresford this time. Didn't have a lot of time to get a read on it. But another corner goes the way of Auckland City. And the volley again. You just sense at some point this is going to come off, because Denny Twig, he clearly backs himself. We've seen that at least 3 times in this game so far. Danger though that it starts to become a little bit too predictable. It's a remarkable game. Sort of watching it and following it, you're sort of really, every young kid around the country, boy or girl, should sort of start their footballing career by playing futsal. It's a game that just encourages ball at foot, that quick 1-2 type touch, but it also really encourages innovation. So Beresford goes long, sees something open and almost scores. But had to come out of goal and kick that. We saw Gabuglia last year for futsal. The goalkeeper score a very, very good goal for East Coast Bays. Now, a lot of pressure defensively from both sides, and really it's just at times about slowing it down. It's an old cliche in football, but it's about holding your shape, maintaining your shape. That diamond-type formation. This is better build-up here from Capital. City just happy to sit back defensively, but they've turned it over. Chance now. Switches play. Shot comes. Superb. Brilliant from Auckland. Almost one of the great futsal goals. Just couldn't quite get the accuracy on the final touch, but great enterprise being shown by Auckland City. The receiver was Denny Twig. Just went wide. That is the word that's coming from the Capital bench. Patience. Be patient. Be accurate. Very much Auckland City, though, with the momentum. Opportunity for both teams just to slow things down. Each team does get a timeout per half. Clearly they'll be used strategically, sometimes clearly to change things tactically, other times I think just used to try and shift the momentum or slow the momentum down of maybe your opponent. So opportunity comes. A little bit of a breakdown in communication there from Capital between Sean Beresford, one of his defenders. But you just sort of feel now that Auckland City have woken up. It was Sam Twig with the shot that went over the top. Oh, lovely little through ball. Can he just get a touch on that? Gets on the other side of the defender, shoves him in the back, so Auckland City will come away with it. But really good play again by Janish Barner for Capital. Equally though, Denny Twig using all of his experiences, getting himself between the attacker and the ball. Try and just thread that needle, pushing not on the outside, but well read. Twig on this occasion, the receiver. So Capital here looking to try and use the element of surprise, but turned over. And chance now, big shot, wide. Opportunity for Art Twig. Just couldn't quite stay balanced. And shot goes wide. Another corner opportunity, another set piece for Auckland City. Oh, brilliant skills from Barner. Now they look to try and go long. Just a bit too long, a little bit too ambitious for their intended receiver. Number 13, Jason Heredia. Chance. Oh, surely, no, off the line. Oh, Capital scrambling, hanging on. How did City not score? Go back and have a look at the Ford Futsal replay. It's a lovely little switcher play. Good defence, great piece of goalkeeping, and the ball just bobbles and bounces. Looks like it's going to go in there. Somehow, Capital survive. But they need to look to try and shift the momentum. At what point do they call that timeout? Antonomov, the goalkeeper for City, been very quiet this half. Was under siege early on in the first half. That's better defence from Capital. Coming across there was Heredia. And very much noticeable that City have just defensively shut down Capital through the middle of the court, just not allowing to play. In football terms, almost just shutting down that central midfield. And again, that's what pressure does, a poor pass. Turning possession back over the way of Auckland City. Play will get underway through Auckland's number 8, Denny Twig. Oh, this time not a great pass though. Chance here for Capital. Thomas Picken though redeems himself, manages to get a boot to it. And that is Pickens in the number 6 shirt. Good patient build up. This is better. That final pass just letting them down though. Good individual skills. That is great futsal. That is superb from City. Real chance here. Oh, goalkeeper did well. That is a gutsy call coming that far off his line from Sean Beresford, but he made no hesitation. Knew that it would be a one-on-one situation otherwise. So courage under fire from the Capital goalkeeper, Beresford. So Capital with the one foul. So kick in. Looking to just try and change it up, mix it up a little bit. But picked off, too easily read by Auckland City. Now, chance here for City. No intended target. The intent was right. Just a breakdown in communication. And so Capital survive again. This is now we test the depth of the bench, because this is a game that's incredibly demanding physically. You've automatically seen Auckland City ring the changes. In fact, they brought on a complete new 4 players, so they're playing it a little bit like ice hockey, bringing on waves at a time, bringing on what they call lines. And so that'll be interesting in terms of the players they brought on, the style that they might bring. Do they maintain that same pattern? Do they maintain the same shape? A very experienced player in Stephen Ashby-Peck, and their captain in the number 9 shirt. And now chance comes, pulls the trigger from out wide, ambitious from Amadi. And so foul call. And Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, he brings that physicality, and part of that will be just to send a little message, just to psychologically get inside his opponent here, just put that little bit of fear in. Happy to give up the foul. Don't underestimate the psychology. Oh, looking for the short pass. Looks to try and turn 3 defenders on him. Can he free it up? Can he find a way? And City just getting up on that man-on-man type defence when required, showing that real urgency. Desperate for that second goal though. So if you've just joined us, you are watching the Ford Futsal Super League Day 1 from Trust Stadium in Waitakere. Capital of Wellington in the yellow up against Auckland City in the blue. The game is tied up at 1-1. Just under 10 minutes remaining in the second half. Good play here from City. Great scrambling defence. Lovely piece of work here from Luke Saka. For Capital in their number 8 shirt. Two very experienced campaigners going up against each other. Stephen Ashby-Peckham in the number 9 shirt for Auckland, and this man who earlier in the first half scored his 100th Futsal Premier League goal. Now a chance here for City. Able to play it down the right-hand side. Draws 2 defenders across. Good defence being shown though by Thomas Pedersen. Wonderful campaigner Stephen Ashby-Peckham has represented his country at the highest level. Looking to try and change it up here, Capital. Interesting to see Beresford, the goalkeeper, being used, and the shot goes across the face. No one there though on the far side, but better play from Capital. Just wanting to try and somehow shift this momentum. One thing that is noticeable is that communication from Capital is not as prevalent as it was in the first half in terms of the players talking to each other. City, on the other hand, well, they're animated. Got the line. This is better from Capital again. Just not enough weight on that pass and too easily read and picked off. And City come away with the ball. Like to see Eduardo Exposito Espinosa being used. He's more in the fixo role at the moment, more sort of sitting at the back defensively, but he's a wonderful player offensively. Pull the trigger with either left or right foot. At what point do we start to see Espinosa really starting to make an influence on this game? He'll be having to earn his place in this Auckland City side after last year, spending his season with East Coast Bays. Yeah, interesting that Capital there just not pressing too high defensively, happy to just sit back. Force City to come forward. Oh, good skills, just couldn't quite control it. Outstanding from Luke Saka. What a player he is. This is National Series 1, Ford Futsal Super League. And if you are living in the Greater Auckland region and you want to get along and see an incredibly fast form of football, but futsal in its own sport in its own right, you want to watch futsal, do get yourself along, free entry. Now City here, looking to try and score that second goal. Good build-up, maintaining possession. Good defence though from Capital. Sitting back, the shot from wide, gets a hand on it, gets it over the top from Beresford. Remarkable, the athleticism of these goalkeepers. It really is. If you just have a look here, the shot comes from distance from Ashby Peckham. And Sean Beresford couldn't take any chances and just palms it over the top. So 7.5 minutes remaining. Great thing about futsal too is every time the ball does go out, the clock stops, so there's no time wasting. It's 40 minutes, but it's 40 minutes of actual play time. Who blinks first with 7 minutes remaining? Espinosa. Surprised we haven't seen more of Sean Morgan yet for Auckland. Such an influential player. I just wonder whether he's picked up an injury or not, Sean Morgan. Oh, picked off. Now chance here for City. Looks to try and come in on his own. Still manages to get the shot off. He's animated. He's a colourful character, Amadi. Just using his physicality there, not afraid to lean on his two defenders. From out of nothing, still manages to find a fairly effective shot. And now City. Well read this time by Capital. Still tied up at 1-1. Very much the momentum was with Auckland City. Another corner, another set piece. Again, happy to use that lob shot. The big shot does come, comes back across to the original player, Espinosa. Danger man. Keep talking about these teams with that set piece. They create the illusion that the attack is going to come from somewhere else. Only then to throw you a curveball. And so timeout has been called. It is 1-1, 6.5 minutes remaining in game one of the Ford Futsal Super League. So plenty of animation from both coaches inside the camp. Chance here. Capital asking the question, is it a corner? Referees say no. Auckland City ball, they'll come away with it. Happy to be patient. Happy to play it forward. Now, happy to play it inside their own half. Chance now for City, just couldn't quite find the pass. Good enterprise though being showed. Now another opportunity, lovely little flick pass. Who's going to have the shot? They continue to pass. Very, very good play. Thomas Picken, the final receiver, just couldn't get the shot away. But Denny Twigg also heavily involved in the number 8 shirt. And now Second of the Twig brothers. Sam Twig with the shot. To go long. Looking to turn. I think at the moment Capital will be happy if they can come away with a 1-1 draw. As the changes are rung and this very good Janish Barner comes back on. He's just got that sort of physicality about him, the lack of physicality, but it makes him incredibly athletic, and his size is just so conducive to this form of the game. Very, very good futsal player. Oh, good defence now. They turn it over. Chance here for Capital. This would be against the run of play. City, though, patient in defence. Get up, look for the pass. Chance now. Just needed that final touch. Foul called. Let's just have a look here. So, playing down that left side. Art Twig just gets clipped. Referees say that is a foul. Chance now for City from a set-piece move to go to a 2-1 lead in what has been an intriguing contest. So Sean Beresford organising his defence. Who's going to look to try and drill this perhaps into the top corner? It will be Sam Twig. Shot does come, he does score, finds a way through, somehow threads the needle, and Auckland City through their cap, in fact through number 6, Thomas Picken, go to a 2-1 to goal, 2-1 to nothing. So 2-1 is the score, beautifully worked move, nothing particularly complicated about it, just the smallest of gap, just runs the decoy. Looking like he's going to be the intended receiver, just that little bit of a gap between the defender and the goalkeeper, Sean Beresford. And just like that, it is Auckland City who lead by 2-1. Well, a bit tough, but it is the consistency, and that's one thing you want from the referees, and they've been excellent, is consistency. Oh, good play from Capital, just showing just how alert you need to be in goal, and Antomanov, he hasn't been involved in the action much, and sometimes that can go against you. Your nervous system gets a little bit flat, you just haven't been kept busy. But he was on to that. So Auckland City pleading for a handball. And again, it will be Jenny Twig. He goes back to Picken. Picken though, not accurate enough with this pass. Chance here for Capital. Capital looking to work it. Chance Kane, they get another chance out at the shot can come. He turns, he gets it on the left foot. Good defence, scrambling. Little shove in the back. Referee say play on. And finally, City shut down another very good attacking opportunity for Capital. So don't go away, folks. This game is far from finished with just under 4 minutes remaining. And Auckland City now need to maintain their concentration. A couple of loose passes in the last minute or so has almost undone a lot of the good work. It's very much been the way of Auckland City in the second half. Now looking to go Beresford. Can't quite see any way forward, so happy to play a little bit more conservatively. Now a bit of theatrics coming on. And what did the referees say here? They say Auckland City can have that ball. There was nothing wrong in that, but I do like the sell job that Capital's number 3, Thomas Peterson, tried to put on the referees. They were having none of it. Can be physical at times, lean on each other. And now they do come away with it. They've got an opportunity here to try and level things up. How does City set themselves up defensively here? Happy to just sit back, play a little bit more of a zone type defence. And so another wayward pass. Maybe that's just fatigue kicking in, just a little bit too much weight on it from Capital. Quality player Matthew Peden. Oh, between the legs, nice. But it is a corner. So set piece chance here for Capital. 2 minutes 44 remain. AFC have 5 fouls. If they commit another one, Wellington will get an opportunity to go to the 10-metre penalty line. So they've got to just be mindful of that. Just watch their physicality, watch their man-on-man marking. And that foul pressure just forced them to play a little bit more of a zone-type defence as they look to come down this right-hand side. And they go back through Stephen Ashby-Peckham. And this time, they will go to the 10-metre penalty line, because the foul has been committed. It's the first time we've seen it in the game. So real opportunity here for Capital to tie things up at 2. Still a long way out. Advantage still goes with the goalkeeper. Taking the shot here will be Luke Saka, the goal scorer from the first half. Has a shot, just got a little bit too much on it, needed to keep it lower. And really, it wasn't a difficult save for Anton Manoff, and I imagine Saka will be pretty disappointed with that effort. And now, a little bit of a desperation shot, but Capital will still come away with the ball. 2.5 minutes remaining. I wonder whether Capital here maybe look to try and keep ball at foot. Go at the individual. Force the Auckland City defenders to possibly commit the foul. Opportunity here, just gets underneath it. You can sort of feel now that the clock pressure is starting to influence both sides. City still won't feel like they can shut up shop and sort of park the bus. They want to maintain their shape and continue to play with the enterprise they've shown in this half. So they've pulled their keeper. So they're playing their 5th man. Then with the shot. So what we mean by the 5th man is an outfield player puts on a keeper shirt. It's used commonly when teams are behind and chasing a game. It's high risk, but it's also high reward. You'll see the high risk. The moment they turn possession over and Auckland City do get the ball. They want to hold on to it here. So, good play. Patient build-up. Happy to keep it. Oh, good play. Now the cross comes in, shot comes. That's what we talk about, the high reward. And now goalkeeper comes back on, Beresford, because Auckland City will have the ball. So that was a really quick turnover, real quick change from that field player coming on, going off, and the goalkeeper Beresford coming back on. So 1:32 remains. So did they pull the keeper again? They have pulled the keeper. You can just see it here in front of the commentary position. So it will be the 5th man. Now, number 4 is Tyler Erickson. He's come on for Beresford. It will still be Capital's ball, so they will still play the 5th man. And now we get back underway. Trying to draw the defenders and open up space elsewhere. Well, elsewhere you can get yourself into trouble. But getting nice back in that fixo role is number 8, Luke Saka. Will be Saka surveying, looking at his options, happy to come forward. Now starting to press. And chop opportunity opens, poor pass. And now they change the goalkeeper. Beresford back on. Tyler Erickson goes to the bench. And we're back to the traditional setup of 4 court players and a goalkeeper. And you see Beresford quickly coming back off and Erickson coming back on. It's said a lot in sports like ice hockey, floorball in Europe. So just the 30 seconds remaining. Can they pull a rabbit out of a hat? Can they find a way through? The shot does come! Oh wow, what a save from Antimonov! How close was that? Have a look here, the shot comes, finds somehow a way through 2 defenders and just manages to get down like a hockey goalkeeper, extends the leg, and Antimonov keeps Auckland in front, 2-1. Under 15 seconds remaining, they go again. They find Erickson. Erickson with the shot, and he does score! He does score! So the 5th man, high risk, high reward, and it's 2-2 with 8 seconds remaining. You want drama, you want excitement. It's the sport of futsal, because that is the stuff of dreams. What a shot from Tyler Erickson. And look what it means to him. And that will be full time. And it ends tied up at 2-2. Capital of Wellington 2, Auckland FC 2. And it all came down to the last 10 seconds. The courage to play the 5th man, empowering Tyler Erickson. And well, you can't really blame the defensive setup from Auckland City, because it was just a moment of individual magic. Another look at it. What a shot. Straight out of the Stephen Gerrard playbook. And if this is a sign of the games to come, settle back, and it's going to be an exciting 3 days in this National Series 1 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Live from Trust Arena in Waitakere. The final score, Capital of Wellington 2,
Auckland City 2. We'll take a break and we'll come back with more here on day one of the Ford Futsal Super League.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Resine has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resine, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Welcome back into the Ford Futsal SuperLeague here at the Trusts Arena. We've just seen a brilliant game of futsal between Capital Futsal and Auckland City, which finished 2-2 with an equaliser in the last 7 seconds by fifth man Tyler Erickson for Capital Futsal. Up next, 2022 champions, defending champions, Papakyra City face Southern United. Papakyra City, who have only came into the competition from last weekend, playing 2 games and winning both, up against the Southern United side, who have played 6 games but only won the 1. It's going to be a great game of futsal. We're going to throw it over to our commentator for the day, for the game, Mark Watson, who will take us through the lineups now.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I tell you what, if this game can live up to what we've just seen in that men's game, as mentioned, we are in for a very exciting afternoon. Certainly, it will be the defending champions, Papakyra, who will come into this game as favourite. Incredibly well coached by Marvin Eakins, who heads up the Futsal Whites, former Futsal White himself, against a team out of Dunedin who we haven't seen much of. But talking to them, being around them, watching them warm up, there's certainly a side that have players who can break a game open. And as we just see the Southern United women's team just going through their final warm-up. We will bring you those team lineups very shortly here, but the venue is Trust Arena in Waitakere. If you do live in the Auckland, Greater Auckland region, do get yourself along. Big shout out to Sam Hewitt too. Supposed to be joining us in commentary today, just not well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Sam. A little bit later on, we'll bring in a doyen of New Zealand broadcasting, the great Brendan Telfer, to bring you a number of the afternoon games as well. It's an exciting sport. It's a sport that has established itself in its own right. A lot of people will look at it as indoor football, but it is purely referred to as futsal. And it is a game that is huge globally. And we just run through the Southern United lineup, and a lot of pressure will be on the goalkeeper, Amelia Summers, Brooke Verves, Kate Medesley, Freya Donfontaine, Madeline Northern are the starting five, but look for the likes of Chelsea Epson, Sophie Boddy, some of those players coming off the bench. As we mentioned, Arnon Tapp, the head coach. Assistant coach is Deborah Boddy. And now Papakyra in the background coming onto court, the defending champions. A side that has plenty of experience in it too. The likes of Maxine Cooper, Hannah Reddy, who last year won the Resine Golden Boot. Maxine Cooper, as mentioned, was last year's MVP. But arguably the player that might just have the biggest impact is Shivanthi Anthony, who will start on the bench today wearing the number 2. And then Futsal Fern as well, and Sophie Williams. So a side that's got a real lovely balance between youthful exuberance and experience. So 20-minute halves. Every time the ball goes out of play, the clock does stop. Each team can commit no more than 5 fouls and a half. Once you've got to 5 fouls, every foul after that you commit, your opposition will get an opportunity to take a penalty from the 10-metre penalty line. We get towards the end of the game. If a team is trailing by 1 or looking to try and chase the game, they can pull their goalkeeper and run a 5th man. It's high risk, it's high reward. It's what we saw in the first game of today, where Capital ended up doing that and got the job done with 7 seconds to draw the match with Auckland City in a very good game at 2-2. So Marvin Eakins there, the coach, very experienced, very knowledgeable. But their goalkeeper, Danielle Bradley, in last year's Ford Futsal Super League was simply superb. This is going to be a big ask for the Southern United women's side. They're going to need to rely heavily on their bench. Fitness is going to play a big part. Our referees today will be Jake Brunton, Charlie Brown and Chris Sinclair. As both teams are given their final instructions. Warm conditions inside Trust Stadium here. Final instructions, and now both teams been asked by the referees to come courtside as we get set for game 2 on day 1 of the Women's Ford Futsal Super League. National Series number 1. It's a sport that requires a makeup of body types in terms of taller players, players that just have that little bit more physicality about them versus those players that I guess you could label as little sort of pocket rockets smaller in stature, but very nimble, very good with ball at foot. So there'll be 4 court players, a goalkeeper, and then a bench that they can go to. The 9 players can play. And there are our officials for today. As mentioned, Jake Brunton, Charlie Brown and Chris Sinclair. Opportunity early on for both coaches to get a bit of a read on their opponent's offensive setup, their defensive structure, and then look to try and break their opponents down through either maintaining their game plan or making the adjustments when required. It's exciting, it's fast, it's a game where you just don't want to blink, because expect the unexpected. So final team huddles. It's a wonderful venue, Trust Arena here in Waitakere. Other games going on. So now, just a couple of little adjustments being made by the referees, just a slight hold up. Just have the referee come over. Jake Brunton just take down some of the netting at Papakyra's end of the court. So you will see that diamond formation if you're new to the sport of futsal. You've got what they call the pivot or the target position at the front end of the court, so that's historically or traditionally your striker. Then to the left and right you've got your midfielders, wingers, or what they also classify as utility players, and then you've got your last man or your last woman, in this case known as your fixo. They act in that defensive role, almost in that sweeper role, and so it's about maintaining shape with players interchanging in those roles. And so it'll be Papakyra, the defending champions, who get underway against the might of the South, Southern United women's team. Futsal Super League immediately. Lovely little through ball. Chance here. First chance too. Chance again. Cleared off the line. So almost in the first 10 to 15 seconds, Papakyra getting themselves on the scoreboard, but good scrambling defence in the finish from Southern United. Good control. Nice piece of play there from Maxine Cooper, last year's MVP in this tournament. And first opportunity, first touch was seen from Verovis. For Southern United, so Southern United in possession. Just got to make sure they don't ball chase and hold their shape. At the moment, Papakyra just happy to sit back defensively, but now they look to come forward. 3-on-2 situation, switching play beautifully. The shot does come in. Looks for the target. Good play once again by Maxine Cooper. He's got great vision, Cooper. Just not enough weight on that pass and just picked off too easily. And Papakyra in control. Happy to play back in their own half. So here is Cooper. So Bremner in the number 11 out to her right-hand side, and it will come across to Bremner now. Looking to just slow it down. And then back through to Emily Gillion. And the first corner of the game will go the way of Papakyra. they do from set piece. Maybe to go back, shot comes immediately. Good play once again by Gillian. Nice little piece of futsal skills being shown by Bremner. To try and find Yana Bennett. Maxine Cooper there just looking like she may have just picked up a little bit of a niggle. Look to just try and shake it off. They go back to Cooper. Cooper to Bremner. Just toying with the defence at the moment. Really, it's just Papakyra. I'd imagine that Marvin Eakins already just be wanting his Papakyra side just to be patient once they do find themselves in the Southern United area. Now, chance, looks for the quick one this time. Looks to turn, pulls the trigger, didn't quite get enough power on it. Great enterprise again though by Hannah Reddy, captain today for Papakyra. And one thing Reddy, her strength is once she gets the ball, she likes to turn. She wants to put herself between the defender and the ball, which is very, very difficult to defend once she gets herself into that position. She's very good at pivoting. Got a very good left and right foot. So now Southern United, first chance for them. Drop back. Looking to go up the court. Well read, well picked off by Maxine Cooper. And just turn it over too easy. Chance now does come into the side netting. But it is all Papakyra through the first 3 minutes of this game. And now Brooke Verevis for Southern United in the number 2 shirt. Playing there almost in a midfield role. The Fixo role at the back is Kate Modesley in the number 5 shirt for Southern. Chance in the middle of the court here just to set something up. Nicely worked. Number 15 again is Kat Preddy for Papakyra. Southern looking to want to try and play down that right hand side, having no real luck there. Easily read at the moment as they begin to ring their changes. Southern bring a completely different line on, but a really good shift from Freya Desfontaine in the number 8 shirt. She'll take a little bit of a break. And it will be Southern who'll get play back underway with the kick in. And so number 4 is Diaz. And now chance here for Papakyra with the shot. Good piece of goalkeeping being shown by Amelia Simmers. Came off the line to shut the angle down. Did well. Oh, looking to thread the needle. And this is the very impressive Shivanthi Anthony. What a player to be able to bring off the bench. Such an influential figure last year in Papakyra winning the Ford Futsal Super League at Bruce Pullman Arena. And that is better defence from Southern. This time through Diaz. Again, just brings that physicality. Number 4 there in yellow. Push up. So a little bit scrappy at the moment. Both sides just struggling to find their shape. And so what can Diaz do? She's been good since she's come on court. That's a good piece of skill. That's a lovely piece of work there being shown by Sophie Body. So Body in the number 10 shirt. Number 15 is Maddie McLean. So have you play down that right side, McLean. So, of course, at the end of the tournament, they will have the Resine Golden Boot Award as we have a shot, and it just goes wide. But really nice piece of goalkeeping from Danielle Bradley. Had it covered. But Southern, first opportunity from a set piece. See what they can do. Happy to stay back in a zone type defence, and now they turn it away. Opportunity, can they just push that ball through? Perhaps a little bit too slow on it. Anthony probably had the chance to maybe just push it forward. Decided to go on her own. It just gave that opportunity for Southern to get their defenders back and shutting the momentum down. Now Southern come away with it through Diaz. Happy to switch play. Acting in that fixo role, but also acting as the distributor. Happy to play it out from the back. Another poor pass, and the shot does come. Boot goes out from Amelia Simmers, and Southern continue to hang on. Well, I think number 15 there, Kat Pretty, would be disappointed that she maybe just didn't get a little bit more on that shot. Certainly the opportunity was there. It was a one-on-one type situation. And now they have turned it over. Can they work quickly, Southern? That is better, but good defence. Now chance comes, the left-footed shot. No real power on it, but better enterprise. Oh, good effort. Good, plenty of power on that from Maddie McLean, showing her quality and class, X factor that she brings. Interesting that Southern just happy to sit back, not pressing high in defence at the moment. But Papakyra looking to try and just break them down, trying to bring some defenders forward, and then hoping they can push the ball beyond them and open up that 2-on-1, that 1-on-1 type situation. Turns, goes, surveys, decides to have the shot, had the player open on the far side, but plenty of power in that shot from Ella James. Did have a player lurking across on the far post. The keeper in two minds. Now they come back, set piece opportunity. Can they open the scoring from this? Push it wide. Come back through Bennett. Bennett gets the ball taken off him, manages to recover though. This is better defence. Good pressure being applied now by Southern. But Abby Wright for Papakyra, showing all of her experience, just demonstrating good players just seem to have that little bit more time. There she is in the number 6 blue shirt. Chance now, looking to thread the needle, finds the opponent, beautifully read, well picked off by Modesley. But they can't hold on to possession. It's scrappy at the moment, both coaches will be frustrated. Sides just need to be a little bit more patient on the ball. Got to go down the line. Now they turn, oh, lovely skills from Ella James. take it back to the Fixo. Playing very much in that diamond formation. Oh, good skills, great footwork. That is superb from Ella James. Showing just her quality and class. Sophie Williams in the number 9 there, just hovering out on the right. Receives the ball. Decides to just go back into the middle, can't quite turn. But slowly just looking to try and break the Southern defence down. Really nice combinations beginning to develop for Papakyra. So just 12 minutes remaining. It's been a good clean game, just the one foul so far. Both teams are allowed, well, 5 fouls, and then there start to be some pretty serious consequences, but at the end of the start of each half, those fouls will be removed and they'll start at 0 again. So now, opportunity. Player was there. Pass just was a little bit slow, not enough weight on it. Now, they look to try and push forward. Papakyra good in defence. They pick it off, they read it nicely. Come back down through Sophie Williams. She's been good since she's come on, Sophie Williams. Futsal Fern. So it's played for a country at the highest level in the sport. Right, opportunity. But good scrambling defence. First time out will be taken. So both coaches now have had a chance to see how their team is executing their game plan, but also how their opponents are setting themselves up on attack and defence. And now the instructions come out. Just looking here at the coaching staff. Aim and tap. Having a chat to the Southern team. Out of shot at the moment. Very animated. Well, not animated. Marvin Eakins is a calm character. Here he is. But I could hear him say, something's not quite right. Something's not quite working. Sometimes you'll just get players that your nervous system's just not up. You just feel a little bit flat. It just takes time. The earlier game today between Auckland City and Capital of Wellington, and Capital just had that momentum early, but in the second half it was very much an Auckland City game. So just got to maybe do the basics right at the moment. Don't panic. Hold possession, and we're seeing that now from Papakyra. That's better. Maintaining your shape. Come down right. Maybe just try and draw the defenders, open up some space somewhere else. Lovely little footwork. Very good on the ball, Papakyra. Oh, lovely turn, chance. Might have just turned on a pivot. Now needs somebody in the middle there, needs a runner, decides to go on her own. Keeper comes out, good again from Amelia Simmers. She's been excellent. She's not afraid to come off her line, not afraid to shut the angles down, put pressure on the ball carrier. So Sophie Williams, number 9 shirt. Bit of a wayward pass. She'll be disappointed by that, by her own high standards. Katie Mordesley. Get play back underway. She is the captain of the Southern United team here in the number 5 shirt. Oh, but not a good pass. Too easy. They somehow managed to get out of trouble though. Has that almost by default opened it up for Southern. Again, it's just the passing that's leading them down. The intended target's the right one, just not quite enough weight on it. It's still scrappy. So look, he can just try and settle things back down. They'll go through Yana Bennett. Now she does look to thread the needle. And opportunity there for Sophie Williams. You just sense that Papakyra are building. Southern. That's the thing with Marvin Eakin, he won't be afraid to bring the changes. He's smart, he's got plenty of experience, he's a very good tactician. He knows his players incredibly well, he knows what their strengths and weaknesses are. He also want to get his squad, he want to get them all out there if he can. As we see Southern make more changes. So Margarita Diaz back on in the number 4 shirt. Number 22 is Yui Ishikawa. Got this better though from Southern, but good defence coming here from Papakyra. Getting across, just squeezing Southern. But Southern still retain possession, and so Ishikawa gets play back underway. Looks to try and switch it and go across court, but picked off nicely in the finish by Jordana Bremner. So, Papakyra at the moment in control, even though the scoreboard does say 0-all. Certainly you feel that if any team's going to score first, it's going to be this Papakyra outfit. Marvin Eakins, though, I don't think he'll be happy with the way his side are playing. Now the shot does come, another piece of good keeping. So Amelia Simmers very much keeping Southern United in this game. This feels a little bit rushed at the moment from Papakyra. And now another bit of a wayward shot. And the element of surprise, I think, was the intent then from Maxine Cooper, last year's MVP. Oh, nice. This is better. Now, no runner coming down that left side, though, so having to go on her own. Really just running out of room at the moment. And just showing that there is room down that left-hand side, that perhaps there is a weakness for Southern United that Papakyra can exploit. Play back underway through their goalkeeper Simmers. And now opportunity here. Oh, brilliant. That's really, really well done by their number 4 for Southern, Diaz. And she's back on the ball again. This time does lose it though. And now Auckland City, can they turn this possession that they've had into points? Has the shot. And Maxine Cooper decides not to try and put a head on it. In fact, ducks. Also doing so almost creates a decoy, which can just be a little bit off-putting for Amelia Simmers, the goalkeeper. Oh, good skills, great skills. Chance here, she does pull the trigger. But Simmers equal to the occasion. So Margarita Diaz had a real impact on this game. Good skills. Little right foot, left foot. 1, 2, bang. But knowing Marvin Eakins, he'll want his goals to come through well-worked team goals. Quick 1-2 passing, a lot of interplay, a lot of interaction. Danielle Bradley, goalkeeper, just hasn't been involved too much at the moment. There is a little bit of a danger in that. If you're not busy, you can just get a little bit flat and just want to keep that nervous system up. You want to stay alert. Watch here, she's very good at communicating, very good talking to her players from the back. She's seen a lot going on. And now chance here, Emily Gillion, and number 4 has pushed forward for Papakyra. Hannah Reddy, their captain. Jordana Bremner, with the starting lineup back on court as well. This is better. Slowly looking to try and break this defence down, maintaining the ball, not afraid to bring it back into their own half before pressing forward again. But they turn it over this time now, a one-on-one opportunity. Will this be against the run of play? The shot does come, good goalkeeping, the second shot comes. Brilliant defending, and now suddenly it is Papakyra who break out. And that is sometimes the danger of when you press high on offence, you've got players forward and then you turn possession over. You do expose yourself, and it was just really a lack of quality finishing that prevented Southern from going 1-0 up. Go back and have a look at the replay here. And it is just commitment, 100% commitment being shown by Jordana Bremner on defence there, throwing herself in front of the attacker. Now the shot does come this time from Anthony. The player that makes things happen, Anthony. You combine it with the likes of Emily Gillion, Cooper, Bremner. You can understand why they are the defending champions. Abby Venmore on court, the number 8 shirt for Papakyra. Continue to play, this time picked off again. Now, lovely little ball, maybe not quite enough weight on it. That's good play though from Southern, starting to find a little bit more cohesion collectively. So 5.5 minutes remaining. Papakyra this time with the shot. Simmers, big diving to her left, gets the mid out. And then forces a corner. It's key to futsal. You've got to have a good goalkeeper, no different than ice hockey. World-class goalkeepers. And it is amazing their athleticism. It's amazing what they're prepared to do. It's a hard ball. It's hit at sometimes terminal velocity. And you've got to be absolutely gun-shy. You can't be gun-shy. Anthony, this time Papakyra looking to try and press, looking to try and move forward, draw defenders one way and then switch play the other way. Abby Venmore in the number 8 shirt. They'll be disappointed with the way that particular possession played out. As we now see Brooke Verevis start things again for Southern United this time. It's a good weighted ball, but picked off. Auckland City through Anthony. Anthony now comes forward. Does she have a shot? She does. Once again, Amelia Simmers diving to her left, gets out that hand and keeps Southern United's chances alive. Really, really good shot though. Plenty of power in it from Shivanthi Anthony. And this time, well worked move. Happy to just let the ball run out. Happy to take the kick in. Now, opportunity, player comes forward, got options, finds it, feeds it, shoots it over the top. And the head looks to the heavens from Abby Venmore. And timeout called. Just go have a look here. Just the one defender. Great interplay, beautiful skills. Just couldn't quite get over the top of it. And puts it over the top. Very calm, Marvin Eakins. He's frustrated. On tap. Talking to his charges. Let's see how both teams now come out and approach this final 4 minutes. What little subtle changes do they make? What areas are they looking to try and shut down? What areas are they looking to try and expose? So Papakyra looking to now try and go long. Good at just holding the ball up. There's Cat Pretty. Very good on the ball. Just got that physicality, Pretty, and what she does, she holds it up. It just gives her defenders that opportunity to come forward, to manoeuvre, to draw defenders, providing Papakyra with options. Just giving away the ball too much in the middle of the court at times. Southern United now looking to try and switch play. Great intent, but just slightly misunderread by Barroso, the Brazilian substitute for Papakyra City. Another poor pass. It'll be frustrating the coaching staff for Southern United. Anthony comes away with the ball. Collie at the other end of the court. I think Marvin Eakins won't be happy with that passage of play either. Both sides just struggling to hold their shape at the moment. As Papakyra begin to ring the changes, so 9-10 are back on. Sophie Williams in the 9 jersey. Yana Bennett in the number 10. She'll get play underway, Bennett. So Bennett looking to try and push forward. Well read in the finish by Verovis. Nice, just good play. Shot came off the left foot, not a lot of power on it, but certainly that angle, deceptive. But Amelia Simmers, as she has done all day, showing her quality and class in goal. She really just has kept Southern United in this. And it's another very good save Then a somewhat ambitious shot coming from Papakyra City. Still tied up at 0-0. 2.5 minutes remain. And now the long ball to no one though. Chance comes, beautiful little deft touch from Ella James. Now, opportunity, decides to go on her own upside the left side. Little breakdown in communication between Margarita Diaz and Sophie Body. But Yana Bennett decides to take control, pushes forward through Ella James in number 13. James looking to try and just find some space behind the defence. Good play again from Williams. A somewhat impatient looking shot, which will frustrate Marvin Eakins, the coach, as they come back out. James in the number 13 shirt, just hearing Marvin Eakins just here in front of the commentary position. He's happier with what he's seen now. But that scoreboard still is tied up at 0-0. Just over a minute and a half remaining in this first half. So Abby Wright. Playing in that fixo position at the back, bottom of that diamond formation. Now they look to try and turn. Chance comes, but you sort of sense with Amelia Simmers, the goalkeeper for Southern United, that you're going to have to go along the ground. You're going to have to play sort of some very intricate two-touch futsal to get past her. Anything from distance, she seems to have no problem covering. This is good. This is the opportunity they've been looking for. But just no real power on the shot. And Yui Ishikawa. In fact, my apologies, it was Eloise Robinson, the defender in the number 12 shoot, who got across and shut that attacking wave of possession down. So now just over 50 seconds remain. Really the key to good futsal is that ability to hold the ball, maintain possession. And the players that just have that more physical presence seem to be able to lean on their opponents just a little bit more and use that as part of that arsenal, with ability to do so. So just 25 seconds remaining. It's been a scrappy first half, as I sort of mentioned a couple of times, neither side really. Well, sort of Papakyra certainly have probably maintained their shape a little bit better. I think Southern have been good in their own half. It's just when they've been pressing or pushing forward, they just haven't been able to find their pivot, find their attacking forwards, play with that cohesion that their coaches are asking of them. Chance here. Can they score against a runner play? Lovely little piece of footwork. Both players go to court. And what does the referee say? So a nice little battle there between Margarita Diaz for Southern and Abby Wright for Papakyra, number 4 and 6. Cross. And that will be the end of the first half. And it is Papakyra FC, the defending Ford Futsal Super League champions, who have been unable to score against the defiant and stubborn Southern United side here on day one of the Ford Futsal Super League. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the second half.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The venue is Trust Arena in Waitakere in Auckland. And we are on day one of the Ford Futsal Super League. National Series 1. The defending champions Papakyra City up against Southern United Women's. 0-0. 20 minutes to play in the second half. Marvin Eakins here, the Futsal Whites coach of Papakyra. Very calm in the way he delivers his messages. The other end we've got Aaron Tapp, the head coach for Southern United, who I think will be pretty happy with that scoreline. Certainly Papakyra are the side that have created the opportunities, but it's been the goalkeeper Amelia Simmers for Southern United who's very much kept them in this game. So final instructions will be given. Just over 30 seconds remaining in this half-time break. And then play will resume. If you're new to the sport of futsal, every time the ball does go out of play, the clock does stop. So 20-minute halves, but you'll actually see 20 minutes of futsal. It's an intriguing game. It's a game where you just simply don't want to blink if you're watching it. Expect the unexpected. Sometimes some of the shooting that you think is going to occur is actually all just an illusion, and in fact the shot comes elsewhere. That's what makes it so intriguing. It's a game that very much encourages innovation, very much a game that encourages good footwork and quick 1-2 passing. So it will be Papakyra City, the defending champions, playing from right to left. Southern United Women's playing from left to right. Southern United Women in yellow get play back underway. Interesting that we automatically see Papakyra getting up a lot quicker in defence, going more on that man-on-man type defence rather than sort of sitting back and playing a zone defence. Now, what will they look to try and do here? Now, just that final little touch, not finding Emily Gillion. This is Gillion, the number 4. Oh, good skills, lovely piece of footwork there by Freya Desfontaine. So interesting, they've got Gillion for Papakyra and Desfontaine for Southern United. Got a real little French flavour to both of them. They're looking to try and push here, Papakyra. And already their captain in the number 16. And now chance does come, just wide. That's what they've been looking for. That is much better from Papakyra. That certainly's got a lot more cohesion. Jordana Bremner and Emily Gillian almost combining for that first goal. Opportunity now for Hannah Reddy. The referees call a foul, so free kick will be taken. Oh, just wide. But Southern United under siege. As the tempo from Papakyra begins to lift, you feel they're just starting to get their mojo. Ready again, turns. But good defence. This is nice here from Southern. But it is tit for tat at the moment. Anything you can do, I can do. Is very much a summary of this game between these two fine teams. Also, change of goalkeeper for Papakyra. Danielle Bradley has been replaced by Karina Brown. Karina Brown, simply superb. Has a shot, and how did that stay out? Comes off the upright into the arms of Amelia Simmers, and it's still 0-0. Pushes forward, good control, surveys her options, continues to play up that right-hand side. They do sort of sense there is room up there through Hannah Reddy. But again, ends up in the arms of Amelia Simmers. Now Papakyra with another shot. Talked about maybe just trying to keep the ball on the ground a little bit more. Really good left-footed effort coming from Jordana Bremner. Interesting that Southern here, just happy to sit back defensively. And I think that might end up being a corner. So just a breakdown in communication between Amelia Simmers and number 2, Brooke Verevis. In fact, the referees have said no, it is still Southern's ball. So they now look to try and break out, but continue to turn possession over in the middle of the court. It's another example of it, but foul committed. And looks for a long ball, but to nobody. And so Karina Brown gets things back underway. Opportunity here again for Hanareti. Looks to try and turn. But really good defending coming from the captain of Southern United, Katie Modesley. Prepared to meet the physical qualities of Hanareti and say, look, you're not going to shove me around. I'm going to make sure I get between you and the ball, or you the ball on the sideline. And now the shot does come, this time from distance, and that's what we talk about. Don't blink, folks, don't blink. How good has she been, Amelia Simmers? If this ties ends up at 0-0, well, you've got to go to a man of the match, or a player of the match, I should say. It would be Amelia Simmers. Now we see Shivanthi Anthony coming on in the number 2 shirt for Papakyra. Number 8, Abby Venmore. This is Anthony. Number 3 is Joyce Barroso for Papakyra. So what can Southern do here? Can they score against the run of play? Sometimes when you come up against a side that comes clearly as favourites, as the defending champions, sides that maybe are not always used to losing, you've got to try and get up. See how they react in the face of adversity. See how they react when things don't go their way. How experienced are they dealing with it? And that's often how you can beat better sides. Problem with this Papakyra side, it's full of experience, but you've also got the experience of Marvin Eakins on the sidelines too, who will be able to negate that. So we see Karina Brown throw the ball out. And now opportunity, good start here, lovely little pass, it is open, Papakyra. And Southern scramble, they come away with it again. Kat Pretty, she's been influential since she's come on in the number 15 shirt for Papakyra. Yeah, really lovely skills by Venmore as well, trying to utilise the athleticism of Barroso. Barroso coming from that right side and making that little run up the left side, and almost pays dividends. So Anthony looks to go long. Oh, intent was good, execution was just a little bit light. Good physical battle. Southern again scrambling on defence. Maddie McLean has been excellent since she's come on the number 15 shirt. Karina Brown goes long, but immediately this time we do see a press type defence, and the shot comes, and it'll be a corner set piece opportunity for Southern United. So I think we've identified the likes of Hanareti, Kat Pretty. If they're in possession, get on them, put 1 or 2 defenders on, try and shut them down. Don't give them that space, don't give them that room. Get play underway. Nice little switch. This is good. But just that little pass in the finish, and suddenly there's another shift in momentum. It's It's just been some of the weight of the passing. The idea's been right, just a little bit too light at times, just allowing Papakyra to pick off those passes. Now looking to try and just do things differently. Wow, what a superb goal. That is stunning. The long ball, a little bit of wishful thinking. You may have initially thought, but well executed, and then Kat Preddy just launches it into the top. Brilliant from the goalkeeper, Karina Brown. Lovely touch, bang, just like that. It's 1-0 in favour of Papakyra. And so Papakyra now how does that now change the context of this game? It's better play from Southern. Just need to push players forward. Now they will get to a point in this game where you might see what they call the fifth man, and that's when the team that is trailing might pull their goalkeeper, bring an extra player on. That player can act as the goalkeeper, but will predominantly be on the court while they're in possession to play as an extra field player. It's high risk and it's high reward. Earlier today we saw Capital of Wellington doing a similar thing and actually scored with 7 seconds remaining to tie it up at 2-2 against Auckland City. Of course, if you turn possession over, you can have your opponent score very quickly on you at the other end. Like Karina Brown, we saw her last year in the Ford Futsal. She was great for East Coast Bays, and now she's here with Papakyra alongside of Danielle Bradley, sharing the goalkeeping duties. And chance to make it 2. Looks it, pulls it, and she does. And just like that, the floodgates begin to open. And this time, it is Ella James. But lovely pass from Abby Venmore. In fact, Abby Wright, I should say. 2 Abbies in the team. And now Papakyra starting to get into their work, turning this possession and this pressure into points. Another little turnover, and that's where Southern have been guilty. It's just turning possession over too easily at times. And they find themselves under siege with 13.5 minutes remaining. Can't fault though Amelia Simmers in goal. She's been excellent. But another chance comes the way here of Ella James. Looks for the pass this time, and just wide by Yana Bennett. Now they have found their mojo. They're playing more direct, they're playing more through the middle. Then chance comes, but turned away. Really good defending now from Sophie Williams. And a timeout will be taken with just over 13.5 minutes remaining. But it is Papakyra FC leading Southern United by 2-0. He's a colourful and animated character, is Marvin Eakins. He's a good man. He loves the sport. He has all the tricks in the book. You can sort of hear him courtside at times, just chipping away at the officials. And of course, none on tap. Trying to build a program here in Dunedin, or trying to build a program in Dunedin with the Southern United side, a young side. Don't quite have the depth on the bench that perhaps Papakyra do, but certainly have hung tough for a large part of this game. Can they score? Can they just find a way of getting themselves back into it? Karina Brown was always across on that fast post, and that shot just going a little bit wide. So now Papakyra City, they'll be patient in their build-up again. A lovely little lob through. That's a good over-the-top pass. And that's what futsal, that's the appeal of it. The room to be innovative, to do things that perhaps you can't do on a traditional football field. The little lob passes, the trickery. Fixo roll, pushing forward, finds the pivot, comes out to the wing, good play again. That should be 3, should it? Oh, lovely little backhand, good goalkeeping again from Amelia Simmers, a little back kick I should say. But I just wonder whether when it came to the finish, perhaps Papakyra were guilty of just maybe being just a little bit too flashy. Really should have been 3-0, but they are now just picking Southern United apart and doing it with ease. Just wonder whether Southern United need to just get into a more one-on-one type defence, start to get a little bit more physical, and just giving players too much room at the moment. The difference between the two sides has been the weight of the passes. Oh, good skills. Looks to go on her own, looks to try and run through the door. The shot does come, and there it is, just like that. It's 3-0. And once again, Ella James, the goal scorer, from the left foot. And they will ring the changes. Great effort from Amelia Simmers, showing wonderful flexibility, trying to get that leg out like a hockey goalkeeper. This time though, just simply too much room. And now Papakyra in complete control. Looking to just hold it up. That is the danger that Hannah Reddy brings. She can just hold up the defence, just allow her players to come forward, move around, draw defenders away, and then pass. Oh, shot from nowhere, good effort too. Karina Brown, I think, would have been equal to the occasion, but that certainly got everybody off their seats. Well, almost manages to deceive the defender. Just couldn't quite hold her feet and turn and go. But now Papakyra looking to come forward. 11 minutes 22 remaining. The venue is Trust Arena in Waitakere. If you do live in the Auckland, Greater Auckland region, do get yourself along. Of course, we've got the Resine Golden Boot, currently led by Serena Patel of Canterbury United with 11 goals. Frankie Morrow of Canterbury sits on 8. And then Jennifer Merkin of Canterbury on 6, along with Brittany Lee Nicholson of Canterbury. So the first 4 goal scorers in the Resine Golden Boot all come out of Canterbury. We will see Canterbury in action a little bit later here today on day 1. The commentator for that will be the great man himself, the legend of New Zealand broadcasting, the great Brendan Telfer. Turn, lovely, shot, left foot, oh, and scores! Jordana Bremner. Look at this, great skills, turns, drills that. And Amelia Simmers just couldn't quite get behind it. Whacks the floor in frustration. And suddenly now it is Papakyra FC who lead by 4-0. All over them now, Papakyra. As we said, it's got to decide, Southern United, how they want to defend this, because they're just getting picked apart. They're getting picked apart through the middle. This is better, but just those little final touches. Don't seem to have quite as much time on the ball as Papakyra. Certainly a side for the future. Oh, great skills. That is really, really good skills from Margarita Diaz. Quality player. And a little bit of a wayward shot, but great attacking intent. Come down, another shot from out wide this time though. Amelia Simmers comes out, shuts the angle down. Too easy for this quality goalkeeper. Again, this is better. A lot to like about Southern United. They just haven't been able to hold on to the ball long enough. They've put some good phases together, but only just to be let down with the final touch or relinquishing the ball due to the pressure that Papakyra have been putting on them. Chance now, another shot, just wide. And already this time. It's an absolute dart, an absolute missile of a shot. Comes across. And Ishikawa. Yuri Ishikawa of Japanese descent is the player on court in the number 22 shirt for Southern United. Karina Brown showing all of her experience. Showing great composure there under a little bit of pressure. Second of the goalkeepers used by Papakyra, and that's going to be an absolute strength of theirs. They've got Danielle Bradley, current New Zealand goalkeeper, and Karina Brown, who was superb last year in this Futsal SuperLeague. Now, they come forward again. Good defence this time. That's what we talked about, just getting back, scrambling. Get up in the face of the attacker. Don't sit back. Don't allow Papakyra City to play. And now they're pushing high on defence as well. This is where they can be opened up though. And Anthony now looks to go for the long ball to try and do exactly that. And can they now move this quickly? Right, happy just to be patient. So, Joyce Barroso gets play back underway. Abby Venmore to Anthony. Turns nicely on a dime. Is Cat Pretty and open up there on that side. Just not enough weight on the pass. Was Abby Venmore. Who could have quite easily have made it 5. So really, it's just a chance here for Papakyra just to continue. Easy when you're up 4-0 to suddenly lose your shape, but you've just got to try and maintain it. Remember your processes. But it will be a chance to, at some point, for Marvin Eakins to try some different combinations to give some players maybe a bit more game time. Play out some different scenarios. Then that's good. Again, from Abby Venmore for Papakyra. That's it. Anthony, though, this time turning it over, but a good effort. Shot comes, does it. Oh, unselfish and just wide. So Kat Pretty looking to find Abby Venmore. Really good combination since they've come on court. So 7:45 remains. Been very impressed by Amelia Simmers, goalkeeper. And now Papakyra just controlling things through the mid-court. Anthony again just threads that needle, lovely. And that is that ability, those individuals like Pretty, just to hold the ball up. Big shot comes, ambitious shot. But the way they're playing, momentum is very much with them. They can take those chances. Looking to go long. Somewhat almost a shot where you sort of feel like you've perhaps waved the white flag just a little bit, just out of ideas. Now, when you've just got that physical presence of Kat Pretty there, you've got Hannah Reddy, you've got Abby Venmore. Hard for any defence. And now the big shot does come. Boy, that's an absolute screamer from Joyce Barroso. This ball, it's a heavy ball. But the absolute power that they do get is remarkable, and it makes the efforts of the goalkeeper even more remarkable. And now another one, this time over the top, so Anthony just couldn't quite get over the top of it. And just skies that one. But that clock continues to run down, just over 7 minutes remaining. Now, can they hold on to it here, Southern? Can they do something with it? Chance here. Good to see Freya de Fontaine back on court, a young player, but a very, very good futsal player. And this is Fontaine. She looks to try and bring it forward, but just gets out-muscled and out-physical. And off the post, and almost 5, but somehow now they look to bring it in. Southern scramble and get out, but they look a little out of ideas, too slow in terms of bringing it forward, and it's Auckland City again. Papakyra City again, who through Anthony continues to maintain possession. And joining us in commentary, and he'll be bringing you live commentary later on as an absolute icon and legend of New Zealand broadcasting, Brendan Telfer, who is familiar with the game of futsal, has a son who played it and is now currently living in Brazil, as we just wait here for Papakyra, the defending champions, to look and make it 5-0, but the score remains at 4-0 as Southern look to try and bring it forward. Brendan, good afternoon, welcome.
To be here, yes, brings back a lot of memories. The thing I do remember watching college futsal here in Auckland with my son, who was a goalkeeper, was the speed of the game, and it's still very much the essence of it, isn't it? You not only have to think quickly with your feet, but also with your brain.
Oh, look, I think everyone that wants to be a football player should start with futsal. And then, because I think, as you've mentioned, the skill set required to be good at this surely transfers into football itself. But then what you're actually seeing, talking to people, this is its own game. And then you can make the decision, do you want to be a football player, or do you want to play both, or do you want to use these skills and translate them into
Well, I do remember the coach talking to these college students who are playing futsal, that one of the great things about it was the ability to play on a beautifully smooth, flat surface, which was just conducive to perfecting and growing and developing your skills.
Which has been one of the issues for New Zealand football historically, is that we play a game in winter. The fields have never been great. They've got a lot better now, and we're sort of playing constantly with our foot stuck in the mud. Now we've just seen a yellow card being issued, so an opportunity here, scoring opportunity here for their captain, Katie Madusley. So Madusley with the shot, and a good shot too, chance. Karina Brown, one or two very good goalkeepers for this Papakyra side.
So, yeah, well, time running out, isn't it, for the Southern United side here. I mean, what is at stake? Here's an opportunity for their first real chance, but again, not able to bring the finish to it. I mean, what is at stake here, of course, over this course of the weekend, are these valuable points which will determine the teams that will go through to the playoffs in the national finals, which are coming up later in the season. So 3 points for the side that wins. And at the moment on the points table, Papakyra have a 2-point advantage over Southern United. So 3 points here for Papakyra would put them, or keep them in third place, but it would solidify their chances of making the finals, which is another reason why there is an urgency about these games and the play.
Absolutely, and we often talk, don't we, individuals will win your games, but it's about a squad that'll win your championship. And I think the difference what we've seen today with Papakyra versus Southern United has been the depth on the bench and the players that Papakyra have been able to bring on, as we now see Southern United trying to find something in this game, give them something to take forward into their next pool match. And the other thing that goes in the favour of Papakyra are their two goalkeepers, Karina Brown here, who superb, and Danielle Bradley, who played the first half, both world class. Good skills being shown here by Sophie Williams, a futsal fern. The key thing too, Brendan, when you're up 4-0, I guess you're wanting to maintain that momentum going in throughout this tournament, is not to lose shape, not to start playing as individuals. Stick to the game plan, continue to build, turn 4 into 5 into 6.
And even though they have this 4-0 lead, which you would hardly expect them to surrender entirely in the remaining couple of minutes that are left, goal difference again also can be and might be significant in separating these teams at the end of the series before the final. So even though they've got the match probably in their back pocket, they won't be amiss to the idea of scoring a few more, or 1 or 2 more in the time that's left.
Now you have just joined us too, and I know that Brendan came in earlier today to watch. We had a game between Auckland City and Capital on the men's side. It was a game where probably Capital deserved their 1-0 lead at half-time. Auckland City came out in the second half a different side, and they actually led that game by 2-1. And then Capital decided to pull their keeper, play with the 5th man, and scored an equaliser with 8 seconds remaining. And a very, very good game of futsal, a great advertisement for the sport.
Essentially the 2 best sides in the country, aren't they?
Oh, it was a very, very good game.
It was riveting, and the thing that you notice about it, again, and seeing it here, is that, okay, futsal isn't a sport that commands mega media attention, but down here at the grass level, it is an enthusiast sport, isn't it? The passion. I mean, we know about the passion that football produces, full stop, the outdoor version. And you see it here, I mean, just a few metres away from where we're sitting, the benches. And when a goal is scored, you think this roof is going to come off.
Well, it comes from the Latin American influence too, you know. It's a game that creates, it's a game that encourages innovation. You can see why the likes of the Messis and the South American players can play with finesse. A lot of them grow up playing this. So it is Papakyra FC leading Southern United by 4-0, just under 3 minutes remaining. So Southern now, who try and get out of their half. They've struggled. They've had some good phases, but it's just been those last passes that have let them down. And again, good defence once again, this time coming from Yana Bennett for Papakyra City in the number 10 shirt.
Yes, I think the closest I ever got to futsal was a bit of the indoor football for TVNZ Sport. I don't know whether you played in any of those matches, did you?
Brendan, I didn't. I can say that futsal Not me. I don't think that I had enough courage. I think you've got to have courage to play this. The way they throw themselves around, particularly the goalkeepers.
Yes, you think that all should be wearing knee pads and shin pads that go up completely up the top of their leg, but I guess there's an art in falling on sprung wooden floor, which of course is one of the leading netball venues in New Zealand, the stadium here, because of the floor, and many internationals have been played here, and it's not surprising that for something as significant as this within the sport of futsal, they'd come to a venue like this here in West Auckland.
So Auckland City here just continuing to be patient. And they are just looking to try and hold their shape now. So acting in that fixo role, number 11 is Jordana Bremner, and now she looks to try and move forward. Looks to try and go one-on-one, opens it up, chance, just a little bit too much weight on the pass. The intended target was Bremner, and that's what we like. So Bremner there at one point, she's sitting back in that fixo role, and the next minute she's moved forward, she's moved up into that pivot role and that striking role, and it's that ability to rotate, that communication, that diamond formation.
So the Capital side have only lost 2 of their previous 6 matches in this series this season. So this is quite a shock for them to find themselves down 4-0. Southern United, should I say. Down by 4-0.
Yeah, Papakyra are the defending champions. They've also benefited by taking a lot of East Coast Bays players from last year, including this goalkeeper here, who, Karina Brown, brilliant last year, absolutely superb. As good as I've seen anywhere in the world. A shot comes wide, great piece of goalkeeping. That is a very good piece of futsal. Maxine Cooper with the shot, but Amelia Simmers, every time it's on that left side, she just manages to be able to get that mid out and just pushes it wide for the corner. Now another shot, plenty of power on that, being driven by Emily Gillion. So 1 minute remaining. So clock counts down, 55 seconds. And now the shot comes from out wide. So everybody having a bit of a crack now. Emily Gillion. Can Southern United get themselves on the scoreboard here? Good individual skills, but they just haven't been good enough collectively today. Just lacked a bit of cohesion. But when, as I said, you've got Hannah Reddy, got that physical presence, Kat Preddy, Abby Venmore, very, very hard for the defenders because they just have this ability to lean on you, to basically just manhandle you, push you around a little bit. And in doing so, just holding up the ball and allowing their forwards to come forward.
Well, fortunately for Southern United, this loss, which they will inevitably incur now, won't affect their position much on the table. They were in 4th place at the start of this match, behind Papakyra, and they will remain in 4th place, and they are 3 points clear of the Central futsal side, 3 points for a win in this series. So they haven't exactly gone backwards, even if they will be doing some soul searching about the size of the scoreline.
Oh, and there it is.
Another.
Yeah, that is the 5th, and thoroughly deserved too, because she's been very good. Has been the number 7 for this Papakyra side, Maxine Cooper, last year's MVP. Really nicely worked here, and they've just picked them apart in the second half through the middle, and that is the area that I think Marvin Eakins, their coach, identified and said, look, play out wide, but thread the needle, go through the middle. That's where we can expose them, and that has been the difference, because remember, at the end of the first half, it was tied up at 0-0. So 5 goals now, and that is full time, and it is done and dusted. The defending champions, Papakyra, too good from the team from the south, winning this by 5-0. We will get some reaction. We will go inside the camp. Brendan Telfer will catch up with the captain of Papakyra. So now a chance for both teams to reflect, and plenty of camaraderie being shown. Really good officiating today too by Jake Brunton and Charlie Brown, Chris Sinclair. We are going to go and catch up with the coach of Papakyra, and he's an absolute legend in the sport of futsal. Brendan Telfer is standing by with Marvin Eakins.
Not surprisingly, you got a smile on your face. How were you feeling at half-time, and how much of a smile did you have at half-time?
Not as much, I guess. Not as much. The game was pretty tough. I think Southern set up in a good system. They frustrated us quite a bit. The ladies found it, I don't know, there was something in the air this morning that wasn't quite right, but they managed to pull themselves out of it for that second half.
So what did you change at half-time?
We actually tried to just simplify the game, take the pressure off, just keep the ball passing and moving, use the width, and then we, hopefully it was noticeable, we just tried to play a bit more direct.
5 second-half goals. Obviously, you won't have too many reservations about what was happening up front, but not to concede a goal, I guess, is something especially, I imagine, impressed you.
Yeah, something we kind of really target with our team. We don't want to be a team that concedes goals easily. Teams have to work hard to score against us, and I think if we can continue that, whether we win 1-0 or 5-0, I think that's kind of something that if teams can do that, they'll go and win this thing.
Well done, Marvin, and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
No, thank you, Brendan. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, mate. Well done.
Right.
Yeah.
Marvin Eakins there providing thoughts with Brendan Telfer. So when it's all said and done, it is the defending champions Papakyra City who have beaten Southern United by 5-0. We'll take a break here from Trust Arena in Waitakere in Auckland, because coming up next here on day one of the Ford Futsal Super League, it is the Waikato Bay of Plenty Power taking on the Capital Futsal women's team. That next.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Well, hello again from the Trust Stadium out here in West Auckland for the next match in the Ford SuperLeague Futsal Series. The match this afternoon that we're going to concentrate on is between teams from kind of like opposite ends of the points table at the moment. Canterbury United in second. Canterbury United, the leading team, and the team in second place, Capital, will be taking on WaiBOP Power, a combination of the best players from Waikato and Bay of Plenty. Unfortunately for WaiBOP, they haven't recorded a win so far this year, so there's an opportunity as it is to break their duck this afternoon. It will be tough up against a side in second place. place. And for Capital, they are 6 points behind Canterbury United. But a win here in this match this afternoon will narrow that gap to just 3 points. And remember, these teams here are essentially playing for a position in the top 4, which would get them into the playoffs. So plenty at stake here. And I guess for the ladies or the girls or the women from Waikato and Bay of Plenty, WaiBOP power, they'll be looking not just for power and bop, but also plenty of hop to see if they can break their duck.
Yeah, thank you. Wonderful summation there from the great Brendan Telfer as we do look forward to this game in this Ford Futsal Super League for 2023. Both teams having gone through their established pre-game warm-ups, their protocols, getting final instructions from their coaches, and then we will bring you all the formalities and then all the action of one of the fastest finishing or fastest and exciting sports in existence. A game which encourages flair, a game which encourages innovation, but a game that also is played incredibly quickly. Your commentator for today is Brendan Telfer.
Well, one of the commentators, Mark. I hope you're going to hold my hand for some of this time, given your greater experience in this very fast and furious match, isn't it? It's only when you're sitting here down right alongside the court. You get the impression of just how fast this game is and how fit you have to be. A game takes the best part of about 80 minutes.
Yeah, and look, Brendan, we've been around a lot of sports over the years, and I've got to say my introduction into this sport, I've just been blown away by just the ball control, some of the trickery. And we've discussed it in some of the previous games, but for maybe the audience that are just tuning in specifically for this, it amazes me that this is not the default setting for all young kids who want to play football, because this, I think, is where you develop your skills. This is a game that encourages innovation.
So the last words from the respective coaches. This is the WaiBOP power. You can see where the name WaiBOP comes from Waikato and Bay of Plenty. And it's been a tough season for the young women in this particular side. They've only managed 1 goal for the whole season, and they sit at the bottom of the points table without a win. And they know they've got another formidable task today up against the Capital Futsal Women's Super League side, who, as I said before, are currently sitting in 2nd place. But as we've seen in these matches, it only requires one accidental deflection from a part of a person's body, and it's into the back of the small net, which can decide the outcome of one of these matches. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of determination coming from the WaiBOP side. It's just whether they can bring that mental wish into the physical expression that they'll have for the next 80 minutes.
Well, I think, Brendan, if they want a chance of winning this, they've got to be the first team to score. Teams that come in as the favourites, teams that have come in with, that are not used to losing, the best thing you can do is get in front of them, see how they deal with adversity, put them on the back foot early and see whether and what impact or effect that has.
Yes, it is interesting how things can change quite dramatically. We think of a match earlier today between, I think, the two of the top sides in the men's league, which saw Canterbury United completely dominate the first half against the highly fancied and probably the top team in the country overall, some would argue, Auckland City. And then in the second half, it was the complete reverse.
Yeah, and look, I think too, they'll be nervous. They're on TV, which, well, it'll settle as they get on. They'll ignore all of that. But they are on display, I guess, going to a much wider audience. For some of the younger players, that will have an impact. They often talk about sport being so much greater than the sum of its parts and dealing with those peripheral things. And this is a big stage for a lot of these young athletes.
It is indeed, and I guess the other thing that works here, also another one of the big kind of pluses for futsal, is it's a bit of a primer, isn't it, for many of these men and women who'll be playing the outdoor season. I mean, to play this game, you've got to be extraordinarily fit for a start off, which means that when the futsal season is over, they are ready for the outdoor version of this game as well. So lots of advantages and lots of opportunities to develop your skill. You can see again that beautiful spring wooden floor, which was especially built here for this stadium to stage international netball. There's our referees three of them, Phil Rogers, Ian Marshall from Scotland, and Sean Lau from New Zealand. This is the team from the capital. 9 players in each squad, and rolling subs can take place at any time. And we'll see often all of the 4 outfielders being entirely replaced at one break.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the NHL. You'll see them run their lines and they'll bring maybe a different shape, a different style of football. But that opening, that core starting group of Olsen, Grange and Burbia does bring plenty of experience for this Capital Classic side. Yeah, fitness really important, and really important in that last 10 minutes, because as you talked about, Brendan, only 20-minute halves, but it's 20 minutes because the clock stops when it does go out. So it factors, but like anything, too, it'd be interesting, won't it, the start of any game, it's an opportunity for both coaches just to get a bit of a feel for what their opponents are doing, the way they're setting themselves up offensively, but also the way they're setting themselves up defensively.
Yes, like many sports, it's an old cliche that defence wins you matches, and certainly here in futsal, if you can stop the opposition from scoring a goal, you can't lose the match, and the worst result you'd have is a draw. So defence is very important. The goal mouths, or the goal nets are of course a lot smaller than the outdoor football version. 40 metres long is the court, and if you'd ever wanted to increase your footballing skills, this is the kind of surface you want to play on.
Yeah, it's a remarkable game, futsal. As I said, the purists don't like you referring to it as football, but then I think at the same time, you've got to also understand a lot of people are watching it will sort of see it as a form of indoor football, but I think there is a big crossover, and you know, it's great that New Zealand football are bringing us this in conjunction with this Ford Futsal Super League.
Reminds me a bit of the linguistic or pedantic linguistic wars that prevailed around touch for a long time. Of course, we just called it touch rugby, and it was a very sensitive subject for...
Yeah. Oh, look, you can get it. I mean, these people are thing, but at the end of the day, I think you've also got to realise that a lot of people outside will look at it as a form of indoor football, but we just, again, at the end of the day, we want to respect the sport, so it is futsal. And it is a smaller ball, it's a heavier ball. We had a little bit of a kick around. Not
yes,
easy, is it, Brendan?
It is very heavy, yes. I could easily break my foot, I'm afraid, if I put I used to fancy myself as a bit of a goal kicker when I was a rugby player, but I wouldn't want to be kicking this ball. So it doesn't travel as far, but also it doesn't get away from you when you're dribbling the ball on a very fast surface like this. So we're about to get underway for the first 20-minute spell. Capital will play from right to left in this first 20 minutes. And in the maroon strip, playing from left to right, will be WaiBOP Power.
Yeah, keep an eye on young Stevie Lee Tillett, who's brilliant last year, a young player, but just knows how to control things, got real X factor about it. And then, well, as we mentioned, that Capital side just stacked full of stars.
So some of these players here, number 17 is Lily Musprat, alongside of her number 14 is Eve Machuski. Very youthful look about the WaiBOP side.
Yeah, I think they're an emerging power, Brendan. I think that this is about building for the future. And as we've said, individuals will win you a game, but a squad will win you the championship. And you know, the good teams rely heavily on their bench, and that's where depth comes in.
So all is in readiness for this Ford Futsal Super League match. And Capital with the first use of the ball inside their own half. Cheska Grange with a little nudge down the left flank. So an early attacking opportunity here for the Wellington side. Still in play. A little bit of basketball being played there by a couple of players as Capital putting WaiBOP under some early pressure here. the ball goes deep and wide. So each time play, of course, it leaves the boundary of the court, the clock stops. So on an average, a 20-minute spell usually takes around 40 minutes at least to play. It can often depend on how intense the match is. Good scoring opportunities presenting themselves early here for the Capital lineup. First corner.
Yeah, Lily Bubia. Again, she's got that physical presence. She has that ability to lean on the defenders too. And another really good shot coming in from Bubia. I do encourage you folks as they hit the woodwork again. It's a sport that you don't want to blink, Brendan. You don't want to turn your back, because before you know it, you would have missed something.
Yes, it's very quick of foot and very slick of foot. And your brain has to work as quickly as your feet. So once again, trying to drag themselves out of their own half. WaiBOP. Gemma Hall with a little touch over to the left flank. And the speculator easily repelled by the goalkeeper, Katie Snubble. And here we go again with Frances Granger pushing the ball through. Plenty of room here, and a scramble back there from WaiBOP could easily have conceded an own goal. Now they have their first opportunity, and not too bad a shot there from number 11, Lucy Blomfield. Wasn't that far away from that left-hand upright, but still no score in the match. We've had a minute and a half of elapsed time. Most of this match being played in the WaiBOP half. Granger again. Just trying to retain possession here. Daniel Olsen looking for a gap, and it's there as number 15 once again, Libby Bubia, having a fling with her left foot, but not really directed anywhere near the goal in the end.
Yeah, Stevie Lee Tiller really just thrown herself in harm's way there, such as the desperation of it, but certainly finding room, aren't they, down that left-hand side, this team out of the capital.
And I think already we can see that the WaiBOP are going to be doing a lot of defensive work to keep this much faster and probably fitter looking capital side out. Here they are with the corner. And a fortuitous speculator takes play down towards halfway.
Yeah, both sides will just be settling in here. It'll just be an opportunity to get a sense of the type of defence their opponents are running, and equally the defence looking at the offensive tactics, and really key for both sides, just maintaining that shape early, not ball chasing, looking for that space.
Finding some room, but nicely taken off by Bloomfield. Another opportunity here for WaiBOP, but no finish. Oifi Gallagher Forbes in goal for the capital side. There she is with the ball at foot.
It's interesting, though, that Waikato Bay of Plenty are finding rooms directly through the middle. They have been excellent when they've played direct. And that'll need to be a defensive adjustment that the capital team will need to make.
So a speculator going one direction then the other, as WaiBOP again working their way deep inside the capital half. It's 2 or 3 shots they've had on goal in the last couple of minutes. Look as if some of these young players might have just settled down a bit.
Yeah, Waikato Bay of Plenty, I think, have got a little bit of a momentum swing here. Certainly in the first minute, I think they're under siege, but they have been perhaps just a little bit more patient. And when they have got possession, they've used it well.
Yeah, the capital side are 11 points ahead of them on the points table. Each side has played 6 matches. So on paper, it looks like a fairly one-sided affair, but 3 minutes into the match so far, 3 minutes of elapsed time, and WaiBOP have probably had as many opportunities on goal as Capital. Nice work there by Snowball. In goal for WaiBOP. Diana Hill, but out across the touchline. So every time the ball goes over that white touchline, the clock stops. And you can see that on the screen there. And as soon as it's in play, it resumes.
Yeah, a kick in, not a throw in.
Just can't quite seem to settle into any pattern or rhythm here, Capital at the moment.
Well, I think it's just been a really good wall of defence by Waikato. Waikato Bay of Plenty. I think they've just sort of having that zone type defence.
Here's Bloomfield again. She's had a couple of shots on goal already and some nice footwork. Try to set up the ball, but no one there to take that pass. She positioned it beautifully right in front of the goal. But just not able to bring a finish, and I guess this is one of the problems that WaiBOP has, having only scored 1 goal from, I think, 6 matches. They clearly lack a little bit of finesse and probably confidence in front of their opponent's goal. Olsen again, but Bloomfield. Juska, number 17, defender. Tania Hill, the fixo. And here again, opportunity here for WaiBOP. I tell you, Mark, if they do score, we're going to see some fun and games in that on the bench in front of us here.
Yeah, Courtney Stone, their captain, would have been disappointed because I think the door was well and truly ajar and she probably just had to put it in, but she just lost her balance. I tell you what, I'd be a little bit worried though. You come up against a team who have only scored 1 goal in 6 games, but you know they're capable. You know at some point it has to change. Is it today?
Bloomfield again, she's been their busiest player, nearly managed to extract that from her Capital defender. That would have left a one-on-one. But again, Miss Jutski lets fly with a volley.
Yeah, it's amazing just how much power they do get in these shots, considering the weight of the ball, the size of the ball, and their ability just to be able to pull the trigger on a dime, almost from anywhere, left foot, right foot.
A bit of confusion in the Capital defence there, scrambling to get the ball out of their own half. And Bloomfield again proving a real thorn in the side of the Capital defence at the moment. Oliver Bell pushing the ball across.
Yeah, interesting that Waikato still not prepared to go man on man, just happy to sit back in their own half and wait for the Capital side to come to them.
Jenna Catherwood losing her balance there, one of the top goal scorers in the competition this season with 7. The Futsal have managed 22 goals from their 6 matches so far in the National Series, so they're averaging nearly 4 goals a match. It's an average. But here we are, 5.5 minutes into this match against the bottom side, and they have not yet scored, or to be brutally honest, they haven't looked like scoring or putting the WaiBOP goalkeeper under any real pressure.
No, I think Waikato Bay of Plenty have had the better opportunities. I think if there's any one team that, should be up at this point, it's probably the WaiBOP team.
So some replacements made here. Coming onto the court is Francesca Grange, also one of the leading goal scorers this year with 5th place. taken the corner as well. So they've had a run of corners, futsal, but have not been able to produce anything from them.
Yeah, they expect to score 30% of their goals from set piece, so it's an area they do work a lot on. Yeah, I do wonder too, though, you know, as we've talked about, this is sort of a bigger stadium. Sometimes, even though the dimensions can often be the same, sometimes you get onto a surface that can feel a little bit bigger. You've got these grandstands, you've got the television cameras, and, you know, some sides can sort of a bit like deer in headlights, aren't they, at times, and they've got to make that adjustment.
Yes, well, I imagine there'll be a bit of frustration creeping into this Capital side now. We're nearly halfway through the first half, and they have nothing to show for it. Here's an opportunity, but again, nicely blocked indeed there from Neve Simpson. In front of that shot from Francesca Grange, and so it still remains, as you can see there, 0-0 with 13 minutes left in the first half. Still a long way to go in this match.
Well, just to highlight that point, I remember talking to a young tennis player, Lee Radovanovic, who was a very good young junior New Zealand tennis player, and he made the semi-finals of the Australian Junior Open. He ended up playing Tommy Robredo, who ended up being the #1 player in the world later in life. And he said, look, I went out onto centre court at the Australian Open, and he said the dimensions, yes, the court was the same, but the distance between the train tracks, the tram lines, and the stand just made it. He felt he just never got into it. Yeah. He just said it just felt so much bigger and so different. And, you know, we've all stood in front of a goal, haven't we, Brendan, to take a penalty and go, yeah, I can't miss this today. And then other days you go, I can't score that, yet the goal's exactly the same.
There is quite a gathering of folk here, but they are behind the television cameras, and so don't necessarily be confused by the sparse spread of spectators on the other side. And plenty of noise coming from both camps here. The further this match goes, the more I imagine we'll see the confidence starting to come out of the young Waikato Bay of Plenty side, realising that they can match it with their much vaunted opponents. But here's another opportunity here for Capital. There's some nice work there from their captain Sarah Elder, but unable to get it.
Yeah, another set piece opportunity here. Can they capitalise?
No. Easily foiled by the defence of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Starting to revert more to the long ball, aren't they?
Which is always a little bit of a sign of desperation.
Yeah,
it means that
exactly.
you're moving, that the opposition's not allowing you to play your pattern.
Here their set pieces are being foiled and pushing again, but 2-on-1 back there. Good defence again coming from the Maroon team.
I should just mention too, each team is allowed 5 fouls a half. If you concede more than 5, and then you concede a 6th foul, your opponent will get to have a penalty from a 10-metre line. It's a little white dot.
Right in the middle of the screen, you can see.
Right in the middle of the screen, you can see a player standing right next to it. And every foul after that will go immediately to that. So not dissimilar to what you see in basketball, going to the free throw line. Only I think the consequences are a little bit more significant in this game.
Yes, it's loosely, I guess, based around the basketball notion of team fouls, which can be decisive towards the end of the match if the tally of fouls starts to add up quickly.
Tall, ranging figure there is number 8, Jamie Evans. So she's come onto court, playing down this right-hand side for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Francesca Grange again with the ball. Alongside of her, Gemma Hall. Across the far side to Danielle Olsen. But again, breaking down inside the Waikato Bay of Plenty half.
So both coaches, so we've got Shingo Ina for the Capital Futsal side, and we've got Kieran Machuski, coach of the Waikato Bay of Plenty side.
Yeah,
feeling the pressure.
Some nice work there from Waikato Bay of Plenty. Take it deep inside the Capital half, but here they come again. A little shot there from Brooke Barclay, so Plenty of shots on goal coming here from the less fancied of the two sides.
And just looking at the replay here, just again that left foot, and because it didn't perhaps have that terminal velocity on it, almost threw the keeper. It was almost effective in the fact it wasn't a power shot.
So just the one foul in the match so far. Mark talking about the accumulated fouls, and they get to 5, you're in trouble. But just the one, you can see it in the little score box at the top left-hand corner of your screen. One foul against Capital, and that should have been the first goal of the match. Sadly, Francesca Grange, one of the top goal scorers in the competition, just couldn't find the target from a very close range, and their coach Shingo Ino not terribly impressed, I imagine, with that performance. Here she is with another opportunity. Grange, but again, excellent work at the back there. This time from Jamie Evans.
And that right there sums up what makes futsal so unique. Just that quick thinking, just that suddenly that little back heel. I've got to say though, initially it was lazy, wasn't it, from Waikato Bay of Plenty. They should never have found themselves in that position in terms of the goalkeeper originally getting the ball out.
Goalkeeper a bit lucky there. She was on her hands and knees while the net remained open and the ball with futsal, but they couldn't convert. Remains 0-0.
Just sensing though, Brendan, maybe now we're just starting to see a little bit of a momentum swing going back in the favour now of Capital.
Granger. Across to Olsen. Gemma Hall contesting the ball, but it slips back for Bobia. If you wonder how much longer this defence can hold out for Waikato Bay of Plenty. They're coming under increasing pressure, and another opportunity presents itself here. Then nice pass across to Olsen, but no power in that shot.
Well, they're just turning position over too easily. They're just not finding their players. There's not enough weight on the passes at the moment from Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Oh, nice ball. Finds Brooke Barclay, but she didn't have enough time on the ball to line that volley up. So exactly halfway through the first half, 10 minutes and 15 seconds left. Clock about to start again. Each team, of course, or each coach has at their disposal a timeout in each half. You get the impression that both coaches would probably like to call one right now.
Well, yeah, I'm surprised actually that perhaps Waikato Bay of Plenty, now that we have seen that shift in momentum, is this the right time now to call that timeout? Just try and slow it down. Try and not allow them to build on it.
Well, they're a young side, so there's not a lot of experience there. So the coach has got a especially vital role to play here in getting these young players up, which he seems to have done. And now, of course, they've got to start thinking about scoring opportunities more than they did probably at the start of the match. And they've done a very good job in frustrating their much fancied opponents here. Capital Futsal from Wellington. Gemma Hall. Nice work here from Capital Futsal. But they've got to get out of their own half if they want to seriously threaten the scoreboard. Granger again. Trying to draw those Waikato Bay of Plenty wingers closer to the ball, create some space for the attackers behind them, but to no avail. Still just the one foul so far from the match.
Yeah, it's a game that's been played in good spirit. Just be interested, still just trying to keep a bit here on this Waikato Bay of Plenty defence, and they are sitting back. They're tending to sort of be a little bit more zone defence, and I just wonder at some point whether they maybe just need to get a bit more physical, get up front, get up personal, maybe introduce themselves to their opponents a little bit. And just wide that time on that set piece.
So the whistle is gone, and referee now happy, and play has started, and a right blast coming there from Danielle Olsen, but way over the top of the net. Pressure again on that back unit of Waikato Bay of Plenty, but they somehow managed to scramble the ball into touch.
Yeah, it's been a good battle though.
Yeah,
Might just come down to a little moment of individual brilliance, and I think it's going to need to be an individual. I like to see Stevie Lee Tiller be on court a little bit more for Waikato Bay of Plenty. She really does have that X factor. She has that ability to turn this game.
And Gallagher Forbes, the capital goalkeeper, she hasn't had much to do. There's been a lot of shots in her general direction, but most of them have either sailed over or around the posts. But that does at least indicate that Waikato Bay of Plenty are getting the ball close to the goal D, that defensive circle. Not a lot of conviction or direction behind many of these shots coming from the capital attackers now.
Oh, opportunity there, squandered.
Yes, Olive Lynch Gerard just couldn't get a foot over this ball. It's, as we've said before, it's a lot heavier than a conventional football, and so it can be difficult to trap if it's got any real weight or power on it. Oh, another shot from Waikato.
Well, the benefit of the heavier ball too is it means it doesn't tend to bobble. You can control it directly in front of you a little bit easier. You're not going to sort of move as quickly.
There's Muspratt again trying to get herself inside that goal defence area, but to no avail. But they are on attack.
Yeah, they'd love to try and break it open here, put some pressure back on Capital and see what that does. Just see what effect that has on their mindset.
And Bloomfield.
Goal!
And there it is. And they fully deserve that goal as well. They have been pressing for 12 minutes since this match started. And wow. Yeah, Bloomfield, no real surprise that she has been in the thick of it since the match started. Yeah. And out of nothing, she was given room. I guess that was the important thing. She had just enough time to set that up and let fly with her right foot, and saw it scream past goalkeeper Gallagher Forbes. Wow. So Waikato Bay of Plenty have doubled their goal tally for the season.
Now, I tell you what, we talked about it though, didn't we, Brendan?
Well, that's right, it's their first goal of the season. Yeah.
See them score and now see the impact this has on Capital. Capital hold their shape here. Do they start to panic? Do they start to play at individual? Start looking at each other? Start laying blame? You'd like to think when you run through the side and you look at the experience, that won't be the case, but you just don't know.
Yes, I suppose Shingo Ina, the coach of the Capital side, must now be thinking whether he should be calling his timeout if he needs one, and I suspect he probably feels he does. Time is ticking by here. We've had 12 of the 20 minutes in the first half. And can only imagine the confidence that must be running through this young Waikato Bay of Plenty side now. A bit early to say they're in sight of their first victory of the season, but they've laid the foundation for it anyway. Can they hang on for another 27 minutes? It's a big ask.
Well, that's an unforced error. That'll frustrate the coach too. That's, again, what pressure does.
There's a little bit of anxiety here for Waikato Bay of Plenty. As Natalie Olsen tries to thread her way through, nearly got in the clear.
Well, it was Morgan McCormack in the number 10. Now, she was in fact the goal scorer. I think I put you wrong and said it was Bloomfield, but she combined beautifully with Bloomfield, but she's had a big impact since she's come on, McCormack. She's only a slight figure, contrasting figure and style to that of Bloomfield, but they're working well together. Bloomfield bringing that physicality, and I guess McCormack bringing that little bit more finesse.
Yes, it was Bloomfield that will be credited with the assist. Who set that goal up for her teammate, and now here they are pressing again, looking for a second one. How they'd love a second goal before half-time. That would really put the cat amongst the capital pigeons. And here she is, the goal scorer. No, sorry, that's not the goal scorer. That's
Lily Musprat.
Musprat, yeah, who's been doing a good job there. Is the goal scorer, Morgan McCormack. And it's a lovely pass. It flew past the goalkeeper, but unfortunately for Waikato Bay of Plenty, their wing just couldn't get a foot to the ball.
Well, we'll just go back and have a look at here, the Ford Futsal replay. They're just keeping their shape nicely, not looking for those little entry passes in, actually playing with just a little bit of depth, but keeping the ball nice and low.
Well, they're looking more constructive, aren't they, on attack than Capital, who seem to be kind of just kicking and hoping to some degree here. There's McCormack, the goal scorer, nearly got a second there a few moments ago. There he is at the bottom of your screen there, Shingo Ina, Capital coach. Sub being made there. On comes number 5, Brooke Barclay, and Lucy Bloomfield, who's had a sterling game, being given a rest, and Stevie Lee Tiller being introduced as well for Waikato Bay of Plenty, one of their key players.
Yeah, I think she's a superstar in the making, Tiller. She was as good as any player we saw last year in this league. She can't do it all on her own, though.
Look at that, 2 defenders back there on the Capital striker, and Musprat. She'll have the throw in as well. The ball coming off the foot of Olive Lynch-Gerard.
Yeah, and again, then we saw, didn't we, Capital then going back to the long shots, which again is that saying, hey, we can't break them, let's shoot in desperation. And that again is just a psychological advantage for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Still 25 minutes left in this match, so no cause for any real alarm or panic in the Capital side. Remember, they are in second place on the points table in the National Women's Northern Travel Series. They are 6 points behind Canterbury United, the leaders, who are 6 from 6 prior to today, unbeaten in their 6 matches. 3 points for a win, so they have a 6-point lead over Capital in second place, who've got a 4-win, 2-loss record, a 4-2. Look at this opportunity here again for Musprat, and yes!
I was about to say, Brendan, they don't want to find themselves by 2-0, and then we found that one-on-one situation. That's a very good goal, so composed from Musprat. I mean, it's not easy. Goalkeeper's only got to come off their line. It shuts the angle down. But look at the composure here. Lovely control.
And timed it.
Yeah, just picked her side, didn't she? And suddenly it's 2-0.
And that, I think, is another example of the constructive work that they're doing in the midfield, Waikato Bay of Plenty, creating these opportunities, and have cashed in twice in the space of about 5 minutes. Now 2-0 puts a very different look on this match.
Well, you talked about the timeouts, Brendan. I do wonder whether it is time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't called one now. I mean, and again, you just look, there's always someone back there for Waikato, isn't it, for WaiBOP,
Well,
to help the goalkeeper.
they're holding their line, aren't they? They're not sort of pushing up on one particular player. They're just holding the defensive line, and they're maintaining it. They're maintaining that shape at the back, and that's a real discipline, not to ball chase, not to player chase.
And there we go again, a speculator from halfway, which really didn't put the goalkeeper under any pressure at all. Kate Snowball had it covered from the time it left the opponent's boot. Here's another opportunity, and this time surely. And how did that miss? Well, they had two players who had opportunities, and in the end,
Brilliant defence from Courtney Stone, the captain. I mean, desperation stuff. Really should have, and Stone just somehow gets her boot out there, doesn't she? Wow.
Yeah, she got her left boot to it just in time before it was about to pass the post into the back of the net. And a real sense, I wouldn't say of panic, but there's far more urgency about the play of Canterbury all of a sudden after that second goal. I think they realise now they're in trouble.
You know, and so Wellington here, but Waikato, you just wonder whether Waikato, because they're up 2 goals, you now just see them prepared to stretch that little inch. If they'd have been down by 2, would we have seen a third?
Exactly.
They want this, don't they?
So they'll be trying to just hang on here, I imagine, for half-time, which is only 4 minutes away, and then listen to their coach, who I'm sure has got a plan devised to protect that 2-goal lead if they can maintain it for the next 4 minutes. And now another opportunity, and unfortunately for Capital, Francesca Grange just seemed to die on the ball.
Well, what we are now seeing is, I think Shingo Ina, he's got instruction out there. He has now started to realise how he can pick this Waikato Bay of Plenty defence apart, and they've been very good on their last 2 possessions, but it's just that finishing touch that's let them down.
Oh, that's poor pass, and it's gifted Francesca Grange an opportunity again for her Capital side. 3 minutes out from half-time. She goes looking for the ball somewhere around there behind the blue curtain, which is the second court.
Here is the coach too. They're always animated, aren't they? I mean, man, I've done a little bit of coaching in individual sports, and I know how stressful it can be, but I'm sure of all the professions, they surely must have the shortest lifespan, don't they, coaches? With the level of anxiety and
why would you want
the heart rate's up and down, and
why would you want to be a coach of any team? But anyway, he'll have his say in a few minutes. Yes. But they've just been buoyed with confidence, Waikato, since that second goal, or the first goal really, and it's led to that second goal. Now they are in control of this match.
Just got to be careful they don't sit back. They've got to continue to press, continue to push forward. They've just been guilty maybe in the last 3 or 4 minutes of just sitting back a little bit too much, allowing perhaps the Capital side to just come to them.
Opportunity now for Granger again, but beautifully read there by Snowball. She came out and confronted Granger and cleared the shot.
And down the other end, just like that, it could have easily been 3. That's what makes the sport so remarkable.
Well, Francesca Granger's had 2 opportunities in the last couple of minutes. Here's the second one of them. She'd eluded her defender, and then she let fly, but by this stage, the goalkeeper, it's high-risk stuff from Snowball. The guard completely gone from in front of the net, but she got to the ball and foiled that opportunity. But score remains at 2-0 to the underdogs, side that haven't recorded a win this year.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that when you look at what we've seen in this game so far.
Sitting at the bottom of the points table with the 7 teams in the women's competition.
I just like the way they set themselves up defensively. They're just holding that shape. You know, they're not sort of having 2-on-1 and then creating an overlap elsewhere for the attacking team. One's going forward, the rest are dropping back. Now, another opportunity here. So player across on that far side, and the number 15 for Capital, and that is Libby Bubya.
No, again, the sensational work coming from Snowball. I was always inclined to say they haven't got a snowball's chance in hell of getting the ball past her, because she is stopping everything.
It's funny, it's almost a hybrid of sort of water polo. There's a bit of basketball involved in it, but there's a lot of also NHL hockey. You know, the first person you pick in a ice hockey team is your goalkeeper. Have a good goalkeeper, you've got a good chance of winning, and that's what I've noticed very much in this futsal, just how good the goalkeepers are.
Well, they only have a fairly narrow area to protect, not like an outdoor net, so but they've got to be agile, don't they? They have to be able to read play. They've got to sense when the ball is coming to them before it arrives, and anticipation, vital part of it. So Granger again getting plenty of opportunities, very adept with her footwork. And once again, it's Snowball that just flicks it over the top.
Well, Granger does a good job here at just holding the defenders up, and that's what her strength is. She's just really good at holding those defenders up, and that then gave the opportunity for Libby Bubya also to be involved. Disappointed with that set piece, but they will retain the ball.
Half time now, less than 2 minutes away, and still neither coach has turned to the desperation of a timeout. So another opportunity here. They're certainly creating opportunities, but again you see there's always at least 2 defenders back in that circle, just giving that added protection for their goalkeeper, Kate Snowball.
I just love the athleticism though. You've got so little room, and that's another example of it.
Desperate clearance, but it's effective. And just alongside of us here, the Capital bench and their coach Shingo Ina with a big smile on his face. Conversation with one of his players, so he's not in depths of despair just yet. Still got 21 minutes and 43 seconds to rescue something from this match.
Kieran Machuski at the other end out of shot at the moment, the coach for Waikato Bay of Plenty, who's standing there anxious, nervous, looking at the scoreboard going, wow, we're up by 2. I've always thought we were good enough, and we're doing it.
Futsal in the fortunate position, I suppose, given the fact they're down by 2 goals to nil. They're 6 points clear of Papakyra United, who have had a win today, so that'll be narrowed to 3 points. So even if they do lose this match, they will still remain in second place by 3 points.
Yeah, they don't want to lose though. The psychological damage, isn't it? You know, you want to carry that momentum in. Winning's a habit, they say.
And some nice, clever footwork as well coming here from Tanika Kenny, who's just come onto the court. Barclay again, it's a little twirl.
You needed to just maybe just pull the trigger a little earlier there, Brooke Barclay. She had a chance in just that one little extra touch, and just gave the chance to the defender just to put a bit of pressure on it.
50 seconds left now in this first half, and against all predictions, the side who have been scoreless for the season are up by 2-0 against the side sitting in second place on the points table.
Yeah, they want to keep it clean here with the clock running down. And they get back, they create the wall.
Another opportunity here, and deflected, I think, off the sliding body of Snowball. She went to ground and managed to deflect it over the goal line, and maybe one last chance here for, and oh, this time off the woodwork. They are jinxed, I think, playing from right to left.
Well, I tell you what, they should probably be just one goal behind, and wouldn't that have been heartbreaking for Waikato Bay of Plenty with around 14 seconds remaining in this half?
Yeah.
And they've scored at the other end. They've scored at the other end, Brendan. Through all of this, I understand they have scored at the other end. So let's just see if we can get a replay here.
And was it a goalkeeping error? Yes. Oh dear, you feel for the goalkeeper. Gallagher Forbes there, just a gentle kind of half volley, as they say in cricket, coming into her midriff, which she just lost, and had the mortification of seeing it drop into the back of the net. But they have managed to pull one back with 5 seconds left in the first half. So a flurry of goals coming in the last couple of minutes. Gemma Catherwood, one of the top goal scorers in the league, and a beautifully positioned shot that went through the legs of the Bay of Plenty goalkeeper. And it's all of a sudden 3. No, missed it. I thought it had gone in. No, wasn't it?
3-1. Yep. No, it
3-1, sorry, yes.
I understand it is 3-1.
3-1. Thought the goal might have been disallowed, but no, it stands. 3-1. So 3 goals coming in the last couple of minutes, and at the end of it all, Bay of Plenty Waikato, or WaiBOP as they prefer to be called, still have this 2-goal advantage despite that frenetic finish to the first half.
Well, it's an old cliche though, isn't it, Brendan? But futsal's the winner. It's been an enthralling first 20 minutes. It's been end to end. The underdogs have probably had the middle stages momentum-wise. We've seen a little bit of a swing back, but then it's been those opportunist moments that Waikato Bay of Plenty have managed to capitalise on. But when it counts, both sides scoring in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, amazing. So, Howard, we will take a short break while the respective squads have an opportunity to take a break and listen to their coaches as they prepare for the second half of this Ford Futsal League Super Series match. And at half-time, it's the previously bottom-place side in the competition, WaiBOP Power, leading second-place Capital Futsal by 3-1.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
Welcome back to the West Auckland Trusts Arena, where we're about to get underway with the second half of this match between Capital Futsal and WaiBOP Power, the Waikato Bay of Plenty side, who against predictions, not so much against the run of play, because I think they've fully deserved their 3-1 advantage. They created more opportunities, they did more with the ball in their opponent's half, and sure, they were helped by a goalkeeping error with their third goal, but 3-1, I don't think anyone, including opponents, can really argue with that scoreline.
Yeah, fascinating. You know, the pressure is now on the Capital team to find a way. They want to be scoring first. They will not want to concede another goal. I think their heads will drop if they concede another. I think they're capable of bringing two back. They've had plenty of opportunities, particularly in that last 5-10 minutes of that first half. Are they good enough to bring back three? But at the same time too, I think the danger for Waikato Bay of Plenty is if they do score another one, they can't afford to shut up shop. They've got to maintain their shape, they've got to maintain their structures.
Players casually making their way back onto the court, and the cheering that you can hear probably coming through our effects microphones is from the second court. There are two courts in action here, one behind that, the other one behind that blue wall that you can see to the left there. And it sounds like a close encounter going on across the top of the blue wall, as is the case here. So Canterbury, Capital, what can they do in this second half? Are they good enough to turn this 2-goal deficit around? Muspratt. McCormack scored the first goal of the match and had an opportunity to add another shortly after, starting the second half with plenty of confidence on a shot that far out. Wasn't that far off the target either. So Lily Muspratt with the restart for WaiBOP. And some nice footwork indeed, bringing the ball out of defence there from an awkward position.
Yeah, it certainly is a game that encourages innovation. It's sort of one of those games where you sort of dream or imagine about doing silly things on a football field, and in futsal, well, you can actually go and do them, and you can get away with them, and it's actually encouraged. All about the element of surprise.
Francesca Grange, who had 2 or 3 very good scoring opportunities but wasn't able to convert them in that first half. And she is again one of the top goal scorers in the end. I think she did play a big part in the goal that was scored. But in the first stanza of that opening half, you got the impression that Waikato Bay of Plenty realised that they were very much the underdogs, and they played like that. But there's those amazing what 3 goals can do for your confidence, and they've just got a more sprightly, confident look about their play.
Well, what I think the Capital team needs to do, just remember that last 5 minutes where they did have a lot of scoring opportunities. So, you know, be patient, I think, is the message for them, and the goals will come. Stick to their game plans. Just continue doing what they're doing. They've just got their physicality, haven't they? You look at this Capital side, they've just, their players are just that, got this, that sort of more dominant look about them. Talked a lot about Kate Snowball. I haven't talked so much about Gallagher Forbes.
You can see how they more confidently are taking the ball out of their own half now. Waikato Bay of Plenty. They're not just relying on speculators. They are finding their passes, finding their target with their passes. And pressure really on, or right from the word go in the second half on Capital. They've got to find 3 goals at the moment to win this match.
Yeah, I think when you look at that table too, Brendan, that a draw would feel a little bit like a defeat for them.
For sure.
It would feel like a victory for and a real momentum builder for this young Waikato Bay of Plenty side.
And quickly executed shot there, but very good work indeed by, looks like it's a new goalkeeper on. Is it still Katie Snowball?
We will just confirm that for you. So we do have number 3, is it? Nikki White's come in. So there is a change. So Nikki White's come in.
Yeah, she's the
big call because Snowball has been superb. So
yes, exactly. Well, she may well be just exhausted from the fact that she was put under pressure for so long, and might just need a bit of a break.
And that's it. It is a busy schedule. It is a physical game. It is hard aerobically. I'll be honest, one thing that has impressed me is because of the closeness of it, the hard floor, but I haven't really seen ever too many injuries in this game, and they throw themselves around.
Yeah, they do. That's right. No knee braces or any other kind of protective gear on their legs. And away comes WaiBOP again, but left the ball behind it. Muspratt, an opportunity here now for Capital with the corner extracted from the WaiBOP defence, and it will be Francesca Grange.
Yeah, good defence there from Muspratt. 17 for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Lovely little deft touch though from the Capital side. Yeah, no excuse really for that poor pass. Had plenty of time too, had her options.
So I wonder what the message was at half-time to his players, the coach of the Waikato Bay of Plenty side. Did they just park the bus?
Oh, I think there's a danger in that. I think they've got to tighten up their defence at times. They are getting found out.
But 3 of their 4 field players were back there inside that goal D, you can see.
Well, look, you've got to rest players, don't you, Brendan? And so you've got a bench you've got to go to. Now, we've talked about that, yes, you want to play a certain structure, but sometimes you've actually just got to play the game that best suits the players you've got. And so if you're defensive-minded players, then I guess you are going to probably park the bus a little bit more.
But with a 2-goal advantage, you know, that's there's some merit in the idea of just literally parking the bus, I suppose, because it's a big task.
Starting to sound like the English rugby team, Brendan.
Yeah, but you know, as we said at the start of the match, defence wins so many games in sport, and that might well have been the theory at half-time as well. You know, protect that lead, sit on it, hang on to the ball as much as you can, cut down on the speculators and the long balls.
Tell you at what point too, though, it'll probably be with 5 minutes to go. If they're still trailing by 2, do we see the 5th man come in? And what we mean by that is they will pull their goalkeeper and they'll bring a field player on who can act as a goalkeeper as long as they're inside of the D. And it's high risk and it's high reward. So it basically gives you an overlap, but it also exposes you very quickly if you turn possession over.
Gemma Hall with an opportunity for Waikato Bay of Plenty, but she will get the corner anyway. And I think there's a change of goalkeeper in the Capital side as well. I think that might be Megan Willis that's come on. And I suppose after that unforced error just before half-time, it's not surprising to see a change there. But anyway, here comes Capital again, a bit slow with the ball at foot there. Was their captain, Sarah Elder.
Yeah, it's a hard thing, isn't it? I mean, everyone's played some sort of form of futsal or football, and we're all guilty at times of just that extra touch. And this is a game which encourages almost that sort of 1-2 touch futsal.
Pratt again with a shot from near halfway, but well covered by Megan Willis, the Capital goalkeeper. And here comes the speculator, easily blocked by Jamie Evans. So the defence holding good and holding strong. And 5 minutes into the second quarter, 15 minutes of the match remaining. No change to that half-time score. And another long shot attempted by Capital, but to no avail.
Yeah, a little bit wayward, really just a wasted opportunity. They do put a lot of work into set piece, a lot of goals scored from it. I think you've just got to press, continue to press here, the Capital side. Try and just move forward collectively and just get up in that top end of Bay of Plenty's court. And then just look to try and thread the needle.
You can probably hear the voice of Shingoina. And a close call there for Megan Willis. She initially lost control of the ball, but gathered it back. There he is, Shingoina.
I say sometimes I think the shots where the speed just comes off it a little bit are often more difficult to save than those ones that are coming at velocity. You tend to get your timing a bit better.
So some space here for Waikato Bay of Plenty, quickly closed down.
Yeah, nice job being done in that fixo roll at the back there for Waikato. You can just see that diamond formation. They've got their striker up front, or what they call their pivot. They certainly have the fixo right at the back, hanging deep. She comes across now.
Yes, Semi Pival at the back there for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Still hanging on to that 2-goal advantage. 3 of the 4 goals coming in the last couple of minutes of the first half. Pity we had to have a break actually, because goals were coming thick and fast.
Yeah, it's not panic time yet for Capital, but they certainly won't want to concede another one. If they can score one here, it is absolute game on. It'll be interesting if Capital do score next, how Waikato Bay of Plenty set this game up. What formation do they play? Do they go out and play positively, or do they shut up shop? And I think they shut up shop, they'll give all momentum away.
Yes, I suppose also working inside the minds of these Waikato Bay of Plenty players is that, oh, well, you know, even if we concede 2 goals here, we're going to get a draw, our best result of the season. So that's probably why they're trying to protect this lead at all costs.
Oh yeah, psychologically both ways, isn't it? Like you'd imagine that Capital are not used to losing, and maybe Waikato are not used to winning. And so what impact does that have on both sides?
Oh, lovely work here now. Here's another opportunity, but good work there from Nikki White, the goalkeeper. There's Brooke Barclay.
Yeah, probably should have done better, Barclay. Surprised we haven't seen more of Stevie Lee Tiller. I just wonder whether they feel at the moment that they do need to be a bit more defensive orientated, and thus the makeup of the team that they have on the court at the moment. Tiller tends to be that sort of X-factor player who can break it open.
Lynch Gerard, but 3 players back there for Waikato Bay of Plenty. What's the call?
So it will just be a free kick.
Just the one foul called so far in the match. So neither team in serious foul trouble at the moment.
Now let's see how they work this one, Brendan. So,
oh, nicely positioned ball there, but no finish. It's got a bit of right to left on it as it threaded its way towards the goalkeeper. A little flick with the head might have produced a 4th goal there for Waikato Bay of Plenty, but
I think that had it been me or you, we'd go home with a headache.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, you don't see a great lot of use, do you, for the roll of the head with a ball as heavy as this?
No, it seems to be a game that I think is more conducive when it's played along the ground. I think the aerial game, you've got to use sparingly. It's got to almost be just counter-attack type stuff, or the element of surprise.
Oh, no. I don't imagine that was intentional, and the referee or the umpires, officials felt likewise.
Yeah. Danielle
Olsen tripped up an opponent.
Still plenty of time with 12.5 minutes. They will want to score soon, Capital. Just not holding their shape up front. Just too bunched at the moment.
So a nice run there from Oliver Bell, sorry, from Courtney Stone for Waikato, but no support, and so the movement died. So just trying to keep the ball out of their own half, Waikato Bay of Plenty, so reverting more to these long balls.
And now Stevie Lee Tiller has come on in the number 6 shirt. So they're ringing the changes. Brought a new line on.
This kind of defensive game that Waikato Bay of Plenty are playing in the second half is paying off so far. We're now more than 8 minutes into this 20-minute spell, and no change to that half-time score. It's again good work by Gemma Hall, still on the ball. As it's flicked back by Courtney Stone to her goalkeeper. And yes! There's number 4. And fully deserving of it as well. Lossie Blomfield, who's had a fantastic game. And look at that, the little feint with her left foot just created enough space, and she let fly with the volley. And too good for the goalkeeper, Megan Willis. 4-1. Well, so much for their defensive tactics.
Yeah, and I guess we've been talking about the strength of good goalkeepers, and I think maybe it's one area which just let the Wellington side down today, has been in goal. And that's not to say they're not great keepers, but they're not having their best days.
Well, this has changed things completely now.
Well, they can play with freedom now, Brendan. Yeah. But it's interesting, isn't it? You bring Tiller on, and then you bring on Eloise Bloomfield, and you've got this more 1-2 attacking combination.
More punch in the attack.
Well, because both are physical players, both are very good with ball at foot, good passes, they've got great vision. But a big upset.
An opportunity here as the goalkeeper, Nikki White, loses her footing there, but fortunately the ball at the same time was rolling over the goal line, so no dramas there for WaiBOP. And there'll be plenty of bop about their hop now with this 4-1 lead. 11 minutes of the match still remaining, so there's time there.
Plenty of bop in their hop. That's good, Brendan. You should be doing gangster. Not many, if any. I mean, scribe. It's certainly a good game. It's certainly good to commentate. You can have a bit of fun with it. Hope you are enjoying the coverage.
Well, our friend Shingo Ino has gone quiet. I don't know whether he's of the opinion this side is good enough to find 4 goals in the last 10 minutes of the match.
I think it's like anything. Just find one. Just get the next one. Just try and do it in ones rather than trying to do it in 3s and 4s.
Well, there was another opportunity for a WaiBOP, but shot too high, and so it remains 4-1. To Francesca Grange, and the ball again for Grange. An opportunity here for her, but just gets away from her a little, and she had to really run after it at pace, but it was to no avail as it goes out over the touchline.
They are threatening though, aren't they? It's just that final pass or that final little touch which is just letting them down. They're creating opportunities.
Here's another chance for them as well. Decide to go back before they push forward. Olsen looking for her pivot and finds her.
Yep, referees have said come back, we'll take the free kick. You don't always have to go down onto the deck to be awarded a free kick.
Only 1 foul of the match so far. Well, they certainly have created a lot of opportunities through corners they've extracted from the Waikato Bay of Plenty defence, but really haven't looked like converting any of them. So Granger again, and sails harmlessly across the goal mouth, and it remains 4-1. Waikato Bay of Plenty, just repeating, they had not won any of their 6 matches in the Northern Travel Series this year. So they don't feature any of their players very prominently in the Racine Golden Boot either. Interesting looking at the top 4 goal scorers, all from the Canterbury United side, and not surprisingly they are the top team unbeaten in this league, 6 from 6 this year. And the team in second place, likely to fall further behind. Is it a foul?
Yeah, and this is close to the goal too, so this might be a real opportunity for almost a direct type free kick. Pretty hard foul as well. So
Lynch Gerard on the end of that loose tackle.
Looks like Stevie Lee Tillett will be charged with converting to this.
Well, this could seal Capital's fate if this goes in, a planned move. But something there has caught the referee's eye.
Yeah, I think off the ball incident.
Ranger couldn't catch up with the ball, and so it's a goal kick.
You've got to try and get rid of it here.
She did well.
Yeah, it's been a good high quality game, this one. I think it's ebbed and flowed, it's been played at good pace. An element of finesse, there's been that physical side of it as well. Just hesitating, Capital. Just need to just hit it first time. Just taking that one touch too many, and it's just allowing Waikato Bay of Plenty to just get in front defensively.
Carried away by White, the possession.
there's still 9 minutes. There's a lot of time left in this game. But Capital need to score.
It's a possession now with Capital again, as Olsen takes a little run down towards the goal line, but again, Bloomfield, and what's the call? Foul on Olsen. So that's 3. So they're also now having to be mindful of running into foul trouble here. If they commit a foul over and above 5, the opposition get basically a shot on goal from a direct kick from 10 metres out. So as they're pushing a bit harder, they are opening themselves up to the possibility of committing more fouls. And they've got to bring that urgency to their game now with only just under 9 minutes remaining. Only the 1 goal in the second half scored by WBP.
Yeah, really probably, you might, if it was baseball, you might even put them down as 2 errors from the goalkeepers. In baseball, if you make a mistake that I guess is expected to be made, they'll put it down as an error, go against the player. I mean, it's a bit harsh on goalkeepers, but both keepers probably, by their own high standards, would have expected better of themselves.
So 8 minutes of the match remaining, and this young Waikato Bay of Plenty side are doing a sterling job here at hanging on defensively. And that goal they scored was a little bonus. Wouldn't say it came against the run of play because it's been pretty even in this second half. Another opportunity there for Capital, but ball sails harmlessly up into the empty seats behind the goal.
Yeah, just going through that, Razine golden boot on the women's side. Serena Patel from Canterbury United is first at the moment with 11 goals.
And another opportunity there for Morgan McCormick, who started the scoring in the first half. She's had a very good game. She's come close with a couple of long shots, and that was another one, just shaving that right hand upright or post. Olsen running as fast as her legs could carry, but she was always going to lose that battle with the ball before it went over the line. Jamie Evans. Cormac again.
Substitutes being rung again, so number 17 coming onto the field of play for the Waikato Bay of Plenty. That is Lily Musprat, number 4 as well, so Trinica Kenny.
There's the new player getting an early touch. And McCormick again trying to get her feet around that ball, but and this suits Waikato Bay of Plenty admirably. They're playing as much of the match as they can now inside the Capital half.
Yeah, great defence, so desperation defence there from Sarah Alder, the captain.
Don't get the sense there's any real urgency in that Capital side at the moment. Not much talking going on amongst the players. Even their coach has gone quiet. And
yeah, looking to try and go long with the long ball then. They know how to do this, but they've got to keep it short. They've got to come forward collectively. It's got to be quick 1-2 type passing.
They just can't find any way through that Waikato Bay of Plenty defence, which has held strong for basically the entire match.
Yeah. Trinica Kenny now acting in
That's
that.
nice work here, nice work, Kenny, but over the line, but another corner.
Yeah, I was just saying, she's that fixo role. She's done that well, Kenny. Just sitting right back there and acting almost in that sweeper roll.
Cormac again, just stabbing the ball out of the circle, and into touch it goes.
Yeah, great vision though, great enterprise. Just the angle of the pass, just never really allowed her teammate to run onto it, but almost opened up Capital again.
So 34 minutes of the match, and Capital have only got 1 goal to show for it. Mentioned earlier, they've been averaging close to 4 goals a match from their 6 matches so far this season, 4 wins and 2 losses. So they're well below their normal average. Nowhere near it, in fact, at down 1-4.
They're looking to...
Yes, you get the impression, Mike, I think if they were to score just 1 solitary goal here, it could change everything. They could, whether they can score 3 in the remaining 6 minutes is doubtful, but they just need to score that 1 goal, I think, and it will change the dynamic of the match. But at the moment they can't.
Well, they just can't break this defence down, can they? They're just not, the way they're playing is just playing into the hands of Waikato Bay of Plenty. They've got to evolve here. They've got to come up with something different. Is it a change in players to do it? Is it going to be a moment of individual brilliance?
The 5th player.
Yeah, well, that's going to come shortly. 6 minutes. I would not be surprised to see them go to the 5th man, where they will pull the goalkeeper, bring a player on, and when they're in possession, that player will act as an extra player in the field. The moment they lose possession, they'll bring their goalkeeper back on and go back to your standard, regular thing. So timeout has been called, and so it'll be fascinating to see what comes out off the back of this timeout. But he is very animated, Shingo Ina. Chusky, the other coach for the Capital, he is a little, for Waikato Bay of Plenty I should say, is a little bit more composed at the moment. Use whiteboards very similar to basketball in terms of demonstrating where they see the gaps and what particular side they want to play. So 4-1 the score.
Five most important minutes of the season for this young Waikato Bay of Plenty side. This would be a dramatic form reversal for a side that's languished at the bottom of the league after 6 matches. Haven't been able to find the net, and suddenly they're up 4-1 in this one match. It'll be the making of them, I'm sure, as players. It'll be very interesting to hear from the Waikato Bay of Plenty side after the match about their tactics, whether they went into the match with that defensive frame of mind, or whether it was just something that they reverted to because of that surprising lead they had at 4-1. But,
yeah, so now they have pulled their goalkeeper, so we are seeing that 5th man. You see here they're down on the number 3 jersey in the blue, so they've got the overlap here if they want it. Now they've got to get back quickly here, and they do take the long shot. Now the regulation goalkeeper comes back on.
Haven't heard much at all from the bench from Waikato Bay of Plenty, because obviously the coach and their subs are pretty happy with what's unfolding on the court, but they're getting a bit more animated now. And there's another, look at the room created here, and just the pass just couldn't quite find. I think that's Bloomfield.
She's good, isn't she? Because she's just got that. She's got that physicality, so she can lean on her defenders, but she's just really, really good at holding the ball up and just keeping ball at foot and just allowing other players to come forward.
Well, she was creating opportunities right at the start of the first half. There was a couple of opportunities she had. And she has had a very high work rate, and she would probably be my player of the day.
Not still time though. 4 minutes is a long time in futsal. Can they score next, and can they score quickly?
I don't think they can, Mark. I'm sorry. My capital judgment.
Well, yes, but they have got that fifth man. They've got the overlap. They've got to control it here. And it's interesting just to see what Waikato Bay of Plenty do here. Chance comes across the middle. Retain possession.
But it's getting to the point now that even if they do score a goal, it's coming too late. I would think even a draw is beyond their prospects now. One goal from 37 minutes, and yet somehow they've got to find 3 in 3 minutes.
No, the maths makes sense.
Yeah.
But Liverpool Football Club thought that back in 2004 at Aotearoa Stadium. Trailed AC Milan at half-time, 3-0.
Well, they need to bring a few of those players on now if they're around, lurking in West Auckland.
Oh, I'm sure Stephen Gerrard would love to come and frequent a few of the Henderson restaurants and the Waitakere-based restaurants,
yeah.
Brendan.
I'm sure he would, yeah. But just at the moment.
Oh, it's been a very, very good game of futsal by Waikato Bay of Plenty.
I imagine Shingo Inu would like to have those sort of players available to him as well at the moment, but I think the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, just look at that defence. They've almost dropped back 2 players, haven't they, into that fix-it position.
They've had that situation, that formation, for a lot of the match, even in the first half. There always seem to be 2 players back there working in conjunction with the goalkeeper.
And I think they'll be happy at the moment for the Wellington side to have possession, because as long as they're in possession, that clock is ticking down. Let them have it, let them pass. Let's just not make sure they press too high.
And look at the space that they're now creating. And there's another, number 5, and that has sealed the fate of this match. There's no way back there, unfortunately, for Capital Fusions now. 5 goals to 1, and I guess they're pressing so hard. Capital, they're leaving big spaces at the back, and eventually it hasn't come as any surprise that Waikato Bay of Plenty being able to cash in.
Yeah, well, and that's the problem when you pull the keeper, no goalkeeper. And so in that turn of trying to change it over, you just opened yourself up. Really good effort at the other end, however, but you do just sense now the body language too, as they have another look at it.
Another one. No.
Loving the 5th man though. Loving the 5th man. It makes for certainly exciting, enterprising futsal.
But of course it can backfire, as we've seen, haven't we? Players for the next match will warm up across the far side of the field. Only a couple of minutes left in this match, and now it's just a matter of counting down the clock, really.
Well, they can now just park the bus, can't they? Just shut up shop. Just play that wall. I think Celtic used a thing in 1960s when they won the Champions League, the thing called the Catenaccio defence, which was sort of 4 across the back with a sweeper in behind. Here, I guess you can just play 3 across the back.
And here's Nikki White, the outfielder, who is trying to do her bit up front. And every now and again you'll see her scurrying back, trying to get back into her designated position. And deflection results in a penalty corner to Capital. I imagine the penalty count is probably something like about 10-2. But not able to convert, which again speaks volumes for the determination and the commitment of these Waikato Bay of Plenty players.
And now keeper changing that out, so they're still playing the 5th man. Opportunity here once again to open them up.
I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable about talking about the 5th man.
Oh yeah, no, 5th person, 5th man. Look, it's
yeah.
a football terminology. It's not said in any sort of derogatory or sexist way at all. That's just the terminology for it.
But in the world we live in.
No, look, I agree, Brendan. But look, I think, you know, I don't think anybody's taking us.
I think it's better than 5th humankind.
no, look, it is what it is, and.
Well, I guess it should be just the 5th player, isn't it?
I mean, you talk about mankind, don't you? So, yeah, it's a generic type term, so. Oh, and this is that extra player.
Oh, yes. Good shot, good save, however, from Megan Willis. They have bopped, but they haven't dropped. Waikato Bay of Plenty. There's been plenty of bop, all right, in their performance.
Yeah, just 45 seconds now remaining, and it will go the way of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Well,
good reflexes there. What was coming like a bullet train, and still managed to get it 2 hands behind the ball. Nothing but a consolation goal. All it is on offer now for Capital.
Well, it's a great stage, isn't it, and a great platform to turn your season around, to shift that momentum. Do you believe? They often ask, do you believe? Well,
this is the great story of the first day of this competition. This cellar dweller, wallowing at the bottom of the points table without a single win all season, coming out, knocking off the team in 2nd place and doing it with ridiculous ease. 5 goals to 1. Might be a 6th in the offering here.
Well, 19 seconds. I just need to hold on to possession here.
No, I think they're hungry for more goals now. They've been on a starvation diet all season. Now they're suddenly sitting down to a feast.
Yeah, and that is just the sign of waving the flag when you're just shooting from that far out. That's just desperation stuff.
And there is the final hooter, and a remarkable win by WaiBOP. Bay of Plenty Waikato side winning by 5 goals to 1, their first win of the season. They led 3-1 at half time and added a further 2 in the second half to run out absolutely deserved winners. 5 goals to 1.
Yeah, well, we talked at the start, didn't we? The key here for Waikato was to try and get out to an early lead, put some pressure on the favourite, see how they dealt with it, and they managed to do that. They're up by 2 goals to 0. Suddenly 3 goals to 0 off a goalkeeping error. We saw the Capital side strike back, but really in the second half, I wonder whether the difference today might have even just been fitness, because that Waikato Bay of Plenty side just didn't seem to run out of steam at all.
No,
they maintained their shape, they maintained their form, they were positive when they needed to be, but they were smart, they were intelligent, and they understood their space today.
Yes, it was a performance that I'm sure their coach will have great difficulty in finding much wrong with it. On attack and on defence, they did the job. All of those players there played their part. Alison Bloomfield was the player with the probably highest work rate. Kate Snowball did a sterling job in goal in the first half, and Nikki White in the second half. Morgan McCormick also was a tower of strength, scored the first goal and played a part in a couple of the other goals as well. And it was a really superb, outstanding team effort from this young side against the odds, against the predictions, and won it comfortably in the end by 5 goals to 1.
Well, we've got with us the winning coach, Kieran Machuski for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Well, Kieran, you came here, you're sort of down on the table. Yes, admittedly, you've got some games to make up against a very, very good Capital side. You got that advantage early. Ended up being a demolition in the first. Was that the expectation?
Yeah, our expectation is we've come here to play, we've come here to win. We've really got something to prove. The girls really feel like they've got something to prove. They feel that WaiBOP as a region is underappreciated by the other federations, so they've taken that as a bit of a grudge and really come here to play.
Defensively, really, really good in that second half. You managed to hold your shape. Was it a case in the second half of being more defensive orientated, or was it still just about the game plan?
Yeah, futsal's one of those games where goals are going to be scored. Goals will definitely be scored, and often it's the team that concedes the least goals which wins, rather than so much the team that scores the most, which is a different way of thinking about it. So we're really focusing on our defensive play, both in the attacking half and in our half, and that really came out towards the end of this game where we're very, very tight, very disciplined, and they just had no chances.
Yeah. So based on the performance that we've seen today, is that now the recipe? Do you believe that you can go on and win this league, that you're good enough, that you deserve your place alongside of some of those better sides?
Yeah, our intention is to win. Our expectation is that we will win. We're hoping for finish the round robin in first or second, and then go ahead to the finals.
Well, congratulations, wonderful performance.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you, Brendan.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Resine has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resine, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngatahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Well, welcome back to Trust Arena on Auckland's western side of the city for day one of the Ford Futsal Super League. An intriguing game coming up between Canterbury and Bay of Plenty. Two contrasting styles, two teams that have a rich history in the sport of futsal. It's an exciting format, 20 minutes each way, the ball goes out, the clock stops. 4 players in the outfield, 2 outstanding goalkeepers, a bench that is rearing and ready to go. It is an exciting brand of sport. Your commentator for this next game is an icon, a legend in broadcasting, Brendan Telfer.
Thank you, Mark. And this is the scene that unfolds in front of us here as we prepare for the start of this match between the Canterbury United Futsal Dragons and the Bay of Plenty Surge. Two teams in the bottom half of the Northern Travel Series points table at the moment. The Canterbury Dragons in 4th place. That's where you need to finish from the series in order to advance to the playoffs in the Ford Futsal Super League. So Canterbury Dragons, I guess, will start as the favourites by virtue of the fact that they sit in 4th place and their opponents, the Bay of Plenty Surge without a win so far, but they've only played 4 matches, 2 less than the Canterbury Dragons, and so they'll have an opportunity to break their duck. And I imagine they are probably feeling very confident after having seen their women's team cause the biggest upset of the championship series so far. Just a few minutes ago, winning by 5-1 over the Capital Futsal team, who were previously in 2nd place. So some incentive, I imagine, there for the men to do the same as their women's team and to see if they can break their duck as well and get involved in a place and a run for the playoffs. They've got to finish in the top 4 at the moment. They are in 7th place. So Canterbury, who have been finding the back of the net with regularity in the season so far. 26 goals they've scored. 3rd highest of the 7 teams. Have conceded 23, so the defensive record has let them down a bit. Teams in front of them have conceded considerably less than that. But however, we'll see how they go in this match against the Bay of Plenty Surge. And there's our 3 officials, match officials, looking very smart in their black and pink. So the final words from their respective coaches, and here is the lineup for the Canterbury Dragons, or their squad. And the 5 players who will be starting, from what we gather, Hamish Mitchell, who will be in goal, their goalkeeper, followed by Charlie Bailey, Hemi Innes, Samuel Mitchell and Mark Zimmerman. Coach is James Valance. To the Bay of Plenty Surge, and their starting 5 will be Chris Priest, who will be in goal, and the 4 outfield players, Thomas McMillan, Aaron Carter, Daniel Watts, and their captain, Mario Ramos. Top team in this Northern Travel Series at the moment is the Capital Fusel team in the men's division, with 5 wins and 1 loss. And this is what we've had today. Capital versus Auckland City. That was a very fine match. Finished in a 2-2 draw. Papakyra City playing Southern United. And the big upset today came in that women's match, which finished just a short while ago, with the Waikato Bay of Plenty upsetting Capital Fusel by 5-1. Remarkable scoreline when you consider they hadn't scored a goal from their previous matches. They hadn't completed as many as some of the other teams. But nonetheless, they made up for it today. So similar situation here with the Bay of Plenty men. They're on their own. They don't have the Waikato region included in their side. It's just players from the Bay, and they will be looking to register their first win of the season as well. 3 referees today in this match, as I said, looking very smart in their pink and black. Will be Cameron Grusho, Charlie Brown and Jack Brunton, all from New Zealand.
I'm happy to help you. Fill in. If he shows up, let us know.
So we're about to get underway here on this key match between these 2 sides, and with me is Jack Stenning to lend some skill to the broadcast, and there's one of our 3 referees. Interesting, Jack, that they require 3 referees on a much smaller surface, for example, than the outdoor version of this game in a sense.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole technical aspect of futsal's obviously a lot more of a technical game. Having
another set of eyes
on the lines to make sure that, you know, they're covering, you know, if balls are going out of play, because there's a lot of very close calls there, and also just having that extra set of eyes to bounce off of, similar to a lino in football, is very important in the sport.
So it'll be the captain of the Canterbury team, Mario Ramos, to start this match. Canterbury playing from right to left, and in the blue and black, playing from left to right, is the Bay of Plenty Surge. So Canterbury, I guess, will install as the favourites by virtue of their superior record so far this season in the Northern Series, with 2 wins and 4 losses, but they are in 4th place, and the Surge at the bottom of the table.
Yeah. Dragons, Canterbury United Dragons are historically a bit of a powerhouse of futsal in the Canterbury region, but you know, that's the beautiful thing about the sport, is anything can happen. Upsets are plenty.
Well, we've just seen on this very court just a few moments ago the completion of the match where the Bay of Plenty Waikato women, WaiBOP, recorded their first win of the season, upsetting Capital futsal team by 5-1. So yes, it's only 20 minutes each way, so you've got to strike early. If you get behind, it can be a difficult game to play if you're playing catch-up futsal and you're a couple of goals down. But plenty of urgency here about the Canterbury attack in these opening minutes. Number 13 is the captain, Mario Ramos. Samuel Mitchell for Bay of Plenty Surge. Some nice touches here from the Canterbury side. 20 minutes of actual time. Stop clock used, rather like we see in, for example, a sport like basketball. So the 20 minutes of play can take up to actually close to 40 minutes.
Yep, no time wasting here in futsal. It's all action.
So 5 players per side, of course, goalkeepers, and then 4 outfield players.
Oh, that's a good ball there for Mario Ramos.
And early opportunity. So another corner.
Almost snuck in at the near post there. Looks like another corner.
Trying something different. And a very nice shot there coming from Thomas McMillan. And didn't miss by much. I think the goalkeeper might have got a hand to it. And it's yet another corner. That's 3 in the space of a couple of minutes. So early opportunities here for the Bay. And here comes another volley, but taken care of by the Canterbury defence. So Waikato with the restart. The floor a little slippery there, causing some concerns for Himi Innes, but retained his footing. Canterbury on the attack again, and very quick in transition there, and nearly caught Chris Priest, the Bay of Plenty goalkeeper, unawares, but just didn't have the direction. So a quiet start by both teams. First 2.5 minutes of the match.
Yeah, not without its chances though. They'll be assessing each other, and a shot comes in there from Aaron Carter. Pulled it a little bit, not his best work.
So Canterbury again working their way out of their half. Hemi Innes again. Second time in this phase. Innes again across the other side of the court. But good work there by Mario Ramos for Bay of Plenty. So 3 minutes of the first half gone. No score in the match yet. And it can be deceptive looking at that ball Jack Carter. It is a very heavy object and it doesn't travel as far as a traditional ball, but I imagine it's easier to control when you've got the ball at foot.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't get away from you quite so easily.
As a shot comes in there from Canterbury United Dragons, no, exactly that lends itself to the technical nature of futsal. A much harder ball, less bounce, on the hard surface. Being a goalkeeper in futsal is a brave occupation, I'll tell you that. Just a misplaced touch there from Charlie Bailey, it looks like, on their far side. Hemi Innes, sorry.
So Ramos, the Bay of Plenty captain, with the ball. So 4 minutes nearly elapsed. Still no score in this match between the Canterbury Dragons and the traditional provincial colours of Canterbury. I'm not sure what the traditional provincial colours of Bay of Plenty is, but I don't know whether it's blue and black.
Not sure if there are traditional provincial colours of Bay of Plenty. Might be showing my ignorance there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that actually. But you always know when you see a team in red, it's usually Canterbury in provincial sport in this country. Again, just
good footwork there.
Deliberate play, but couldn't get the pass to find his man, and away comes Bay of Plenty. Another opportunity here, and the Canterbury goalkeeper Hamish Mitchell tripping over as he went backwards there. So it's about 4 or 5 penalty corners they've had already. Plenty. It's promising in the first 4 minutes of the match. And again, trying that aerial shot, but just couldn't find Aaron Carter.
I think what's interesting there, we've seen about 5 corners from Bay of Plenty, but they've almost tried a different tactic every single time off those set pieces, and that's what you'll notice is the variation and approach there to set piece plays across the court. You'll see it from the Dragons, from the Surge. It's a real tool in the arsenal of any good futsal team is lots of set pieces to rotate around. A lot of time on the training court practicing those.
Thomas McMillan and Canterbury. Good work here from Charlie Bailey. And Canterbury pressing. Still haven't really had a shot on goal, I don't think, so far in the first 5 minutes of this match. As Bailey fetches the ball. He can take as long as he likes, I suppose, because the clock stops until the ball is back in play. So time wasting is not really an issue in futsal. And a long shot, and it finds the back of the net a little against the run of play. And I think the Bay of Plenty defenders just stunned.
Yeah, that's simply outrageous from Mark Zimmerman there. He's just got on the ball.
And just let it fly, didn't he?
Almost from nothing.
Yeah.
Good to see replay here.
Bang.
Boom. Off the crossbar, you love to see that.
But it was a very well-controlled shot, wasn't it? Because he had plenty of power behind his shot, but he kept it down.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's always a little bit of luck involved in long shots like that, but if you ask him, he'll say he meant to put it exactly there.
Yeah. Been practicing it all week.
That's Canterbury United Dragons opening the scoring. As Bay of Plenty Surge try to get a break on the counter, but it's mopped up there by Charlie Bailey.
Well, foul, I imagine, is it? Might be the first foul of the match.
Mario Ramos there.
What's the call? Yes.
Oh, yes, I think.
Yeah.
Come through the back there. Quite a clear one. And we'll see another Bay of Plenty set piece here. So what they have up their sleeve.
So Ramos, the Bay of Plenty captain. And Mitchell awake to that little roost coming from the Bay of Plenty side. Equal to the occasion. Keeps them at bay. Well, I guess the Canterbury team will be a lot more settled now after that early goal.
Yes, you'd say. Again, futsal, anything can happen. You've seen games with 4 or 5 goals scored in a matter of minutes, so you never want to rest on your laurels, but they certainly will be happy, especially with a finish of that quality, to put themselves ahead early on in this game.
Surge again, trying to find a way through that Canterbury defence, can't break it down, and now an opportunity emerges for Hemi Innes, but he's rather isolated there, and the ball goes out of play. So you can see to the left of the Canterbury name, or can, on the top left-hand corner, the foul count. I suppose you could loosely compare it to basketball, where accumulation of team fouls can be very critical towards the end of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. So each half, teams can accumulate up to 5 fouls. And every foul thereafter, the opposing team is a free hit from the penalty spot, the 10-metre penalty spot on goal, which certainly will weigh into the minds as games get closer, although the foul count does get reset after each half. So there is a fair bit of strategy there with strategically choosing when to foul and when to maybe calm things down. Relatively tame game in that respect so far.
But that Canterbury defence looks very well organised, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. No, they are a very, very well-drilled side. There's a slight opportunity there.
Restarts play for Bay of Plenty. This is Keenan Howard. Deprived of the ball, and a shot coming from Innes, but well wide, and so it remains still at 1-0.
Not one for the highlight reel, that one.
So Howard back to his captain. Ramos in action again. Just couldn't find Kawana.
See that press coming out there from the Dragons. That's 2 or 3 times now, the first 6 or so minutes of this game, that Dragons, as soon as they've lost the ball, they've immediately, initiated that press and forced a mistake, forced a turnover from the Bay of Plenty Surge. And as I say that, turnover and mistake from the Bay of Plenty press on the Dragons there.
Kawana across to Ramos, and Surge having difficulty getting out of their own half here with this very well organised Canterbury defence. Aaron Carter. It's the one foul of the match so far as we approach the halfway stage of the first half of this men's Futsal Super League match between Canterbury in their traditional colours, playing from left to right, against a Bay of Plenty Surge, looking for their first win of the season. Opportunity, but again, Canterbury equal to the occasion defensively.
Oh, and he's found a lot of space here, all the time in the world.
And 2 opportunities there for Canterbury. Probably should have cashed in at least on one of them after a beautifully placed ball from the other end of the court. And there, unmarked.
Almost too much time to think about it, you wonder.
Yeah, Emberton had an opportunity, and following up as well, trying to finish it off was Gopset. So it could easily have been, probably should have been 2-0.
It's great goalkeeping work there from Chris Priest, though, to keep that as it was. 2 strong saves back to back.
So some ominous signs here for the Surge now, as Canterbury kind of finding their paces here, as Canterbury player gets sent spinning out of court. I think he was looking at the possibility of a foul call, but the referee wasn't interested.
Always try their luck in those situations. But no, out for what looks to be a corner for the Canterbury United Dragons. Another opportunity to show what they can do on the set piece.
All 5 of the Bay of Plenty players back there in the D. And opportunity again there, but Ikawa, Japanese player, just astray with his direction. And Thomas McMillan's feeling his right hip there. He's the fixer, I guess, is he?
Yeah, in the traditional sense of football positions, futsal positions. There's obviously a lot of rotation here.
Oh, and
given away.
He didn't fix that very well because he gave possession away, and we'll be very relieved that Canterbury weren't able to cash in on it.
Good save in the end by Chris Priest, though. And again, traditionally that last sort of holding, as a shot comes in there, just wide of the post. Last man there, the holding sort of base of that 1-2-1 diamond, known as the fixo there, and they're looking just to kind of mop things up. But as a interesting passage of play here.
His body goes flying, but the whistle doesn't sound. Fair contesting of the ball, I guess, is what the referees are saying. And inevitably in a game like this, which is so fast and so frenetic, there will be a lot of physical contact. So referees have to keep a sharp eye on what's permissible and what's not. But only the one foul so far in the match after nearly 9 minutes of play.
And again, to the point of having multiple referees, multiple eyes on the court there.
You can start to see the value of it. Now, bit of a misunderstanding between those two Canterbury players there, Gopsit and Richards. Surge with the ball.
And that press again from the Dragons.
And another opportunity there, just couldn't free the ball to the unmarked player inside the D. But excellent work there, and there was Gopset calling for the ball, and it just deflected off the rump, I think, of Mark Priest, the goalkeeper, when he was on the ground. But Canterbury starting to look ominous here, creating opportunities. And here's an opportunity there for Bay of Plenty, but Tristan Kawana, I think, trying to be maybe just a little too cute. He just tried to place it rather than power it past the goalkeeper. The Dragons again. Nice run coming here from Sam Richards. Still with the ball, the Dragons. Now the surge. Kawana loses possession. Back with the Bay. Keenan Howard. It's a pretty good work rate in these first 10 minutes of the match. It wasn't a particularly well-directed pass. And a chance for players to gather their breath here while the ball is retrieved. The Ford Futsal SuperLeague being played at the West Auckland Trusts Arena on this beautiful sprung wooden surface, which was laid some years ago for international netball. It had to meet the demands of the International Federation of Netball Associations. And there's not necessarily a lot of these kind of surfaces as good as this, and so it's perfect for futsal, or where it's a very fast, even, flat surface. And I guess, Jack, it's a wonderful kind of opportunity on a floor like this, isn't it, for players to develop and perfect their skills?
Oh no, absolutely. You know, court like this, there's not many like it around the country. I believe, might be completely off the mark here, but this is one of, if not the first time that futsal has come to the Trusts Arena. And I'm sure all of the players are absolutely loving.
Yeah, they will. They would, I'm sure. Like the netballers do as well.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But still the score's 1-0 Canterbury, despite their pressure.
But they are creating opportunities, aren't they? Here's Richards again, and good work by Priest. He anticipated that well and went for the slide and got the ball. Back comes Canterbury again. No.
Tug of the shirt there. The shot comes away. Narrowly wide there.
And that was Jaw Miwa Mia complaining there. Yeah, a little bit of a tug on his jersey.
Jaw Mia, narrow.
From Gopset. But didn't impress the referee, or the referee wasn't offended by it. There's Richards for the Dragons. And this is Daniel Ribeiro Bra from Brazil. And Mia again, back opportunity for the Dragons, well controlled there by Ribeiro, nearly lost his footing. So Canterbury searching for that second goal as we count down towards half-time, 9 minutes remaining in this first half. They just look a well-organised side, don't they, Jack, this Canterbury team?
As he goes over the referee bench there.
No desperate urgency about their play. They look very well drilled and composed.
Yeah, well, they've got their plan inside of possession and out of possession. Obviously, out of possession, they look to steal it back straight away from that press. And then when they are forced back, they just set up in those two banks of four. Very, very hard team to break down, Canterbury United.
And that's what Bay of Plenty are finding at the moment. Had a run of corners in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the match, but didn't really threaten the Canterbury goal at all.
Well, still only one goal in it. Still complexity of the game change in a matter of moments in futsal. So try to link up there on the far side, but not quite on the same page there. Mitchell just drops it in for Zimmerman. Takes his time with the build-up.
1-2 working nicely again for Canterbury. Samuel Mitchell back to Ribeiro. Mitchell again trying to find his pivot, but to no effect. Hamish Mitchell, goalkeeper for Canterbury, does the retrieve, and away comes Canterbury again. Yes, it was a good description, I thought, too, when you said they look very composed in everything they do, Canterbury. Nothing frantic or desperate about their work. And there you see a good example of that. Calm and collected under pressure from the surge attackers, but easily extracting themselves from any threat on their own goal.
Absolutely, and there certainly are still opportunities for Surge to pounce on some of the Dragons' mistakes here, but the Bay of Plenty will certainly be looking to gain more of a foothold in this match. There's many passes like that where it's just not quite finding that last man, or maybe being a little bit rushed in their decision-making to get it forward. Whereas Canterbury, they take their time, they find the right passes, they hold possession very well in this match. So it's certainly kind of players heading towards Dragons. Innes on the ball here. And there's that press from Bay of Plenty, forcing a mistake.
But can they convert? That's been their trouble. They really haven't put much pressure at all on Hamish Mitchell, the Canterbury goalkeeper. Much of this match has been played in that mid-court area, and Canterbury have dominated there, and that's why they're leading principally by 1-0.
To the Surge's credit, it did take quite a wonder strike to get that advantage, and they have been quite well organised defensively. Mario Ramos, the captain, has been sweeping up quite a lot when he's been on the court down there, working very hard as he always does. But they'll be looking to not let anything else through. These Dragons just misplaced that pass on the near side.
Probably the hardest thing to do in futsal, isn't it, is to create space with a pass to your teammate. It's only a small court. And
I mean, if you ask me, I think the hardest thing in futsal is to score a goal.
Yes, for sure. But
sure not the same problem applies to the players on the court here. But no, you are right. It is such a, with the tight space, obviously, smaller court, and the athleticism and I guess fast-paced nature that inherently futsal has. You have to be very, very technically adept to open up those pockets for yourself. And Bay of Plenty Surge try to do exactly that here.
There's some nice work there from Mia again. But couldn't finish the job, as they say. 6 minutes till half-time. I imagine many of these players that we're seeing here are probably going to be playing outdoor football later in the year. And so this is a good primer, I suppose, isn't it, in terms of their fitness and their skills?
Yeah, you know, the common saying is that futsal players often make good football players, but it's not always the other way around. It's let's hold that thought as a chance comes in, but a great save from Chris Priest.
Yes, he's had a good game so far, Priest. He's anticipated these raids well and has been able to foil them effectively, apart from the one long shot, which I think probably stunned him along with everyone else in the stadium.
Yeah, not much you can do about those, but he's been up to every question that's been asked of him outside of that so far, has Priest.
Charlie Bailey.
Stands the foul there.
And so Bay of Plenty now with 2 fouls against their name, but they only have another 5 minutes to go, and at half-time the foul count reverts back to 0 each for the second half. But any fouls after you have incurred your 5th effectively results in a direct free kick for the opposition. But at 2 fouls with only 5 minutes to go, they're not really in any foul trouble at all. Beautiful work there from Canterbury defender. Now he does find a player with some space as the shot comes from Grosvenor. But again, Priest under no real pressure there, because he positioned himself so well for the shot that he just casually tipped it away and keeps the score at 1-0 in favour of Canterbury.
Good goalkeeper is Chris Priest. I believe the ball's gone out of play there on the near side, so the save was all for naught, but still good to keep the ball out your net. Surge look to build here through Ramos. The long ball coming in.
And there's a thing that you don't see much of in futsal is the header. And once you've picked up one of these futsals, you can understand why.
Oh yeah, we love a headed goal in futsal. They almost like unicorns, you know. They're very, very rare, few and far between, but oftentimes they are absolute bangers. And you'll see a lot of them in those flick-ons from long balls. Very rarely do you see crosses whipped into the box as you would in football, purely because there's not enough space.
Well, there's of course a lot of talk in there and discussion about the wisdom of players focusing too much on headers and the potential injury problems later in life, and so I guess that applies even more so to futsal because the ball is so much heavier.
You don't want to be hitting a futsal ball all too often.
No, not unless you're wearing one of those American football helmets. So time running out here for Bay of Plenty to try and get back onto an equal footing with Canterbury before half-time. Carter. Mia, but gives possession away. And Charlie Bailey happy to take it along. Grosvenor. And what's the call there?
Ennis earning a free kick. A very dangerous area here, right outside the box. He's done incredibly well, as we see. Beautiful flick on, and the touch just brings it down. Earns the foul.
Yeah,
fair call.
Ramos, the offender, and so the foul count is 3 for Bay of Plenty. But only 4 minutes remaining in the first half, so nothing that they really need to be unduly concerned about. In fact, probably why Ramos decided to be rather aggressive there to stop any possibility of the goal being scored.
Good block there from Keenan Howard.
And I guess when the clock is counting down this close to half-time, for example, Jack, Canterbury can afford to be a little more aggressive as well, can't they?
Well, you know, I'm not sure how much. At the back of the mind, I suppose players will be thinking that. I always like to, you know, lean towards the goodness in players that they're not going to be intentionally fouling, but I can absolutely guarantee that at this level of the competition, that does weigh into the mind.
It can be a tactical factor, can't it? Opportunity here again for Canterbury. But the shot from Charlie Beatty didn't really get enough control around the ball and squandered. So a bit more urgency about Bay of Plenty, literally trying to find a last-minute surge here. Beautifully controlled again from Canterbury at the back. This time from Grosvenor. Still going, Jack Grosvenor.
Chris Priest again is equal to the Dragons' attacks. It's a long shot comes in.
Yes, he hooked it with his left. And Grosvenor nearly doubled the Canterbury advantage there. Here he is, you see him dropping back now and off his left foot. Bang.
That's what you're talking about, creating space in futsal. You see the run to the far post there. He's bringing two players across with him, and then just a little flick, the little back heel disguised, completely open for Grosvenor there to wind the shot up.
And some of these players, I think, will be very appreciative of the half-time break, which is just a few minutes away. It is a game that is played at a furious, almost frenetic pace, unrelenting. And fitness clearly is a factor here in this game, particularly over a weekend like this where teams... How many matches will teams be playing?
About 30 games across the weekend here at the Trusts Arena. So I'm sure in the coach's mind, they'll be making the most of those rolling substitutes and wanting to keep their players fit with the rest of the tournament in mind, but also every game is valuable here, and they'll be wanting to push for the win. But no matter the cost, there's a set piece here for Bay of Plenty Surge.
Muir, but
breakaway here for the Dragons, and he's off the post.
Yes, again, Samuel Mitchell did great work in the first place to pull the ball down and showed great speed. And two players back, and Priest was beating Orleans up there. He had no show. Came out and could only see the ball scream past him, but the direction was astray, so it remains at 1-0.
Head to the heavens there. He's just as disappointed, but it was a good shot.
Plenty still very much in this match, trying to hang on here, not to concede a second goal before half-time. That would be a huge blow for their chances, but at 1-0, they're right in this match.
Yeah, and despite the Dragons' pressure and seeming dominance, the Surge have been defensively up for every challenge asked of them so far. So they're still very much, as the mistake there on the far side, still very much in this game. But they will, as you say, not want to be conceding any late goals as we approach half-time. Give coach Mario Ramos Sr., the father of Mario Ramos Jr., is the captain of the Bay of Plenty Surge, time to talk to the players and change their approach slightly in this match to get themselves back in.
And I imagine the Canterbury coach, James Valance, will also be very pleased with the defensive effort of his team. I see their defensive record this year is not flash. They've conceded 23 goals, which is considerably more than the three teams ahead of them. So defence has been an issue for them, but today, well, it's as good as perfect.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, the unpredictable nature of futsal there. This game, we're at 1-0, approaching the end of the first half, but hold that thought as a wild shot comes in there from Jacob Grosvenor. A bit disappointed with himself there. But a lot of those goals would have been conceded in a couple of games. I believe they had a 7-8 thriller against Hawke's Bay Futsal several weekends ago. And there have been several other high-scoring games that would affect that scoreline.
But it's been a very tight defensive display by Canterbury so far. Hanging on to that 1-0 lead now, just on 2 minutes of actual play left. Oh, gee, another screaming shot coming from Sam Richards. And that post is taking quite a battering in this half.
I think that's two off the post in the past minute here. Yeah, Dragons will score stays 1-0 at half time. They'll be feeling a little bit hard done by to only have the 1 goal advantage.
And scoop ball, but not paying any dividend there. No one there to receive it. And Canterbury able to take the ball comfortably out of their own half again. Richards over the top, and room here as the ball just pounced up beautifully there for Cameron Emberton, but again unable to just get it onto his foot. So it remains 1-0, 1 minute and 44 seconds left.
Yeah, let's see here if either team can mount a real offense and put a change to the game here in the last 90 seconds or so.
Oh, and again a shot which could easily have gone at the back of the net, but not to be. And they are just firing everything at Bay of Plenty here. I think they probably sense the psychological damage they can do to Bay of Plenty if they can get a second goal before half-time.
Oh, absolutely, but that's a big if. It seems that there's almost a force field around that Bay of Plenty goal at the moment.
Yeah.
Nothing is going in for them. And that's not to discredit the great defensive work from the Surge and especially Chris Priest there in goal. But Bay of Plenty Surge will be potentially worried with how this game is shaping up. They haven't made much of a foray forwards, and a lot of those final passes just can't find the man or get picked off by the Dragons.
Yes, it's been a problem for them this year. I see they've only scored 9 goals from their 4 matches to date. So they're averaging about 2 a match. Well, who knows, 2 goals here today might win them the match, but they've got big problems in trying to break down this Canterbury defence, which is so well organised and so composed that the Canterbury goalkeeper, Hamish Mitchell, has had a pretty easy afternoon so far. There's the chip again. Bit of a shove in the back there from, and not appreciated there by the Bay of Plenty attacker. And that might result in another foul, maybe?
I believe it is leading to a foul. Whether it's a card, I don't think so. Just a warning.
Yep.
Let's see what Bay of Plenty Surge can do here. This is potentially dangerous set-piece opportunity with 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, it looks like he's going to try and have his cake and eat it here, isn't it? Thomas McMillan.
Oh, you can score from this distance, can Thomas McMillan. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, deflected off the chest of the goalkeeper. Still an opportunity here for the Bay with the corner. In the dying seconds, that's 30 seconds left in this first quarter. Last chance maybe for Bay of Plenty to get something from this spell. Not terribly well directed kick from the corner. And going backwards here, Canterbury happy just to squeeze the Bay of Plenty defence here, sit on this 1-0 lead. Mongmia. Mia does good work there, but they're undone after he originally had stolen the ball from the Canterbury defender, but only a matter of seconds left in this first half now. And an attempted header there that nearly produced an unlikely goal, but only 5 seconds left. So the first half, it's been fast, it's been exciting, and it's been tight. And Bay of Plenty haven't just keeled over and been beaten up here. They've been very much in this fight. They've put up a sterling effort. Just need to try and find a way through this very good Canterbury defence, which they've been unable to do so far. And there is the whistle for half-time. And Canterbury with a 1-goal advantage, leading by 1-0. The goal coming midway through the first half. And that's been all we've had as far as the scoring is concerned here in this match between the Canterbury Dragons and the Bay of Plenty Surge.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
Coaches hard at work here at half-time. This is the bench and squad for the Bay of Plenty Surge, trailing by 1-0. And the coach, Mario Ramos Sr., I imagine.
Yes, Senior, although I'm sure he'll just go by Mario Ramos. It's up to him.
So the second half about to get underway with the score 1-0. And I'm sure their Bay of Plenty coach is by and large probably pretty pleased with their effort so far in this first half. But haven't been able to turn opportunities into goals due to some very good defensive work. Meanwhile, looks fairly relaxed atmosphere there on the bench of the Canterbury Dragons. And as the players who will be appearing in the next match, I imagine, here on this court, just relaxing before they get involved in their next match on this first day of the Futsal SuperLeague here at the Trust Arena in West Auckland. It's a 3-day event. It's nice to see a coach who's talking in a manner that isn't just berating his players or screaming and yelling and words coming out of 1,000 a minute to his players, which you so often see in particularly basketball matches. And I sometimes shake my head in disbelief at how players, who have enough on their mind as it is on the field, can absorb all of this ranting and raving and raging coming from their coaches. But a very calm and moderate approach taken there by Mario Ramos, the coach of the Bay of Plenty side. Let's see what they can do, whether they can respond to his instructions and his desire here.
Yeah, they'll certainly be encouraged with how that first half went. Obviously, Canterbury United Dragons with a lot of chances on goal, a couple near misses off the post, some good saves from Chris Priest, but the score is still 1-0. And as we know in futsal, anything can happen. So looking forward to a exciting second half here in the Ford Futsal Super League National Series 1.
Yes, they'll be encouraged by Plenty. If you just joined us, they're in the blue and black, playing from left to right against the Canterbury Dragons. Canterbury Dragons have scored the only goal of the match so far, midway through that first spell.
What a goal it was.
Yes, it was a volley from, well, probably a best part of about 20 metres.
Oh, yeah, well, Dave, just straight top bins. Certainly one for the highlight reel as Hemi Innes wins a corner, I believe. Kick in on the near side there.
Just the one goal, as I said, scored so far in the match. Just looking at the Resine Golden Boot chart at the moment, the leading goal scorer in the league this year is Benjamin Stanley, who plays for Southern United. And in fact, the two top goal scorers this season so far, both from Southern United. Adam Hewson with Benjamin Stanley and Hewson, a couple of All Black names from the past. But the Bay of Plenty Surge's Aaron Carter is in there with 7 goals.
Sitting in third place there is Aaron Carter in the Resine Golden Boot standings, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to come away with 1 or 2, add to his tally and help the Surge out here as the ball hits the commentary desk.
Yes, and I think I might put some protective clothing on tomorrow. Yeah, these shots coming left and right. And yes, the leading goal scorer in the Canterbury United side and the Resine Golden Boot Award is Hemi Innes, wearing the number 9 jersey. And he has got 9 goals to his... Sorry, no, he's in 4th place this year so far.
Still a lot of futsal to be played, lots of goals to be scored over this weekend for all these teams.
Hemi Innes, leading goal scorer for the Canterbury side. Coming off the jersey of one of the Surge players. Means we will have a corner when the player eventually gets hold of the ball, retrieves it himself. And Priest comes out, manages to parry it away sufficiently to get back on his feet. And Bailey. Tall presence there of Samuel Mitchell at the back, the fixo. Very intimidating figure and presence, I imagine, with his height and size. Mia. Pass laid on for him, but intercepted. Chipped over the top. And Mong Mia, who's had a very good work rate since he's come on. And a long shot there coming from Tristan Kawana, but never really threatened the net.
Yeah, but I think they'll be happy, Bay of Plenty Surge, with how the second half is shaping up with a bit of the storm, but they've certainly tested Hamish Mitchell in the Canterbury goal there a bit more than they had at the same stage. Although in saying that, Canterbury United are still looking as dangerous and as dominant as they were in the first half, very much picking up where they left off. So find a good pass on the far side there, and Aaron Carter.
Yes, they've got a very good passing game, haven't they?
Oh, they do.
They work their way beautifully and almost seamlessly out of their own half, deep into the opponent's goal. And here's another again. No one there is really, so Mia had to really just have a shot himself, but such an oblique angle, it was never really likely to find the back of the net.
He's done well to Hit it on the post there. That is a very tight angle. Bring it down as well. It's a long ball there to the near side. And McMillan does well to see that out, although it ends up in a Canterbury kick-in on that far side. See what they can work here off the set piece. Chris Priest tidies that up and looks long for Mia, who just tries to replicate that and can't quite get on the end of it. And you see the press coming in there from Bay of Plenty Surge, forcing that mistake. In the first half, they were tending to sit back and let the Dragons sort of build in possession in their own half, but they're not giving them that much of a luxury this half. I wonder if that's the instruction given from Coach Mario Ramos there at half-time.
Ball inadvertently goes in to touch from Canterbury player, and so possession now with Canterbury from that last phase. It's been a quiet start by Canterbury here, not quite the same urgency they had for much of that first half, as they just trying to find their pattern again in this second half, which is only 3 minutes old. And the long ball being used again once more. It's Mia, who's been largely unmarked down there by the Canterbury goal line. Here he is again with the ball, needs some support. Has to push the ball back.
McMillan rips one.
And
Mitchell done well there.
Rare mistake there from Hamish Mitchell as he failed to gather that shot. But really, Mia got there a bit late to try and cash in on it.
As McMillan loves a long shot. Already scored a couple in the Ford Futsal Super League so far. Mitchell did well to get across there after his save with the first one.
Trouble here for Bay of Plenty, but again, no real support there for the Canterbury player, and so Surge able to come away again. Now, bit of room here indeed. Here's Keenan Howard with a little 1-2, but chasing back to try and retrieve the ball, and yes, putting pressure on the big man, Samuel Mitchell, and Surge will have the ball.
Well, there's a timeout there called, I believe, by the Dragons.
Yes, that's where the arm was pointed to by the referee. So it's, I wonder what could have prompted this so early in the second half.
I wonder if it's an opportunity, maybe Coach Martin Mitchell there, James Valance, just wanting to reiterate to his players that Bay of Plenty Surge are looking a little bit more dangerous in the second half. There's a few sloppy, if you want to call it sloppy, passes there from the Dragons. Maybe just give them the message of sharpen up. I'm sure they've got their very advanced tactical knowledge that they'll be sharing with each other. We can only make guesses, but certainly a warning to switch on.
There's Jack Valance, the coach of the Canterbury team. He's obviously seen something that he's not happy with since half-time. We've only had 3 minutes 40 of play, but so that's his lot, isn't it?
Yes. So coaches are only allowed the one timeout.
And
so it is interesting to see it called this early, but there's, as you say, definitely something he's seen that he's not too happy with.
So Surge, of course, also have the opportunity. Their coach. Oh, lovely work here from Oikawa. Eluded his opponent and manages to force the corner. Of course, Oikawa.
Good player, Oikawa, the most valuable player at the 2022 National Tertiary Futsal Championship. Stalwart in this Canterbury Dragons team. That would have been some time out had he got a goal off the result of that.
Yes, exactly. Here he is again with the ball. And the little push, but I think his teammate wasn't expecting it, and his position now back with Bay of Plenty. Trying to find that elusive goal, which will put them on equal terms. Aaron Carter, their top goal scorer this season.
Another misplaced pass there from the Surge, and it's almost been the story of the game from both teams. You know, good build-up play, great defensive work on display from both. But that final ball just seems to be lacking as the Dragons attack here. And what a goal that is! That's outrageous. Cameron Emberton with a strike to match the goal in the first half. See that again.
Ball comes across the court, and look, Emberton at full speed arrived at the ball, and he was able to put all the speed and power behind it. And Chris Priest has had a very good game in goal, but you could hardly blame him for not stopping that. And Canterbury now keen to add to that. Well, they've taken real control of this match now at 2-0 into the second half. Two absolute brilliant goals that have been scored.
Absolutely, and you know, the Surge, while it is 2 down, they will have some encouragement from the fact that it was two absolute screamers that have, you know, put them behind here. They haven't been necessarily broken down yet. Just two goals of top quality from long range for the Dragons.
And so this, I guess, will inevitably lead to a change of thinking, if not outright tactics here from the Surge. They can't afford to sit back anymore and hope they can just pull back a goal somewhere, and perhaps settle for a draw, which would be their best result of the season. Now they've got to score twice just to get a draw. And another opportunity, beautifully planned, superbly executed. Jacob Grosvenor on hand. And who knows, maybe the floodgate's about to open, because this was a superbly executed goal, laid on beautifully there for Grosvenor, and he didn't try and boot the ball from here to Tiawa Mutu. He just positioned it beautifully, knowing the goalkeeper, Priest, wouldn't be able to get across the mouth of the goal, and it was into the back. 2-0.
Yeah, just popping up at the back post there. That was a very well-worked goal from the Dragons. And as you say, the Surge will want to sharpen up here lest the floodgates do open. But they are a team that likes to run the fifth man through Mario Ramos. I think they've done that in the past.
Well, we might be seeing that sooner rather than later.
We might just. Yeah. Although it is a balancing game, as always, the fifth man, high risk, high reward. Do they pull it out now? And try to get those early goals as the shot comes in. Good pressure.
No, again, just not able to bring that final finishing touch. And another opportunity here for Grosvenor. He's just scored one. I think he was thinking, gee, I'm going to get another one here, all alone on his own.
The game's really livened up, hasn't it, in the past 2 minutes?
Yeah, well, Canterbury now playing with a lot of freedom. They probably think this match is probably safe, and therefore they can attack a little more.
Well, they will be conscious that, as I've said before, anything can happen in futsal. They won't want to rest on this 3-0 advantage. They want to keep doing what they're doing, really, staying nice and compact out of possession, and not wanting to give the ball away when they are.
I suspect we'll be seeing a few more long shots, though. Seeing the tactics paid a handsome dividend so far.
No complaints with that. Good turn there.
Gee, what's the call?
Calls for a foul there from the Surge bench, but
no, nothing called.
No dice from the referees. It's a good turn there from Amarakbar.
Here's Grosvenor again. Grosvenor again, and nearly a deflection, nearly an own goal there. As Mia does excellent work at the back there to wrestle himself free from his opponent.
And you could say the complexity of this game has changed quite drastically since that timeout early into the half.
Well, there was clearly interference on the surge play. It didn't lose its footing, so I guess the referee felt it was just a fair contesting of the ball. And here we go again. This is Monty Joseph. Haven't seen much of him as Sam Richards tries to scramble a goal out of nothing there. And there's only one team in control at the moment. 2 second-half goals inside the first 10 minutes. Yeah. Attempted header, but to no avail.
It's a great ball there to find him at the back post, but it looks like he's picked up a knock. He's on his back there. Not really sure what's happened there. Some discomfort though.
The long ball, and I think it was just his knee crashing into the ground, onto the boards. But anyway, play has restarted.
You're kicking on the far side there for the Dragons. It's turned over. A little bit of a moment to breathe for both teams after that the hectic 2 minutes that have just been. Serge looking to build again with a nice long ball there. And defended well by Monty Joseph there.
There's the Canterbury coach, Jack Valance, talking to his subs. Got his back turned to the game. Not often you see that coach on the sideline, but I guess he feels his players on court are doing a pretty good job at the moment by 3-0. But we'll be very keen, I'm sure, to add to that tally. I suppose points differential could become a factor in determining top 4 later in the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, for personal glory as well, those Rosine Golden Boot standings.
Yep.
I've never known a futsal player not to want to score goals, so they're not going to be putting the foot off the pedal anytime soon.
Some advice to one of his players from the touchline, Jack Valance, the Canterbury coach. Chip over the top, and here's an opportunity, but Priest came out and was very aggressive and assertive in his confrontation with the Canterbury player Sam Richards, and managed to foil that opportunity. As down goes Monty Joseph.
That's a great tackle there from Keenan Howard. All ball.
So we still haven't had a foul awarded in this half. I don't know. Did we have one in the first half?
Yes, we are. Civil in the first half.
Yeah.
Got the foul counter there up on the scoreboard. There've been a few shouts.
So nothing given, as they say.
No. And scrappy there. Thirds try to come away with it. Ultimately back to Chris Priest.
Nice work by Monty Joseph again. Combining well here is Sam Richards again. Looks for Finn Gopset, finds him, but Vincent Callister winning it back for Bay of Plenty. And Mong Mia. A name like that, I suspect he probably comes from Myanmar, does he?
We'll never clue.
Here he is again, restarting play for Bay of Plenty. He's very quick, look at him, there he is. Scooting around and getting himself into the defensive area. But the goalkeeper was protected, and so no opportunity there for Mia.
It has been one of their main threats, certainly in the second half here for the Bay of Plenty surge. Hit the post. It's a good kick in there, but Murray Ramos just floats it over.
It's wasted.
Won't want to see that one again.
No. Another replacement made for Canterbury. as Finley Cotton comes on. I think he's come on for Sam Richards.
Big strike there, but a good block there from Daniel Ribeiro. Surge as we approach the halfway mark here in this second half. 11 minutes in, they're going to want to start turning it on soon as a misplaced pass there. Not quite on the same page. You wonder if the fifth man is around the corner here for the Bay of Plenty Surge.
Yes, this is where the goalkeeper basically becomes a field player and leaves his goal. So it does expose your goal for sure. So it's potentially can be very costly, but it does give you that extra player up the court. But
he's done well there.
And so did Priest, who deflected away. Here goes this fleet-footed Mong Mia again. I think he'd probably be the fastest player on the court. And so he's being watched very closely by the Canterbury defenders. He doesn't get much room when the ball does get onto his feet. And I guess, Jack, as the minutes tick by, Canterbury coach, there's an opportunity there for Vincent Callister, but not much power behind it. I guess as time ticks by and it gets down to, well, like it is now, less than 10 minutes to go, and you're up by 3-0, it's an opportunity to rest some of your key players.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the Dragons, they've only got the one game on the Saturday in this Ford Futsal Super League. They do have, I believe, 2 on Sunday and 2 on the Monday, so it'll certainly come into conversation as the competition progresses through the weekend. But I think this match, if I was in James Valence's shoes, I would just want to make sure you get the points here. Don't make any risks. Don't take any chances. And get the weekend off to a good start.
But also, I've noticed that the Surge now, I guess, down by 3-0. They are looking just a little hesitant, aren't they, when they are on attack close to the Canterbury goal. There doesn't seem to be a lot of really assertive kind of control of the ball, and not really putting much pressure on that Canterbury goal.
Yeah, I think that's also a testament to just how well organised the Dragons are. You see it again there. Immediately as it goes into Vincent Callister there in the target man position, the pivot, the just Canterbury Dragons swarm him, get the ball back, win the foul, and they're straight back into position. Certainly making life tough for the Bay of Plenty Surge. But the game's not over yet, as we see
3 replacements made by the Surge.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but here is the 5th man for Bay of Plenty Surge.
There he is, wearing the separately coloured jersey, and opportunity presenting itself in the first minute. It would have looked like it was going to pay a very handsome dividend, but you'll see, as we saw just then, now and again, the goalkeeper racing back to get into his proper area.
Yeah, it's because during this 5th man, you'll notice Chris Priest comes off there for Aaron Carter, I believe that is, when they're on the attack. But to avoid being caught out if position changes, you'll see Aaron Carter sprint back to the sideline to roll back on for Chris Priest. Lines up to shoot there.
There again, the hesitation and the opportunity lost as away comes Canterbury. And there it is, number 4. Another scorching goal, this time from Monty Joseph.
There's a great finish there from Joseph. Just lurking at the back post. Smacks it top bins, but you do wonder, that's a 5th man in there. There's that high risk, high reward, obviously, and when you're down 3 goals, you can afford to take chances like that, take risks. But you saw a near goal, mere seconds before they conceded that one to the Bay of Plenty Surge, and they call a timeout here. Just to see if they can steady the ship, so to speak.
Just to regather their thoughts and coach has got a few things he wants to convey to them to try and stem this tide, because it is getting away here from the Surge. I think now at 4-0 it'd be a big ask to expect them to find 5 goals in 9 minutes. So the best they could play for is a draw, but even that, the chance of scoring 4 goals in 9 minutes, or 8 minutes, 9 minutes, you'd have to think doesn't seem terribly realistic. They've had 31 minutes of play without anything to show for it on the scoreboard. So what can they do from these last 9 minutes?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they approach the remainder of this game. If they go helter-skelter, so to speak, and just all-out attack. They certainly, 4 is a tough ask. 5, 6, you know, with the way Canterbury are playing and 9 minutes still on the clock, that's also not out of the question to go down. So it will be very interesting to see just how they approach.
And of course the other effect of calling that timeout, and you could see that from the Canterbury players there, they were just having a good rest. There was no urgency, there was no screaming and yelling coming from the coach with the whiteboard. They were just sitting down, drinking their water, thinking, yeah, this will do us nicely. It'll sort of break mid-spell as they prepare for the last 9 minutes of the match.
Oh, he's done well to keep possession there.
And there we have, we've got the goalkeeper, Chris Priest.
I believe that's Aaron Carter.
Aaron Carter now, yes, sorry. Priest has been replaced after a pretty good effort, despite the look at the scoreline. And Carter.
Yeah, but Priest is up off the bench, ready to be subbed on as the goal comes in.
Yes. And this is the risk that you take when you put your goalkeeper up into the field of play. You're exposed terribly at the back. You saw Carter there, we might see it in the replay, making an effort to get back, but it was all too little too late. And there's Carter, number 7. He's the goalkeeper. Now, see, there he is. He's off, but I think he realised that he was never going to get back in time. And, of course, the guy who's back there in the D area cannot touch the ball. So goals could come thick and fast here.
Yeah, and we've already seen it throughout this game. Canterbury Dragons pouncing on mistakes from the Bay of Plenty Surge and counter-attacking. And if they know that that 5th man is up out of his goal, they're going to start peppering those long shots, as we've just seen there.
And so the situation is with Carter. He's got to stay up now, does he? Can he go back and stay?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He can make his best effort to sprint back to the goal. But with how fast-paced futsal tends to be,
no, but I'm saying, can he go back and resume his normal position as goalkeeper, or does he?
Yeah, I believe so. That's a great question, actually, there, Brendan. I don't have the answer around that, although I do know for sure that himself and Chris Priest, with the rolling substitution rule, can.
Is Priest back by the look of it? Is it?
Priest is back in there now. Yes. So they'll look to swap out as possession changes. Just not quick enough on that last one there.
So the 5th man experiment didn't last for long, did it?
Well, that's the risk element of the high risk, high reward there. I won't be surprised if we see it pulled out again. I mean, still with 5 goals to make up, really
got nothing to lose.
Exactly.
Well, except another 5 goals maybe, but so it's a matter of you might argue, what's the point? Better to lose 5-0, isn't it, than 8-0?
Well, yeah, I suppose so. If they can, snag a few goals here, get that goal difference down a little bit, they'll be hoping to. But the Dragons will be looking at this with still 8 minutes on the clock as an opportunity to get themselves back up. As you mentioned earlier, the goal difference heading into this game for the Dragons, it's only a positive 3, I believe.
Yeah,
so
it was 26-23, yeah.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking to increase that.
Yeah, this is helping immeasurably to kind of fatten up their goal difference in favour of goals for. 31-23 now, +8.
Oh, a bit of space there.
Yeah. There's an opportunity, but it's gone begging again. This time it was Amka Akbar who couldn't get his foot on the ball.
Yeah, that's been it for the Bay of Plenty Surge. They've had their moments, but that final ball, the final pass, or the finish just isn't quite there. Whereas Canterbury, well, they have had a few missed chances. They've been certainly more clinical, both in possession and with that final movement. Deservedly ahead as they find themselves now.
Ball laid on for Emberton, one of the goal scorers, but he was never going to pull that in.
That was the return to the fifth man there. Carter coming back on. See if it works for them this time.
So no one in goal there.
Leaving Carter up for that potential out ball. As you've just seen.
So he's come off, Carter. Obviously for a corner, you'd probably better have a regular goalkeeper guarding the goal mouth. And Priest still on. There he is with the brightly coloured jersey as the regular goalkeeper.
Good footwork there. As he almost links up at the back post there with Amir Akbar, but again, just that final ball not quite working out for the Bay of Plenty Surge. And you wonder with 7 minutes on the clock here whether Canterbury, was saying, will set up shop, so to speak. Certainly not. Looks like they're still going for it as a flick on by Mario Ramos back to his keeper.
Yep, there you see the change again between the two goalkeepers, and here's
Carter driving forward. I believe there may have been an issue with the substitution there, potentially.
So Carter has come off and the Priest has gone back on. And one of the referees there to the right talking to the bench of the Surge, trying to explain to them, I suppose, what they may have done, which wasn't entirely according to the rules, but anyway, no harm done. Play continues and normal transmission is resumed with Priest back in goal. Keenan Howard with the ball at foot, but Priest is off again and Carter's on. So even with 5-on-4, basically, they can't make much impression. And there's the problem. It's an open goal.
Every turnover, they will be looking just to smack it from wherever they are on the court, the Dragons.
So that's the downside. You get an extra player on attack, but effectively you're without a goalkeeper on defence.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And especially when you're playing a team as we've already seen prone to long shots as the Dragons, but also organised.
So here he goes with a long shot, but an elbow got in the way. But I don't really see the point of this because they can't win the match. They're not going to score 5 goals in 5 minutes. Why expose yourself to another 2 or 3, to an 8 or 9 goal defeat?
Oh, well, you never want to accept defeat, you know, while you're still playing. There's still an element of pride there for the players, and you know, stranger things have happened in futsal than a 5-goal deficit with 6 on the clock. It is unlikely, especially with how the state of the game has developed, but they'll want to be giving it their all. Yeah.
Plus also there has to be the kind of the disruption to your pattern, isn't it, with a player coming on and off the field all the time. You've got that 5th player, but you can see he's come off. So when they're on defence, Priest comes on as the regular goalkeeper. And when they're on attack, he'll come off and Carter will come on.
Yeah, well, Bay of Plenty Surge do use the 5th man quite often, as we've seen this season in the Ford Futsal Super League. And these teams will practice, you know, the rotations there, the substitutions. There's a potential handball shout there.
Yeah.
No dice.
Looked like it might have been ball to hand rather than hand to ball, so it's been left alone.
Yes, I think the real danger, as we've seen obviously, is just how exposed the net becomes. And when you're facing such a organised counter-attacking side like the Dragons.
Now if it was 5-4 I could understand playing this ploy. That'll be a foul surely.
Yeah, saw one for Carter there, just a knock in the thigh.
He went down, did nothing. So it's 1 foul apiece, but that won't come into being much either with only 5 minutes of the match remaining. It's only once the team foul count accumulates to the point where it's 5 that things can get awkward. Priest back on and goal. Canterbury in complete control here, not just on the scoreboard, but running the boards as well here. Well, blast on the whistle.
There's like another issue with the substitution there. Potentially not fully off the court before coming on. Ref's seen something he doesn't like.
So Priest has resumed his place in goal, and Aaron Carter, just out to the left there, standing alongside his coach, is back on the sideline.
Yeah, oh, there's a giveaway there in the back line. Bob straight back up. Oh, he's done well there, has more. Just to win that ball back as the shot comes in.
And Howard with a volley from way out, but Mitchell unfazed by it as he just flicks it away over the top. There's the...
Not a bad effort there from Howard. Quite central, but, you know, ball won't go in unless you get it on target. So positive signs for the Surge.
Here's that goalkeeper, converted pivot.
Oh, and they've done well there, just without the finish. But that's what the fifth man brings you there, just that other sort of rotationary option for the, you know, the combination play as they approach there.
And the Canterbury players pleading with the referee over there for what they saw as an infringement somewhere there from one of those Bay of Plenty players, but the referee unmoved. So now Carter didn't exactly cover himself in glory with that pass, but under pressure and spliced it out over the touchline.
Dragons will just take their time here. Back set up. Of course, no time wasting. The clock stops so they can take as much time as they like. But they will be more than happy with this 5-goal lead that they find themselves with here. 4 minutes left in the second half. And just turned over there. Bay of Plenty Surge, a good turn from Vincent Callister, but
another opportunity here for Canterbury, and in the back of the net, the little chip over the top, and that's 6 today for Canterbury, and this time it was number 8, Charlie Beatty. He's had a pretty good game and controlled it nicely. See there, he didn't try and blast it past the goalkeeper, just chipped him and into the back of the net.
Delicate touch there, and pulls out the Happy Gilmore celebration to the camera as well. Canterbury Dragons will be loving life at the moment. A 6-goal buffer. Bay of Plenty Surge, not so much. Still pushing. See if they can make something, get something out of this game, although most likely just a consolation at this point. Rolls out there for a Dragons kick in. 3 minutes on the clock, but don't go anywhere, folks. Up next in the Ford Futsal Super League at 7 p.m. got WaiBOP Power playing Canterbury United Pride here, live on New Zealand Football's YouTube channel. WaiBOP Power obviously picking up a big 5-1 win over Capital Futsal earlier in the day. And it'll be interesting to see how they shape up against a Canterbury United Pride team who, much like this Dragons performance this game, have been quite dominant throughout the entire competition. I believe
so Okawa, number 7 there for Japan, just couldn't lay the pass on for his teammate across the far side. And Canterbury just coasting at the moment, ahead by 6-0. Trying to think how many of these goals have come in the second half. Is it 5?
I think 5. They were 1-0, 1-0 half time.
Yeah, because the Surge, we were talking about how the Surge was still very much in this match at half time. That held Canterbury well.
Yeah. Interestingly, I think all 5 came after the timeout call for the Dragons.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So I'm sure there was something in that. Wise words from the Dragons head coach. Spurred on the absolute floodgate opening here. Another shot comes in from Richards, and another blocked. Up for another kick in on the far side for the Canterbury United Dragons.
Just counting down the clock now with 2 minutes and 42 seconds left. The result of this match, beyond doubt now, Canterbury recording an important win to give them a valuable 3 points on the Northern Travel Series, hanging on to their place in the top 4, which is, I'm sure, one of their aims for the weekend.
Bay of Plenty Surge still trying the 5th man there. Still approaching positively. It's certainly not over for them yet, as much as the scoreline would suggest otherwise.
Oh dear, 2 players down there. And let's see where the foul count goes here. I'm sure that second one would certainly constitute a foul.
Yeah, I think definitely just a late challenge there on Moore, as we see it again. Yeah, taking him out there as Daniel Ribeiro.
But it can't detract from a very good effort here from Canterbury. They trailed Southern United by 6 points prior to the start of today's matches, and 3 valuable points here today. Carries them 3 points clear of the Waikato Rapids, also in a share of 4th place. So these are very valuable points for the Canterbury Dragons.
Not to say those 6 goals as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's given a very healthy look as well to their goal differential. It was only +3, the difference at the start of this match. Well, now it's +9, and that's huge.
Yeah, no, they'll certainly be going back to their hotel tonight. Canterbury Dragons, nice and happy as the ball hits the camera there. A good start to the National Series 1 of the Ford Futsal Super League for the Dragons. Obviously only playing the 1 game today. Yeah, they'll be going to sleep happy. Bay of Plenty Surge, bit to work on there. There's a chance, potentially. Dragons do well.
But like they've been all game, Canterbury very composed and organised on defence. There was no panic there at all. There were 3 players there and extricated themselves without any real danger at all. Keeping a clean sheet by the look of it, have so far for 38 minutes.
Still 2 minutes on the clock. I guarantee the Surge will keep pushing, trying to go for something. But Canterbury United, if they can see this game out here, maybe even get another one inside there, they will be very, very happy. As Oikawa breaks away
still
here.
Going. And they're set up beautifully for Daniel Ribeiro, but just got his feet tangled and couldn't get a shot on the ball. It could easily been, probably should have been 7-0.
It's came a bit too quickly for him, but now here's Oikawa again.
He got away from one, but excellent work from Chris Priest. Anticipated well, slid into the volley and parried it away. But another corner. Samuel Mitchell doing a good job there, keeping the pressure on the Bay of Plenty Surge.
See if the Surge can get a consolation here as they very dangerous passing play in front of their goal line there. It's come away from it.
Chips the ball in field, but again the Canterbury defence swallows it up And away goes Ribeiro again. He's got rid of one and the other and
that's
turns.
Class. That's a good goal.
What a brilliant individual goal. Just dripping with skill and composure when it mattered, and then finishing it off with power. That's 7. 7th heaven indeed for Canterbury, with 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. And 6 of those goals coming in the second half. Let's just sit back and watch this as he turned with the swivel, did his man completely, buried him, and then finished it off with a left foot blast.
Yeah, I think the Dragons will be quite happy with themselves, especially looking back on this game. There's been some brilliant goals that they've scored, a real mix as well. Some well-worked ones, goals in the back post, long shots. What we've just seen there from Ribeiro, really a 5-star performance from the Dragons.
I suppose the only question you might ask, Jack, is what happened to Canterbury in the first half? 6 goals in the second half, but only 1 in the first.
Well, you could credit that maybe to I believe they travelled up this morning from Christchurch, Canterbury region, to get here at the Trust Arena in West Auckland. So a long shot comes in there. So, maybe just dusting the cobwebs off, so to speak. They, yeah, you're right, only really found their gear in about the 16th minute, but once they found it, they did not take their foot off the brake. And there's another opportunity here. Well defended by Noah.
Looking for number 8, and it may well be in the offing here. Another opportunity, and excellent work once more from Chris Prius. Finley Cotton looked like he had an opportunity there, but couldn't finish it off. 26 seconds of the match remaining. So the last rites of this one-sided match in the end, but it certainly wasn't for the first half. It's only 1-0 at half-time, but Canterbury cut loose in the second half with a raft of goals and peppered away at that goal mouth. Have found the back of the net on 6 occasions. And last chance here for Bay of Plenty, but it's out over the touchline, and so one more play, and that will be full time. And there it is, the hooter indicates full time here at the Trust Arena in West Auckland, with the Canterbury Dragons running out 7-0 winners. They rather commandeered the name of their opponents and went on a second half surge, scoring 6 goals in the second spell. It was tight at half time, 1-0, but only 1 team in it for the full duration of the second spell. And a very fine win from Canterbury United, leading 1-0 at half time and running out the winners by 7-0. Our next match is WaiBOP, that's a combination of Waikato Bay of Plenty Power versus Canterbury Pride, part of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague here in West Auckland this weekend. The final match of the first day, first of 3 days of competition here, as the players, rather tired and wearily, make their way from the field, or the boards I suppose more correctly, and that's been the day so far today. And tomorrow we've got, starting at 10 o'clock, Southern United versus Waikato Rapids, Hawke's Bay versus Auckland City at lunchtime, and in the afternoon 3 matches, WaiBOP taking the court first of all in that match at midday. Second of 3 days of competition. Anyway, let's get down to Jack Stenning, who's got with him, a member of the victorious
So I'm joined here by Canterbury
Dragons
United
team.
Dragons player Charlie Bailey. Charlie, 7 goals, a clean sheet. What can you tell us about that performance?
Honestly, we're just chuffed coming into the series. Like, we're wanting to make semi-finals. We're making a big push for it. So this is the best start that we can make. We come out every game hoping to win, but I think that performance shows that we're actually here to perform, and we're a weapon, and hopefully push on to semi-finals. But yeah, it's going to be a big series for us, and hopefully it's a great start. Yeah.
Well, it certainly was a great start. And the game itself, obviously, was 1-0 at half-time, and then several minutes into the first half, coach there called a timeout pretty early on. Still 1-0 at that point. In the game, 7-0 after that moment. What did he say there? What was the sort of mood in camp to turn things around?
Yeah, I mean, last series, I think we've seen in our last 2 games, we kind of lost in the last minute both times. And being 1-0 down for the rest of the game would have really given them a sniff to get a chance to get back into it. So I think the message was really just put our foot on their throats and really make sure we punish them, punish our chances, and I think that's exactly what we did. So really impressed with the boys and really happy with the result, yeah.
No, class performance there, man. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
No, cheers, Jack. Appreciate it.
No worries, and don't go anywhere, folks, because in about 30 minutes at 7 p.m, we have Canterbury United Pride playing WaiBOP Power in the last game of this Saturday of the Ford Futsal Super League National Series 1.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Resine has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resine, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Trust Arena here in West Auckland for the final match of the first day of the National Series 1. And for the first time today, we will see the top team in the women's competition, the Canterbury side, in action. They've had a very long day. They've only just arrived here, and it's their first match of this day. They are unbeaten in this season, and they're up against the WaiBOP side, who provided one of the big upsets of the day when just a couple of hours ago they upset the Capital football side by 4-1, and for the WaiBOP team it was a very special occasion. It was their first win of the season, so they've only had a very short time in which to recover from that epic match for them. So it will be interesting to see how they stand up for this, their second match of the day. But again, the Canterbury side, who we understand were up at about 4 o'clock this morning to begin their long trip to Auckland and have arrived here, so they too probably feeling a bit jaded at this late time in the day. So all is in readiness now for this final match of day one. Let's check out the lineups.
So final match of the first day of National Series 1 here in the Ford Futsal Super League at Trust Arena in West Auckland. Let's have a look at the starting lineups here for the teams. Canterbury United Pride starting 5. We've got Mackenzie Falco in goal, Jennifer Merkin. We've got Serena Patel, who's currently leading the Resine Golden Boot race with 9 goals across their 6 games so far. Followed by Frankie Morrow and the captain, Brittany Lee Nicholson, rounding out the starting 5 for the Pride. Substitutions there: Samantha White, Elena Firth, Lily Fisher, Georgia Smith, Dorothy Yick, Rachel Brodie, Amber DeWitt, Scarlett Gray and Petra Boyk, with head coach Ronan Naika. Looking over at the WaiBOP Power team, obviously picked up a big win against Capital Futsal a couple games ago here at Trusts Arena. Kate Snowball starts in goal, Courtney Stone, Jamie Evans, Elossie Bloomfield and Lily Musprat, who scored an absolute screamer against Capital Futsal in their game earlier today. And then on the bench for WaiBOP Power, we've got Nikki White, goalkeeper, Trinica Kinney, Brooke Barkley, Stevie Lee Tiller, Neve Simpson, the captain for WaiBOP Power, Neve Carter, Morgan McCormick, Tiana Hill and Eve Miszewski, with head coach Karen Miszewski rounding out the WaiBOP Power team. Last game of the day here, folks, shaping up to be quite an exciting one, I would say. Canterbury United Pride obviously coming in with quite a run of form. 6 wins from their last 6 games. Top of the table currently as it stands in the Ford Futsal Super League. WaiBOP Power, slow start in the Northern Travel Series last weekend with 2 losses against Papakyra City, but a very, very strong bounce back with a 5-1 win over Capital Futsal earlier today, and they'll be looking to continue their form from that match when they face top of the table Canterbury Pride here at Trusts Arena. Don't go anywhere, folks. The Ford Futsal Super League National Series action is coming up very, very shortly.
So a very good evening to you and welcome along to the final match of this day. Yes, day 1 of this National Series 1, and much interest in this team. First of all, on the right there, the Canterbury team, their first appearance at this tournament today. They have already played 6 matches so far this season, and so they don't need to play quite so many matches over this weekend, whereas some of the other teams, for various reasons, have only played 2 or 3 matches, and their opponents in this final match, WaiBOP Power, have got a very demanding schedule here. They've got 6 matches they're playing in 3 days. 2 today, this is their second, 2 tomorrow, and 2 again on Monday. So their fitness will be tested to the limits, you'd imagine. And it's only a couple of hours since they completed their first match of the day, which was the big upset when they beat Capital by 4 goals to 1. It was their first win of the season, and they've barely had time to catch their breath and perhaps have something to eat, and they're back here on the court facing this formidable team. It's not just a very good side, Canterbury United, it's a formidable team. They have scored twice as many goals this year as the team in second place, even though they've played less games, and 3 times as many goals as any other team in the league. 49 goals from 6 matches, this squad here, the Canterbury team. So they're averaging over 8 goals a match and have conceded only 6 in 6 games. So this will be a real test for WaiBOP on a high, no doubt, after that big win earlier this afternoon against the Wellington side, Capital Futsal. So all is in readiness. And we're in business for the final time today. Canterbury, of course, playing from left to right. And ball in touch, and so Canterbury hard on attack already, and they will really put this WaiBOP power defence to the test, and I imagine they'll do it very early. They'll be keen to get in and score early goals and assume their control, which has normally been their pattern. As I said, 49 goals in 6 matches, and Jack Stenning, that's going to be a very tough assignment for WaiBOP, even though they defied the odds by beating Capital. This is a bigger challenge.
Oh, absolutely. This Canterbury United Pride side absolutely means business, as we see from their 6 wins of their 6 games played. Pure amount of goals scored. They're a threat, and certainly early contenders, you could say, for that first place position. Obviously, they currently are sitting in first, but WaiBOP Power, I think they'll be feeling quite invigorated after their win over Capital Futsal earlier today. Certainly against, you would say, the bookies' odds, but they put on a show against Capital. They were the better team, and it'll be very interesting if they can get a result here against Canterbury United Pride. If they can, make a contest out of this, they'll be in very good stead for the remainder of the competition. Obviously, Canterbury will be wanting to continue on their fine form and start the national series of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague here off with another win. So, yeah, shaping up to be a very exciting game for our last game here at Trust Arena on Saturday.
So 1 minute of play gone, and nothing to get terribly excited about yet. A nice quiet start for both teams. As I said, the Canterbury team apparently began their day at 4 o'clock this morning, rising early to get themselves ready and prepared for this trip to Auckland and out here to West Auckland. And they've only had the one match they've had to play today, because they have played more matches than, for example, their opponents tonight, who'd only played a couple of matches prior to this weekend, and they have this onerous task of having to play 6 matches in 3 days, and this is their second one today, second one this evening actually. Some nice play here early on in the piece from these Canterbury players, with Serena Patel, the top goal scorer in the competition, and alongside of her, Brittany Lee Nicholson, also trying to just finish off that move. So this is one of the players that they're going to have to mark very closely, Serena Patel. She's scored 11 goals in 6 matches this year, and she'll be looking for more here.
And a threat on both ends of the pitch is Serena Patel. And for her versatility, obviously that goal-scoring record paints a pretty picture in attack, but don't count out her defensive contributions to this Pride side. She's a very important member of this team.
So a fast start from both teams here. And talking to one of the coaching staff of the WaiBOP side, I mentioned to him that how much did that epic win take out of his side in terms of its stamina and its physical capabilities, and he said no, quite the opposite. He said they have been jumping for joy, over the moon at what they've done, and the adrenaline is going to get them through. He seems to think, well, we'll see.
No, I can absolutely imagine that's a massive, massive upset for them. But as a early shot comes in there across from Elossie Boomfield. Yeah, they'll be riding that high. Obviously, pros and cons to playing so many games in a short time frame over this weekend. The tired legs, I'm sure, will be setting in as we progress through the competition, but being able to ride the highs off of big wins, like we've just seen with WaiBOP Power, I'm sure will pay dividends for them when coming up against a side with the quality and depth that Canterbury United Pride have. As the shot is blocked there by the Pride, and out for a kick-in on the far side.
There's the goalkeeper who did such a sterling job for her side in that 4-1 victory against the Wellington side Capital earlier today, Kate Snowball. And matching the Canterbury United side in his first opening minutes anyway, a long way to go. Clever footwork there from Frankie Motto for Canterbury. Here's Patel. Gets away from one defender. And here she is again, leaning up down on that right flank. Quick pass. You can already see just from her initial touches in this match that she has got a classy look about her, everything she does.
Yeah, she's been a key part of this Canterbury United Pride team for many years now. I believe she was the Futsal Women's Player of the Year in 2022. And I mean, based on the form of this competition, you can absolutely see why. She's a threat for any side that she faces. There's a quick turnover there for the Pride, but swept up in defence by WaiBOP Power. Now for a kick in on that far side again.
It's a very young side that we mentioned before when the WaiBOP side was playing in that match, which they won 4-1. And coach said to me that the youngest player in the side is 16 and the oldest is just 26. Patel, look at this leg speed of this woman. She just flew down the side of the court there and nearly got away from her defenders, but all four outfielders back there for WaiBOP, and I imagine the approach here will be from the women in orange, given this remarkable record of the amount of goals that Canterbury Pride have scored this year, that defence will be their priority. If they're going to get something out of this match, they've got to stop this Canterbury goal-scoring machine, and they've got to stop them from the word go. A couple of early goals in this match could easily get away from them. And here's an opportunity, but again, nice work at the back. Whistle is gone. Might have got a little nudge, or did she step into touch?
Ran the ball out of play there on that far side, but a promising counter-attack from WaiBOP Power, and I agree. I think the number one objective for this WaiBOP Power team, they'll want to make sure they don't concede early, as they did set up quite well against Capital in the last game defensively, but they'll want to keep shut tight back at the in the defensive third. Because as we've seen, even off the recent game, the last one with Bay of Plenty Surge and the Pride's regional counterparts, the Dragons, as soon as a few goals start going in, these Canterbury teams tend to run away with it as a chance comes in there, but swept up by Snowball. Patel just steals possession there again, and another shot dealt with by the Power.
Jamie Evans doing a good job back there as well.
Calling for a ball here. Seem to have lost the ball in touch. Hard to do inside a futsal court, a closed off arena, but anything can happen in futsal, as we say.
It's probably up there, one of those dark corners of the bleachers.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the staff member that has to go collect that at the end of the day, but Nicholson on the ball now. Clever footwork. Finds Patel in the middle.
Patel again with a little touch across. And Jennifer Merkin able to get a foot to it, but not to any worrying degree. Those four players, all five of the WaiBOP players back there in defence for that corner. Going on a little run here is Stevie Lee Tyler. And it's wall-to-wall defence, isn't it, for WaiBOP?
Yeah, potentially already an indicator of what's to come in this game. It's a few counter-attacks for WaiBOP, but predominantly Pride are showing why they have the record that they do have so far in the Ford Futsal Super League, with attack after attack.
But of course, if they can keep them out for a length of play here, WaiBOP, it will frustrate Canterbury, won't it? And so that's when they might start taking a few risks, might start making a few mistakes out of their own sense of frustration. So,
I mean, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, you know, WaiBOP can't let themselves get complacent with that. If you know, they do go deep into this game, continuing to hold a clean sheet, all it takes is one chance, one opportunity, and this Pride side will pounce and punish them for any mistakes. So they'll have to be alert.
Kenzie Felco, the Canterbury United Pride goalkeeper, touched for the first time. I'd say about 90% of the match so far has been played in the WaiBOP half, and that could be the pattern for most of the 40 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I think we've probably already seen how this game's going to go. Defensively setting up from WaiBOP and looking to break on the counter, try to nick something where they can. They've you know, met the test, the challenge so far of the Pride's advances. Not 5 minutes into the first half here, Trust's Arena. But they'll be happy with this start. The shot comes in from long range there, but collected calmly by Falco and finds Patel on that far side. Somehow has kept that in play and results in a kick in there. Looping shot with no purchase on it. And immediately Pride are on the counter-attack and narrowly misses it there. Was
Frankie Morrow just couldn't get a foot on the ball. It wasn't probably the best pass that Sarita Patel has ever delivered in her fairly glittering career.
And again there, the throw in by Snowball just cut out in the middle by Pride. Although that's good pivot play from Elossie Bloomfield. Holds it up well.
Yes, she was such a pillar for the Waikato Bay of Plenty side in that win over the Central Football Fusel women's team, given their full title. And as a result of that win earlier today, WaiBOP have lifted themselves off the foot of the table and have now moved into 5th place, and so they're only 1 point out of 4th place. And at the end of this series, when it comes to the playoffs, the top 4 teams go through, and it's now feasible that WaiBOP could make the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, considering they've only had
that'll be a foul, I think, against
back there.
Ms. Bloomfield.
Calls are sometimes tough for the referees, but I think that one was pretty cut and dry there. She just
gave her a shove.
Yeah, to put it bluntly.
And up goes number 1 on our screen under the foul hitting.
But yes, to your point, WaiBOP Power, they've obviously only played 3 games, and they're approaching on Southern United in 4th place there, who are on, there's a point difference between the two, but they've got 4 games in hand. So especially off the back of that big win against Capital, I think WaiBOP, certainly if they can get a result here, they will be certainly looking at those top spots with a lot more. As the ball hits the commentary desk
for the 19th time today.
Yeah, no, they'll be quite potentially coming into this weekend. They had a challenge ahead of them, but there's still certainly lots of futsal to be played for them over the weekend, and they will be eyeing up those top 4 spots a lot closer now. Played on that near side there. There's a WaiBOP side a kick in.
So nothing to show on the score sheet yet for Canterbury Pride. But forays into that goal D of the Prides have been few and far between by WaiBOP. The Canterbury goalkeeper, Mackenzie Falco, really relegated to the role of spectator for the match so far. Gee, they're clever with the ball, aren't they? Their passing and their control. Not just Serena Patel, but some excellent work there from Samantha White as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the real strengths of this Pride side is the depth that they have across the squad. Obviously, they've got their big names and their goal scorers, but they can just as easily rotate players and don't really lose any quality on the pitch there. Which, as you say, 30 games across the competition over a weekend, they come thick and fast. The ability to rely on that depth will prove valuable as a chance here. Turns and swing and a miss.
But again, really solid defence there from WaiBOP. Just stamping their authority down at that defensive end. And starting to frustrate Canterbury Pride a bit, I imagine, for the amount of possession that Canterbury have had in the first, well, it's coming up to 7 minutes of the first half. You would probably have to say they should have something to show for it, but they haven't. And that speaks volumes of the commitment defensively by this young WaiBOP team.
Yeah, I think WaiBOP will be quite happy with the first 6 or so minutes here. Obviously still a lot of futsal left to play in this match, but they've held out the early pressure well. That was piled on from Canterbury Pride, and maybe just starting to show a little bit of possession of their own, getting a bit more time on the ball. As I say that, the pass is cut out there. They Pride have another attack, a shot. Just wide of that far post there. Again, that's the danger of this Pride side and any good futsal team, is that regardless of the defensive setup, all it takes is a few seconds and find themselves with the ball in the back of the net.
Here's one of the few opportunities that WaiBOP have had. What can they make of it? Not much. Are they going to get a goal kick? Thought it might have got a corner out of that, but it obviously came off a WaiBOP player. And it's the first real activity that the Canterbury goalkeepers had, jogging off the court to retrieve the ball. Mackenzie Falco. Two players here for WaiBOP, but unable to free the ball. And here's an opportunity, and again an excellent save. Great work once more by Kate Snowball, continuing with the form that we saw from her earlier today in their first match, where she played a huge part in that 4-1 win by simply just blocking out everything that the Wellington Capital side threw at her. And she's frustrating the Canterbury side as well so far.
Another solid block in there, shutting down the Pride's attacks for now, but a corner here on this near side. See what they can do from the set piece. Players seem to be discussing plans as Elena Firth heads over to take this corner. One of the Pride got up their sleeve here. Drops it off short. Kicked in but cleared by the power. The Pride will just reset here. The long ball, ambitious effort. Didn't quite come off, but the thought was there. This rolls out for another Pride restart here.
So Serena Patel has gone quiet, isn't she? Maybe she's been subbed, is she? Because she's... Yes, I think she has been. She's off. And it's noticeable, isn't it, without her on the court?
Oh, well, speak of the devil, looks like she's coming on now.
They just haven't had quite the same cut and thrust about their attack without her there. Not just her ability with the ball, but her passing as well. And just the subtle little touches she's able to make. And the Snowball
close one there. The Pride have just rotated all 4 outfield players in that corner. Patel on, Nicholson. One way. Rachel Brodie here, who
And
takes
there it
the
is.
shot. First goal of the game for Rachel Brodie. Canterbury United Pride. I'd say it was coming.
Beautiful pass laid on for Brodie, but she still had some work to do. Had to beat that defender as well as the goalkeeper. She did both and kept her cool. And there it is, the first goal of the match, but it has taken 8.5 minutes. But there'll be a sense of relief in that Canterbury team because they were just getting a little frustrated at their inability to break down this WaiBOP defence, but it was made possible by that one delightful pass.
Yeah, I think the next few minutes here will be very important for WaiBOP. They want to make sure that they don't let this momentum, as Patel almost on the end of that ball there, they want to make sure that this doesn't run away from them. They're still in this game very much, but as soon as the Pride get going, they're very hard to stop. Patel with the kick in on the far side to Nicholson. Feeds it through, can't quite get on the end of that, but they sweep it up. The counter's on.
2-on-1 here, opportunity, but the pass was astray from Jamie Evans. Couldn't find her teammate there, and there's number 2.
Brittany Lee Nicholson with a screamer. Moved the goal. That's quite some finish, and 2-0 here in a matter of minutes, matter of seconds really. The Pride have gone 2 up over Power.
Yeah, it was the captain that finished it off. 2-0, and the alarm bells are sounding now for this gallant young WaiBOP side. But again, possession given away, but retrieved, got back. Nice work there from Jamie Evans, recovering that ball that went astray from her initial pass. And we've got a timeout as the WaiBOP coach has decided it's probably appropriate moment for him to have a discussion with his players and just to try and turn them around, because there's a danger, I guess, that the floodgates could open here with these 2 quick goals. Been a sterling effort from this young WaiBOP side defensively. They sat back, parked the bus if you like, and it worked effectively for the first, well, basically for 8 or 9 minutes, the first half of this first half. But suddenly 2 quick goals, and one senses the floodgates might open.
Yeah, I guess the concern here is, as great as they defended there, obviously still 2 goals have come in, 2 good finishes, but they really there wasn't much going forward for the Power there. A few chances, but nothing very concrete compared to the Pride. So I'm sure that coach Kieran Mazjuski is giving his team some plans on how to not let this slip away from them anymore, but also add a little bit of attacking edge to their play here.
Yeah, well, it's not just on attack though that the Pride look formidable, but they've got a very strong defensive system as well, which is just blocking any potential shots that might loom for WaiBOP. So they've got to break down that defence first.
And you get through the defence and you've got Mackenzie Falco waiting for you in the goal, who is no easy goalkeeper to beat. So WaiBOP Power now 2 goals down to Canterbury United Pride. Big job ahead of them to come back into this game.
Well, they are the benchmark, aren't they, for women's futsal in New Zealand, and it hasn't taken long, only 10 minutes. And this is their first match here at this National Series 1 to reinforce the fact that they are the best combination in women's futsal. Doesn't necessarily mean that they'll win the title by the season's end, but it'll be a very good team that lowers them. 6 from 6 is their record in this series so far. And they are 6 points ahead of Capital Futsal when events started today, so they could have a very handsome lead in this competition by the end of the weekend.
It's a great save in there from Snowball and goal. block from Power, sorting it out defensively, but you know, as you say, anything in futsal, anything can happen in futsal, and you know, there are certainly the rest of the teams will be looking at this Canterbury United Pride team with a lot of questions as to how to get one over on them, but certainly still a lot of competition to be played, and some good footwork there in the middle from Morrow, I believe.
But they always had her covered, didn't they? You didn't get the impression she was going to make much progress up the court with those Canterbury defenders swooping on her. So halfway through the first spell, 10 minutes gone, 10 minutes on the stop clock to go until half time. Very important, I would have thought, for WaiBOP that they keep Canterbury to 2 goals in this first half. I think there's a psychological thing that kicks in. We've seen it a few times today, haven't we, Jack? When a side gets up 3-0, the other team get a bit deflated, and you can often see a flurry of goals.
Yeah, well, you could say it's the team getting deflated or the attacking team getting inflated.
Well, I think it's probably a bit of both, actually, at work.
I would say so. I think momentum is obviously a big thing, and futsal is an issue with the kicking there.
And in fact, the men's, well, it's the BOP team, not Waikato BOP like we have in the women's competition, but the Bay of Plenty men's team did a sterling job to keep their opponents to 1-0 at half time, and then conceded 6 goals, was it, I think, in the second half?
Yes, yeah, from about 15 minutes into that second half, the floodgates opened and they certainly didn't close. So WaiBOP Power will be wanting to avoid the same here against another very well-drilled side from Canterbury. As they take the corner on the far side, Patel floats it in, the block there. Back to Falco, who will start the attack again with Nicholson. Good footwork to beat Bloomfield. Oh, almost finds Patel there lurking at the back post, but covered well by Stevie Lee Tiller. Another kick in here. Dangerous territory for the Pride as Nicholson steps up.
And there it is, number 3, a scramble, a melee in front of the goal, and the goalkeeper Snowball just losing control of the ball, and a Canterbury foot. Let's see who it came from. Came off the post, actually. It might have been, was it Serena Patel down there?
Yeah, I believe so. A stroke of luck there. Right place, right time to hit the rebound as it came off the post. Certainly not the flashiest goal of the competition, but a goal nonetheless.
Exactly what WaiBOP did not want, with half time still 9 minutes away. Remember, this is a Canterbury side that has averaged 8 goals a match so far from its 6 matches so far this season, and they've won them all and only conceded 6 goals. So we could speak long and loud about the attacking abilities of the side, but to have conceded only 6 goals from 6 matches is unmatched as well defensively. It's a very, very strong side all around. There's Patel again. She'll have that player on. She gets away from her, really.
Oh, that's brilliant footwork.
Yes.
Unlucky in the end, but well closed out there by WaiBOP.
Yeah, they just deprived her of room in the end.
Another set piece here in WaiBOP's defensive third as Patel hits it back post. Can't quite get on the end of that. Looks like came off a WaiBOP player there.
Hard to say.
Amber DeVitt vanishes and reappears with a ball in hand to take this corner.
Oh,
arrow there.
Just missed that top bar by millimetres. Snowball finds Bloomfield, who, in contrast to the previous match today where she had a very, very busy, active game, she's hardly seen the ball in the first 12 minutes of this match. There she is. Elossie Bloomfield scored a scorcher of a goal in that win over the Wellington side earlier today in their 4-1 win. But been reduced also to almost a passenger in this match. The ball goes out, so the kicking goes to WaiBOP.
That's great hold-up play there by Bloomfield. Can't find a pass at the end of it. That does seem to be the most dangerous outlet for WaiBOP at this stage, are those long balls up to Bloomfield, who can then do a bit of pivot play and bring it down, try to find a teammate. 3-0 here. See if WaiBOP turn things around at all, start mounting a comeback before the end of the half. 7.5 minutes to go.
What at the very least you'd think they'd need one goal in this remaining 7 minutes to try and stay in touch and stay in the match.
Yeah, I mean, very much if they can keep it to 3, you know, 4 is I mean, 3 is already a long road, but they certainly won't want to concede anymore. They'll want to tidy things up at the back, look to get a bit more possession on the ball, and just look to start finding those passes in the final third. The build-up play is there, as I say that, nipped by Canterbury United Pride, but any mistakes, as we've seen, will be capitalised and punished by the Pride. So I just want to make sure that they...
And there's a rare mistake from the Pride. From the boot of Georgie Smythe, and opportunity here maybe for WaiBOP, but again it's just cut down there by this very strong defensive unit of Canterbury's.
The press engaged here from the Pride, looking to pounce on it and immediately force a mistake there. The Power try to play it out.
Just the one foul ruled so far in this match against WaiBOP. So they haven't had much going for them in this first 13 minutes of the match.
And I certainly wouldn't call them down and out yet. They've got goal scoring ability, and especially if they can nick one back before half time here, I think it'll still be very much, the belief is there that they're in this game, but tighten up on balls like that. As a long ball from Snowball and Gold, just straight out for a kick in on that far side. Let's see what the Pride have here. Going from the back. And nip there from the Power.
Now this is where they needed to free the ball to that unmarked player.
See here, a potentially dangerous set piece. Long shot comes in and it is over onto court 2. Past the net. Going on court 2, we have Papakyra City playing Central Futsal, I believe.
Yep, and the other match is going on at the moment, the last 2 matches of this first day.
Good ball there. Can't quite find that return pass. There's a surging run brung down here, and that is a foul by Elena Firth for the Pride. Just let the ball run away from her there. Good defending. Lily Muskrat there. And her side, a free kick as the press came in there, and the only option was to get it gone. It looks like it took a nick from a Pride player on the way out, so they've seen themselves quite a dangerous set piece here, kicking on the far side. What can they make of this? The long ball just cut out once again by the Pride. Now for a kick in again. Oh, that's well played.
Nice work by number 17, Lily Muskrat. Had a good game earlier today in that 4-1 win over the Capital. But even when they do get the ball inside the Pride's half, there's usually only one player. Very little support there for the player with the ball.
I guess WaiBOP are still very conscious of how dangerous the Pride are on those counter-attacks, and they won't want to be letting any more goals in. It does come to a point where, obviously, that risk versus reward, you start sending more players forward, trying to get on the end of it. I think for now they'll be happy to keep doing what they're doing. The chances are coming. Pride just can't quite find the combination pass there. But it is tough, especially up against an organised unit like the Pride, as we've seen, to try to make something with outnumbered defensive units. Pride on the ball now. Feeds it through. He's done well there to keep possession. The press from WaiBOP forces a mistake.
Yeah, coming off the foot of the Canterbury player, so it'll be a BOP throw in inside the Canterbury half. That's been a fairly, no, ruled the other way. Right.
It looks to be, I think, a free kick in
kick,
there.
yeah.
A foul. Nudge there. Referee's seen something they don't like.
So it's 2 fouls against WaiBOP, but with only 5 minutes remaining in the first half, it's unlikely they're going to get into foul trouble. And Canterbury Pride also have 1 foul against their name.
The Pride so dangerous off these set pieces here. Got a kick in on the far side. This comes in, but can't quite get a hold of that as Power look to counter.
Yes, and this is a good example of what they can't do is they can't move the ball quick enough, can they, from their half into their opponent's half. And here's one of the few chances that they've created for themselves.
I think potentially the best opportunity they've had. Out for a kick in, I believe. Maybe a save there from Falco. Nothing materialises. And another ball comes flying over from court 2.
So a rare corner for WaiBOP with just 5 minutes left in this first half. Canterbury defence looks well organised, and shot with no power coming from about 15 metres out, and no problems there at all for Mackenzie Falco.
Russ Pratt certainly got goals in her locker from that distance, as we saw earlier today. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get the contact. The press comes in from the Pride, but Power around well enough. A back and forth here, and Falco will just see that run out of play for a Pride kick in down on this near side here. Substitutions from head coach Ronan Naika. Looks for essentially another 4 on and off.
.4:44 left on the clock in the first half. Still 3-0. 3 goals coming in quick succession, actually, and thought there might have been a bit of a floodgate effect kicking in, but it hasn't. To the credit of WaiBOP, they've held them to 3, but desperately searching for one themselves before half-time.
Yeah, to WaiBOP's credit, they have certainly, I think, had their best chances since that third goal has come in, and Pride have been quite quiet. WaiBOP will want to make sure that this stays this way, as good footwork there. Can't quite.
No support in the pass, easily picked up by those Canterbury defenders, and so another would-be attempt on goal thwarted by the Pride.
Oh,
great tackle there from Lily Fisher. Another kick in for WaiBOP.
Something different here. Trying to mount some attack, but again, no real kind of thrust about or momentum behind that attack. But at least they have an opportunity here with the kick in. Close to the goal, and shot there with the left foot coming from Lily Musprat.
That would have been some finish had that nestled in the top left-hand corner. I think Florida Power will really want to look to, it's really where their best chances will come from, is those loose balls. They've certainly got long shots in their locker, and this Pride side are a very hard team to play around, break down in their defensive third.
But again, the control of the ball lost by WaiBOP, and so it's back in the safe and steady hands of the mid-court. And once again, the shot on goal had no real power, and one of the easier takes for Snowball. Let's see.
Can't quite, a bit too much on that one there. Good footwork initially, but out for a Pride kick in, this near side. Oh, and a good challenge in there from Musprat. Shuts that attack down. Footwork there, but again, another solid tackle from Neve Simpson, the captain, who tries the back heel. Doesn't quite pull it off. And Prado does look to go from the back again. Cut out again by Musprat. Power certainly, I would say, as the half has gone on, improved.
Oh, well, it was only just that short period of about 5 or 6 minutes where one thing and a bit of bad luck and a couple of defensive errors, and suddenly they were down 3 goals. But for most of this first half, yes, they've hung in there well. They haven't created too many scoring opportunities, but inevitably, I suppose, when you are having to defend for so much of the match, you're going to concede the odd goal. So away comes Lily Fisher, and Snowball having to get off her line in a hurry there.
Instructions to press there from the sidelines for the Pride. They get a chance, a good shot comes in, but really a good save from Snowball. Morrow now, good footwork, gets a shot away,
and there it
what
is.
A goal that is. Frankie Morrow. That is some finish.
And I just sense that they wanted that 4th goal before half-time. The Pride just to put the match probably beyond power. 4-0, that's a very, very difficult task that now awaits them, particularly given the calibre of the opposition.
Oh, absolutely, and especially with that patch of relative quietness offensively from the Pride over the past 10 minutes or so, but they get back on the ball and a shot comes in. Almost another one for Frankie Morrow. That was some finish. The footwork, the placement, the goal. A deserved 4-goal lead here for the Pride, but WaiBOP Power will be looking to just get something way back into this game. Can it come before the break? Miscommunication there from the Pride, but it's back to Falco, who manages to find a teammate up front, and a good save.
Yes, she had to get out off the line in a hurry because the pass had gone astray between the 2 defenders. But Kate Snowball did well there. And
look at that save.
Getting that right leg.
Well read. Good anticipation, and then the follow-up as well. I don't see it on the replay there, but it's two very strong saves on the WaiBOP goalkeeper. Pride building from the back now. Good defensive work there from WaiBOP. Earns themselves the kick in on the near side.
Merkin across to Morrow from where she scored just a few moments ago this time, and didn't have quite the same accurate direction. But it's been a very impressive start by the top team in the country, their first appearance at this National Futsal 1 series. Morrow again lurking dangerously on the edge of that defensive area. Just 48 seconds left in this first half. 4-0 to Canterbury, and the goalkeeper anticipating that one, but the ball intercepted probably inadvertently by one of her defenders.
I think that was a pretty vital block there. I think that was going to go in as another chance. Just flashes across the face of goal. Yeah, WaiBOP Power will certainly not want to concede a fifth before this break. 4 goals is a challenge, but 5 is definitely a mountain. Stranger things have happened in futsal. They won't be down and out. But up against a very well-drilled, well-oiled Canterbury United Pride side.
Yes, it's purring, isn't it, like a well-oiled machine. There's just no rusty parts to it all. Up front, at the back, and goal.
Yeah, they are certainly proving themselves to be one of the early contenders for the champions this year. Of course, they haven't faced Papakyra City yet, who were last year's champions, as a shot comes in and a good save there from Snowball and goal. That will be a very exciting game, I believe, on tomorrow. Pride versus Papakyra.
Yes, it will be, because Papakyra actually have a better defensive record than the Pride. They've only conceded 1 goal this year. They've only played 3 matches, but so that will be a much-awaited clash. But at the moment, we are concerned with the final match of day 1, and competition leaders Canterbury Pride with a comfortable 4-0 lead at half-time over WaiBOP Power.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
All quiet here at Futsal Stadium on Auckland's west coast, as it were, as we await the start of the second half of this match as the Canterbury players leaving the bench. And their coach seems in a pretty good mood, as he should be, with the side up by 4-0. Have been not completely in control, but have done enough to ensure that this young, determined side, buoyed by their first win of the competition earlier this afternoon, have come out strongly against Canterbury. Their game is just falling down on the edge of the Canterbury defensive circle, where they just can't get enough players and space to put real pressure on the Canterbury goalkeeper, Mackenzie Falco, who's had a very quiet day in contrast to her opponent at the other end, Kim Snowball, who's had a very busy day. So Jack standing with me, forever the optimist. I'm not convinced, down by 4-0 that they're dead and buried.
No, you know, I think obviously it is a tall order. It's a tough task for this WaiBOP power side. But I think the beauty of futsal is that anything can happen. And while they will be, Pride will be looking to come out strong and settle any doubt, I don't think that the chat in the power camp will be that negative. I think they'll be still looking for ways to make something happen. And if they can get an early goal here, potentially the momentum will swing. They've got the minute, and especially off the back of their form with that capital game, it's anyone's game, in my opinion.
Well, yes, I'm not sure whether I necessarily go along with that, but I would think from a coach's point of view here, what he should be trying to instill into these players is, look, go out there, it's 0-0 in the second half, win the second half.
Oh, absolutely.
And if we can go home tonight knowing that we've had the better of the best team in the country for the second half of the match, even if they are resting on their laurels a bit because they've got such a strong grip on it, it would do wonders, I think, for this young WaiBOP power team. First win of the season earlier today, and still something to play for in this match if they've got the right attitude. So we'll see what unfolds. But I imagine Ronak Naker, the Canterbury coach, has got other ideas. He's sitting very close to us here, but couldn't even hear his voice at half-time. So he's clearly, I'd say, reasonably comfortable about where his team are placed in this match. And also the fact that it's their first match and they've travelled up today. Not ideal. I think when you're travelling for a competition of this nature, you'd like to get here ideally the day before, just to settle yourself in. But that wasn't to be the case.
I did overhear some of Ronan's team talk there at half-time, and even though this Pride side are very much on top, as a shot comes in there, that's outrageous! Brittany Lee Nicholson, possibly the best goal of the day.
So that did go over. It hit the crossbar, but it must have bounced. We'll go back and have a look at this on the replay.
Certainly celebrating like it did. Yeah.
From halfway, basically.
Boom.
Bang. Yes. On our close-up, we'll see that the ball has bounced over the line in the net. So there we are.
Yeah, good old VAR. That is some strike from Brittany Lee Nicholson. And I mean, any chances, any hope that WaiBOP Power had coming into this half maybe starting to falter.
First note of doubt in your voice, Jack. Boy, you're a hard taskmaster. I can just see their coach saying, Jack, we've put 5 in the net, and you still won't back us.
Forever the optimist. But no, I think WaiBOP Power certainly won't be giving up. They'll be going as hard as they can for the rest of this game, but neither will the Pride as they only attack straight in the second half here. And it may be a matter of damage control from the Power if the Pride continue to...
Well, I mentioned a couple of times in the first half they average over 8 goals per match, and I guess they're on target to maintain their average, aren't they, at the moment?
Oh, certainly, yeah, if not beat it. 5 goals in it at half-time. Yeah, they've certainly had some impressive scorelines so far in the competition.
There is Ronan Naker showing his own dexterity with the ball on toe. He's covered it.
Good futsal player is old Ronan. Well past his prime, if I say so. But certainly don't forget that innate skill. Talking about the Canterbury United Pride goal scorers in the Racine Golden Boot competition, they are...
There's our man, Ronan Naker, the Canterbury coach.
Yeah, certainly intently watching, fine-tuning. We'll be impressed with the side so far, but, you know, as a good coaches, I'm sure he's still looking for those little improvements across the court. But, yeah, bring it back to the Racine Golden Boot competition. Canterbury United Pride do find themselves with a fair representation in there. As it stands, Brittany Lee Nicholson sitting on 8 goals in 3rd place.
Oh, that would have to be a foul, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
May not be have been intentional from Serena Patel, but it will count against her.
Certainly
a bit high as well.
Ooh, headed the play out there. No complaints. But yeah, see, Serena Patel here gets a breakaway. Good footwork. Finds Nicholson, who just puts it wide at that near post.
Missed a sitter there, surely.
Unable to add to her Racine Golden Boot tally. So currently on 8, Frankie Morrow on 9, and Serena Patel on 12. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all Canterbury United Pride players.
Yeah, well, when you're averaging 8 goals a match, you're going to dominate something like the Racine Golden Boot Award, aren't you?
Oh, you sure are, and the potential to add to that tally is certainly real.
And there was Patel. I think we saw a glimpse there of her own confidence. She had 3 of those WaiBOP players around her, and still she was working the ball around them. 3-on-1.
Patel certainly a stranger to any challenge. Won't be intimidated by many. There's a cheeky chip ball there, trying to find Frankie Morrow up front. Can't quite pull it off. That's, I guess, as you were saying, testament to the confidence that she has at the moment. Power get a breakaway here.
No, that's a nice ball. But unfortunately, Bloomfield wasn't able to hang on to it.
Pride look just to build from the back here. Morrow. To Patel. Gets a shot and she's back on.
She is again. She stayed on the shot, but now opportunity here for WaiBOP, but couldn't get away from the defender, unfortunately.
I wonder if a case of tired legs there potentially. Did see
Trinaka Kenny, yes, she skipped clear, but then got overtaken, lost the ball, so remains at 5-0. Canterbury with 1 foul against them in the second half. That one committed there, not intentionally, I don't imagine, from Serena Patel.
Yellow card came out there, I think, for an improper substitution for WaiBOP's number 6, Stevie Lee Tiller. A rough one. The rules of the futsal law book state, and his improper substitution in the ref's eyes. On the foul counter and a yellow card as a shot goes wide of Kinsey Falco's goalpost. Well played there from Nicholson. Find a teammate on the far side. Pride with another kick in here.
Well,
the miscommunication, I think, there.
Mistake from Patel. That's the first one I think she's made tonight.
Oh, but makes up for it straight away.
And still with the ball at toe, but defence getting back there to clear it for WaiBOP, and score remains at 5-0 in favour of Canterbury. There is Serena Patel. Looks like she's enjoying her first match of this series tonight. And 4 players back there for, as well as the goalkeeper. The whole team was back there inside the circle, but still had to scramble the ball clear. And here's another opportunity here, but good work from the goalkeeper.
And Nikki White, I think that is,
yeah,
came
it
on
is,
at half-time.
Change of goalkeeper there. She's number 3, Nikki White. That seems to be the pattern. We saw that earlier today in their match against the Wellington side Capital. That this player came on at half-time.
Couple of strong saves back-to-back there for her. WaiBOP power kick in. Tries to find a bit of a pivot, but it was all the way out. And the Pride with a big substitution. I think all 5 players rolling on and off here.
And so Scarlett Gray coming on for Canterbury. There she is, number 22. Placement goalkeeper.
Ooh. Just out of play there, but good footwork initially. Pride on that far side.
Trying the long ball, but with some success, but opportunity there, but the whistle had gone. And so it looks like it might be a corner here for WaiBOP, so let's see what they can produce from here. They haven't had many in the match.
No, they haven't, and you know, this WaiBOP team, they are very dangerous with those shots from distance. They can fashion something here off this set piece as it goes all the way back. Stevie Litilla, who winds one up and just over the bar. Not really troubling Scarlett Gray in goal.
Got to come in lower than that.
Yep. But Pride will look to restart. Strong press, but she beats that effortlessly.
But it's stalled around halfway. Serena Patel, I think, has been rested or subbed. So that's some relief for WaiBOP.
Oh, that's done well there. Is maybe a foul coming in? No dice from the referee.
No. The pass too long and drifting away from the support player. But collision there. I guess it was deemed that they were both competing for the ball fairly.
Yeah, a little bit of give and take there from both players.
And looking around for some support, but didn't get the right pace on the pass.
Pride find themselves 2v1 there, but it's swept up well by WaiBOP Powers number 9, Neve Carter. Kicking on that far side. What do the Pride have here? Long shot all the way over onto court number 2. Need a replacement ball here. As rolling substitutions come on and off for the Power. See that ball go all the way out.
There's the new player on the court, Brooke Barclay. Tiny figure with Brooke Barclay. And there's the difference between these two teams. Just a beautifully laid on pass. Absolute perfection. And finished easily for goal number 6.
Yeah, it really just was inch perfect, wasn't it? This pass here.
Real kudos there belongs to Samantha White, who laid that pass on for her teammate. And here it is, number 6, with the promise, I suspect, of more to come.
Yeah, well, still 2 to go for the Pride, isn't it? Before their average.
Before they've,
14 minutes left here in this half, and it looks like it could be on again. Just escapes here. Far side. Sure.
Yes, you can bring plenty of dogmatic determinism to your game when you're up against the champion side, but usually skill wins out, doesn't it? Which is, I think, what we're seeing here. Some of these goals have been the result of just brilliant technical excellence and laying on the ball for the unmarked player who's just really had to push it into the back of the net.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's something to be said as well for the understanding between these Pride players. I've been a group for some time now. This WaiBOP side, WaiBOP Power has a few new look players in there. There's a little bit of certainly not a team that has been as together for as long as the Pride have. So I'm sure that plays a factor in it as well. But as you say, some of the skill of these players, some of those goals we've seen today have just been marvellous.
Well, they make a mockery, don't they, of this thing that we've talked about on this court, only 40 metres by 20. There's not a lot of room. It's difficult to find space for players, but they seem to be able to do it, don't they? They lay balls on and passes that create all of this space for their pivots.
Yeah, well, that's, I guess, why they're out on the court in front of us, and we're here watching them and talking about them. There's the best futsal talent across New Zealand here in the Ford Futsal SuperLeague, highest level of domestic competition for futsal in the country, and they're certainly showing us why.
But as you say, their match against Papakyra, last year's champions, tomorrow, may well be the highlight of the weekend.
Yeah, that'll be a very interesting one to watch for sure. If Pride do manage to put another, unanswered 5-6, shot comes in there, almost a 7th goal. Anything can happen in that game. I think that'll be a real showstopper, and a bit of a potentially winner coming off the back of that in pole position to take away that first place finish. But
well, they are the only 2 unbeaten teams in the women's competition. I guess because of the weather problems that have created havoc for the competition in recent weeks. There's a variety of different number of matches that teams have played, but Papakyra have only played 3 matches and have won them all. And prior to today, Canterbury had won 6 matches, also for a perfect record. So they are the 2 only unbeaten teams left in the league, and they meet tomorrow. In fact, Papakyra, as I mentioned before, have only conceded 1 goal so far in the series. But they've only scored 14 compared to 49. But again, Papakyra have only played 3 matches, half the number that Canterbury have.
Good turn there. Shot comes in, but blocked.
Now 2 players here on the ball for WaiBOP, but unable to free it from the midfield. And Nikki White does a good job of chopping that attack down from Canterbury. Here they come again.
Oof. Flashed across goal there, but nobody to meet it at the back post. Papakyra City are obviously playing central futsal at the moment as we speak over on court 2. Update at half time was a 1-1, but I have heard some cheering since. So either Papakyra are in the lead or they've conceded their 3rd goal of the competition. We'll get you a score update on that match shortly. For now, WaiBOP Power, what do they have here? Can they, probably a consolation at this point you would say if they are to get anything, but they'll keep pushing. As will Pride though. The breakaway on that far side. Pass in the middle, kept up, swept up I should say, by Nikki White.
Eleanor Firth with the restart. The kick in.
Oh, good defending there from Lily Muspratt, just shielded that ball out of play. Just give it away in the middle. Swing and a miss from the Pride. See some substitutions there. Potentially getting ready. Serena Patel, Brittany Nicholson involved. Done well there. The Pride.
Here it goes, space and room, and this should have been number 8, but just didn't quite execute it as well as she should have. And a desperate lunge there, racing across the mouth of the goal, stopped it from going in here. She tried to, I guess, kick it with the side of her shoe and didn't get it cleanly. Dorothy Yeck there.
Yeah, well, she's absolutely sent the goalkeeper there with that little roll over the top of the ball. There's another goal line scramble from the Bower. They do get it gone, but only as far as the Pride will get it for another kick in for WaiBOP on that far side. But yeah, great initial play there, just didn't quite have the finish. Power, try to mount some form of attack here. Try to get back into the game. 12 minutes on the clock. And I'll be honest, my optimism is fading for a potential comeback as a shot comes in.
Oh, it's the best shot of the evening so far for WaiBOP.
It's probably back now, my optimism. We're getting there.
And look at that.
That was...
She had the goalkeeper at full stretch, but just outside the post.
Matter of millimetres there. But as you say, 12 minutes, or 8 minutes into the second half, and probably the closest chance that the Power have had in this game. It's a very dominant Canterbury United Pride side. Unorthodox defending there from WaiBOP Power, but they get it away in a shot.
Oh yeah, this time it's the other post that gets shaved. So that's 2 opportunities in the last couple of minutes for WaiBOP. So no suggestion that they've tossed the towel in here, which I suppose you could understand when they look at that score sheet, 6-0, halfway through the second spell. Serena Patel, again, seemingly with all the time in the world, as she just sat on that ball and then slipped it back, drew the defender, and now they're on attack. There's Patel, elects to pass the ball to that unmarked player on the closer to the line, but nothing eventuates.
That's up for a... I'll see the replay here of the save. Very well read, I would say, from the goalkeeper. Expects that ball to be flashed across to the back post and just gets a foot out in time to collect it. Just to hold on to it to save any rebounds. Nicholson here. So one-on-one. What has she got here? Fancy footwork.
No. She...
Not quite enough, but she's still got it. Yeah.
Oh, great work there. Typical of the ability of this Canterbury side.
Nicholson now in lots of space, 2v2. Patel arriving late at the back post, but Bloomfield there just...
She's back there. Doing some good work in defence. Oh, yes. Very nice.
Something.
But, oh, gee. She did... I guess she saw no one in her vision anywhere near her, so she had to throw up the shot herself.
Maybe saw her, saw the highlight reel there. Little nutmeg skill move, long shot goal.
And I guess it illustrates the difference between these two teams, isn't it? I mean, in those situations, there would have been a Canterbury player there to have taken the pass.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's also a case, obviously, of, you know, WaiBOP Power. They've played a game already today, a very demanding game against Capital Futsal not 4 hours ago now.
Yeah, late this afternoon, yeah.
So I wonder how much of this is a case of tired legs.
According to their one of their coaches who's telling me that the team is staying out at a motel, I presume, at the airport, which is a fairly long drive from Henderson. So they may not even have had time to have gone back to the hotel. So they've had to rest up here. Well, what's the call? No, nothing. So this time it was Bloomfield doing what she was doing regularly in the match earlier today, which saw her side win 4-1 against Capital. Has had very few opportunities in this match this evening, though. They've done a very good job of shutting her down. Bloomfield again, getting plenty of work at the moment.
Quick restart there on the far side from Pride. Feed it in, unmarked on the edge of the box, and a good block initially, I think, by Bloomfield, and the save. Still, the Pride continue to mount on, attack after attack.
Yes, it's just unrelenting, isn't it? Wave after wave.
The shot comes in, but it's not her best shot of the evening, Brittany Lee Nicholson.
Captain of the Canterbury team there, Brittany Lee Nicholson. And Nick White trying to find Bloomfield, but she did, but Bloomfield unable to control it. And so here's Nicholson again, laying it on for Patel, but just enough work being done there by Stevie Lee Tiller to get her feet to the ball. Now here's another chance for Patel. Down she goes. And it's two players down. There's Brittany Lee Nicholson has a shot as well. So just 9 minutes of the match remaining, 9 minutes left on this first day's competition. At this National Series 1. Bloomfield looking for some support, manages to hold the ball up, does well. Now this is what they've got to try and perfect here, is to string the passes together, hang on to the ball, not give possession away. And good work there by Trinaka Kenny. But inevitably, Pride win it back.
We've got a score update from the Papakyra Central Futsal game on court 2 at the moment. Papakyra leading that game 4-1. There's a shot comes in there from Patel, narrowly wide. So
well, Central now sitting on the bottom, aren't they, after the win of BOPs today, the WaiBOPs. So that would be a major upset if Papakyra, I thought, were to get up and...
Papakyra leading, sorry, 4-1.
Yeah.
Yes. So that would be a continuation of Papakyra's unbeaten streak.
Yes,
4 wins from 4 if the score stays the same there.
So if those two teams win, which looks likely here for sure, that Canterbury will win this match and Papakyra win theirs, the gap will still be 9 points between those two teams.
Yes, it will. But interestingly, that will push Papakyra up to second place, I believe, on goal difference.
And Papakyra have only played half the matches that Canterbury have, so we don't need to read too much into those points at the moment, because both teams are unbeaten. One's played 7, the other's only played 3. Or 4 at the moment when this match is completed.
Certainly shaping up to be an exciting end to this competition. Still a lot of futsal to be played over the weekend. See, we've got another 5 streamed games here, both Sunday and Monday at the Trust Arena. Another 10 not on the live stream, unfortunately, but being played. This is the 10th game of 30 for the weekend. It's a good turn there on the far side. The shot comes in, and it's just saved almost through the legs there.
Yeah, nearly nutmegged the goalkeeper, but again, look at the pass.
Just in so much space out there.
Oh,
yeah, that's a good.
Just as well she sat on it.
I think she was quite, not really sure where that was going to end up. It could be one of those ones where you go down and just spurts out anywhere. So thankful that it stayed put. One ball there.
Well, I think everyone here would love to see WaiBOP at least get a goal before the match ends. They've got 7.5 minutes to do so. They're getting certainly more territory. They're playing more of the match in their opponent's half than they have at any time in this match. Now, whether that's just a case of a bit of complacency that is set in from Canterbury side with a 6-0 lead, you could understand it, and other squad members are getting a chance to get some game time.
I think certainly for the neutral, we'd all love a WaiBOP goal. I think the players and coaching staff sitting to our right might not be so happy with Canterbury conceding. Certainly not for the lack of trying as a team shot comes in there, collected by Scarlet Grey.
Well, their defence is as good as their attack tonight. You sort of wonder how they've even conceded 6 goals this season.
I mean, why is that? If it stays as the score is, if they don't happen to concede this game, that'll be 6 goals conceded in 7 games played. So averaging less than 1 goal a game, scoring 8. They're certainly a dangerous side in this year's Ford Futsal Super League. They've still got anything more in them this game. Last game on this court, their Cantabrian counterparts, the Dragons, managed to get 7 unanswered goals. Ooh, shot comes in there. 7 unanswered goals against the Bay of Plenty Surge. I'm wondering if they'll be pushing to meet or beat that, this Pride team. Underneath her feet there, but well to retain possession. Pass punched down the middle there. Unable to get any purchase on it. Let's take it back, but good save. Oh, WaiBOP power. So, he just switched off there a little bit. Getting late here at the Trusts Arena.
Yeah, a few tired bodies out there. I think we can see that. So the game has opened up a bit more. There's a lot more room. Players on the ball, like we're seeing now. And that plays into the hands of the Pride. Time to set up the pass and find their teammate.
The encouragement from the WaiBOP bench there. The finish as strong as they can here.
Well, I'm sure they'll hold their heads high because it's been a very special day for them, recording their first victory this season against a higher ranked team and giving themselves a chance of making the top 4. The odds are always against them prevailing here, I think, against this extraordinarily strong Canterbury side. So they shouldn't be too downhearted at the thought that they'll probably finish on the wrong side with this result. Again, the pass just not finding the player running onto it. This is Petra Bike. Haven't seen much of her in the game today. Number 23, going for a little bit of a run there, looking for someone across the other side, but teammates were far away. Shouldn't be too many tired legs in the Canterbury side. This is their first match today, compared to 2 that WaiBOP have played. 2 really in the space of about 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, it's a busy schedule for those Auckland and WaiBOP-based teams. Obviously not playing, or only, sorry, coming into the Ford Futsal Super League in the Northern Travel Series last weekend, playing their first matches. I wonder if that's going to play in here at all as well. Some of these teams based outside of Auckland and WaiBOP have been playing series after series, smaller series, but series nonetheless together, building that chemistry. Whereas the Power and some of their other Auckland counterparts have not had that opportunity. But, you know, not taking anything away from the Pride here, they've been extraordinary today in their approach to the game. Keeping in mind they've
been up since about 4 a.m. this morning on their flight up from Christchurch.
Yes, it's been a very good day for the two Canterbury teams, hasn't it? The men been very impressive, and also the women in their only outing. But still 2 days of competition left, and number 7 looked like it might be about to be scored, but again, just fraction wide of that near post.
As we see here, just lots of space, both sides there. In two minds between the shot and the pass. Just hidden hope towards the back post a little bit, but less on there, or if the approaching Pride player was a little 2 steps ahead. Only on for number 7 there. We come into the last 5 minutes here of the Saturday's Ford Futsal Super League here in National Series 1.
Inside the last 5 minutes now, and I think we can probably put this result to bed, as it were, 6-0. But full marks to this WaiBOP side. They've tried manfully for the full 40 minutes of the match and have not submitted meekly at all to this superior side. Changes being made now. Everyone getting a run. That's, I think, a good idea, I guess, for these players as well. Who may not be in the starting lineup, but to get a feel for this stadium, for this floor. Because they will be needed in the course of the next 2 days.
Absolutely, and I think that's something great about futsal. When you compare it to football, is every single player in the squad is important with the rolling substitutions. Obviously, they all get a lot more game time compared to your traditional 11, say, in football, and only 3 subs. Some players will go weeks and weeks without getting any game time. But here in futsal, as the ball crashes into the referee's bench, every single player is called upon fairly regularly. And that's where the squad depth of Canterbury United does come into play quite significantly, in that they are able to rotate players like Serena Patel, like Brittany Lee Nicholson, and not lose too much quality. The shot comes in there, pulled it a little bit, far post.
And the comment for me today that I remember most was from one of the coaches. I was talking to him about it and how useful this sport is in terms of getting players fit and developing their skills for the football season. So like it's a bit of a primer, and he said no, it's quite the opposite. He said we look upon the football season as a primer for the futsal season.
Sure they do.
I think he put me in his place.
Yeah, I think all of these players here are certainly very passionate about futsal, as they should be. It's a brilliant sport. I think it sometimes unjustly gets the reputation of indoor football, but as we've seen today, it very much in its own right is a brilliant standalone sport that I've also noticed a lot of quality futsal players, they can make the transition to football a lot easier than your quality football player can make the transition into futsal. And if you look at the likes of Brazil, for example, a lot of their footballing talent grew up playing futsal.
And it has its own World Championships, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. It's got its own World Cup, its own Champions League.
Yeah.
Just last year, actually, the Women's Futsal World Cup competition was announced, which is odd, quite a shocker that it took that long to happen. But, yeah, it is.
And so a New Zealand team will have to qualify in order to get to it?
Yes. And obviously... first iteration of the women's competition, so there hasn't been any qualification prior, but the New Zealand Futsal Whites, as a shot comes in there, they have not made a World Cup, a FIFA World Cup yet, but just last year they showed up, a relatively young Futsal White squad, to the OFC Futsal Cup and won that competition for the first time in their history. As another shot, almost.
It wasn't far away either.
Not at all, no.
From a very oblique angle. Slam at one end. And then Something similar 10 seconds later at the other end.
To finish my comment there, the Futsal Whites will be looking later this year sometime to qualify to their first ever FIFA Futsal World Cup. Is another good shot there.
And this is a very strong finish coming here from WaiBOP.
Not going down without a fight.
It's right. It's like they've sort of shed all of their inhibitions and they've forgotten about the result and the calibre of the opposition. And the game is starting to open up, and they're playing their part in it with some excellent futsal.
And I'm sure a consolation goal here would not be undue for this, the effort that this WaiBOP power side has put in across the day today, not only in this game. Another errant pass
2-on-1 here, an opportunity. Wow, the little back heel, the wrong option, I suspect. But I guess she felt she could sense those defenders descending upon her. But if she had just swiveled and taken her time.
She had a bit more time there than she realised.
Yeah.
Just tried to get the ball.
So there's 2 minutes and 41 seconds left now for WaiBOP to get something. And not have Canterbury side have any say in the matter.
I'm sure Canterbury United players will still be pushing for a 7th goal. Anything the Dragons can do, we can do better. I'm sure they'll be thinking. But the talent won't let them get it that easily. So shot comes in there. Almost had it right there.
Shot from Samantha White, and white on white there, the goalkeeper Nikki White.
Final couple minutes here. Day 1, National Series 1, Ford Futsal Super League. Canterbury United Pride with a chance to make it 7. Just escapes them at last.
Rachel Brodie just couldn't get a foot on the ball. The pass was a little too fast for her.
Twists to the tail here. More chapters in the story. The last game of today. Will WaiBOP get a consolation? Surely comeback is all but done now.
Dorothy Yeck with the kick in. And the volley, but it's wide again. Oh, no offside in futsal, so she was perfectly entitled to have a go there, Stevie Lee Tiller.
Strong throw there.
Another volley. I think it found one of her own men, now Bloomfield.
Lots of play from the back here. Nothing on. Just get it gone.
Now Bloomfield just hesitated there. She probably should have just taken off with the shot at her feet when she had it. Just gave the opposition enough time to get back, and I thwart that attempt as well. So now down to the last minute or so. And still WaiBOPs are managing to get some shots on goal, but just can't get the ball past Samantha White, the goalkeeper for Canterbury United. They've sounded a clear warning to every other team in the women's competition that if you want to emerge this weekend as the top team, this is the side you'll have to beat. And Alosi Bloomfield again just stretching for that pass, but it couldn't find her. 62 seconds of the match remaining. Yek intercepted. Lily Fisher, and the shot goes astray. So 46 seconds left in the match, and Canterbury ahead by 6-0. It took them 10 or 15 minutes in the first half to establish superiority, which led to the first goal, but since then they've been pretty much in control. But it's been a very determined effort by this young WaiBOP side, and they've shown in the last 5 or 10 minutes there's still plenty of running, and even though they played 2 matches this evening, late this afternoon, early this evening, it has been a very rewarding day for them, and I'm sure they will have learned a lot from their first victory and holding these champions. And I say holding because they've run up some big scores in their matches this year, Canterbury, averaging over 8 goals a match. But today, just 6. So just a handful of seconds left in this match now, and once again here comes, fairly coarse tackle on one of those players, but the referees were happy with it. And so there it is, the hooter sounds for full time, and a very satisfactory performance, but both teams can take plenty from this match. Canterbury starting the weekend with a 6-0 win, extending their winning record this year from 7 matches for 7 wins. But WaiBOP Power from Bay of Plenty, Waikato, showing that they have made big strides today, recording their first win earlier this afternoon by a team ranked ahead of them 4-1, and holding this powerful Canterbury side, I say powerful Canterbury side, holding them to just 6 goals, which is fewer than they normally score in most of their matches this year. So players and officials exchanging best of wishes, and these two teams who I'm sure are feeling probably pretty exhausted after a day of travel in the case of Canterbury, and 2 matches virtually in quick succession for the Waikato Bay of Plenty side. But at the end of the day, it was Canterbury, the favourites, who came out the winners by 6-0 and retained their unbeaten position and number 1 position at the top of the women's points table. So we will have an interview with Ronan Naker, the coach of the Canterbury Pride, in just a moment. He's down there with my good friend who's ready to go.
I'm joined here by Canterbury United Pride head coach Ronan Naker, following a pretty comprehensive victory there against WaiBOP Power, 6-0. Can you tell us a little bit about how you sort of set the team up, not only this time, but in the previous 6 games you've played across the competition, to be able to churn out results similar to this?
From the start of the competition, we've asked the girls to take initiative and lead on the court. And that's what they've been doing. We've gotten better as the competition's gone on. There's still a bit of work to do, but you can't really complain given the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, this win makes it 7 wins from 7 games, firmly top of the table. How are you looking to approach the rest of the series? Are you going to be looking maybe to change things up? You worried anybody's going to be, getting a read on the game plan, or going to kind of be rolling with the plan that seems to be working?
Look, we are trying different things, and probably taking a bit more risks. Given a good start, it kind of allows us to do that. But I think the girls were really up for this weekend. WaiBOP Power, a good side, and they've got good individual players, and I think they'll only get stronger as the competition goes on. So I think we were ready for them, and I think they probably brought the best out of us. it was a comprehensive first half from the girls. They were did everything I asked for them to do. So it's good signs.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations again. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll see you later. So that's it for day one of National Series 1 here in the Ford Futsal Super League at Trusts Arena. Make sure you tune in. We've got 2 more action-packed days of futsal coming right here live on New Zealand Football's YouTube channel, starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow with our first game of day 2. So make sure you tune in. And from everybody here at Trust Arena, this is Jack Sending signing out and looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow for some more Ford Futsal Super League action.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.